as you think about this case, what were his true motivations were. Was this a situation where he sincerely cared about CarSource, even though he'd never heard of it, never bought anything there, never worked there, and not even its owners were out there that night protecting it? Was he genuinely interested in helping people? He ran around with an AR-15 all night and lied about being an EMT. Does that suggest to you that he genuinely is there to help? He's not there
about being an EMT
for the same purpose as the protesters. So why was he there that night? When you think about these things, I think there are some things that we can all agree on. In America, it's hard these days. People are polarized and there's a lot of political issues back and forth. And the judge has made it clear this case is not about politics. There is common ground here. We have all agreed, and I asked you this 2 weeks ago today. Raise your hand if you agree life is more important than property. And all of you raised your hand. We also agree that no one person's life is more valuable than another. You don't get to kill someone simply because they're a drug dealer. You don't weigh a pastor's life over a teacher's life. You don't weigh a police officer's life.
You don't get to beat somebody's head with a skateboard or shoot them with a Glock.
Is sacred. I think we can also agree that we shouldn't have 17-year-olds running around our streets with AR-15s, because this is exactly what happens.
Wow.
And finally, I want you to keep in mind that we've all read stories and heard about heroes that step in to stop an active shooter or to give their life to save others. In fact, many people in Wisconsin went out and got carrying concealed weapon permits just so that they could be there in case there was an active shooter and wanting to stop them. So when you consider this case, look for the truth. So many people look at this case and they see what they want to see.
Apparently.
They have a preconceived notion and they tailor the facts to fit whatever they believe. And you all agreed to keep. You all told us you didn't have any of those preconceived notions. Now you've heard the evidence
on every
and it's time to search for the truth.
No, wait,
so
I'm
consider,
live.
for example, whether or not it's heroic or honorable to provoke and shoot unarmed people. Consider whether it makes someone a hero when they lie about being an EMT. I think all of us are familiar with someone
lying
who does
about
the
being an
sorts of
EMT a
things
capital
that the defendant has
punishment?
done. They enjoy the thrill of going around and telling people what to do
Oh,
without
wait.
the courage or the honor
This is the replay.
to back it up,
Hold on.
and without the legal authority to do so.
Yep. Yeah, I'm off.
And when you think about the defendant's behavior in this case, contrast it
I'm still on
with Anthony Huber.
Let's see. Oh,
a man
that's
who was
another
there
stream.
because he knew
I'm
Jacob
on.
Blake,
Sorry.
who carried his skateboard everywhere.
No,
and who rushed towards
I tried to
danger
restart it, like it
to save
said, like
other
remove it
people's
and re-add it back on, but I was like, oh, no, you're still streaming the same thing.
So when I talk to you here in my closing argument, I'm going to focus first on the murders that the defendant committed. Second, I'm going to address some background issues, give you some context, and talk about some of the things that I don't think are relevant.
Public trial,
right?
And finally, I'm going to tie it all into the jury instructions that the judge just gave you. As prosecutors in this case, my colleague Jim Krause and I have tried to present you with all of the relevant evidence that we think you should consider in this case. I told one of you in jury selection that at the end of this, you would be the expert. You would have all the information. You would be the one who would know all about this case and make that decision. And that's what we've tried to do. So let's go to August 25th, 2020. The defendant came from outside our community, carrying a gun that wasn't his because he expected and anticipated violence that night. And he pretended to guard what turned out to be an empty building owned by people he'd never even met, while fraudulently claiming all night long to be an EMT.
Hang him!
There were a lot of people out that night. Some people stayed home protecting their homes and their families. Others went to their businesses, boarded them up, and protected them. And a lot of those people had weapons. A lot of them had guns. There were other people who came along to protect CarSource or Ultimate Gas or other businesses. And many of them were armed with AR-15s, just like the defendant. In fact, you're going to see a video, and you've already seen it, of a clash between people with AR-15s at Ultimate Gas and other folks that are, I guess, protesters. And there's people getting in people's faces. There's yelling, there's shouting, there's even shoving. And yet, in this entire sequence of events, from the shooting of Jacob Blake on Sunday, August 23rd, 2020, all the way after that, everything this community went through, the only person who shot and killed anyone was the defendant. Yes, there was property damage. No one's here to defend that. No one's here to tell you it's okay to commit arson or looting. No one's here to tell you it's okay to be rioters. I'm not defending any of that. You know, because you've been told in the testimony, I'm prosecuting Joseph Ziminski for arson. That's not okay. But what you don't get to do is kill someone on the street for committing arson. So let's keep that in mind when we're talking about the people involved in this case. So let's begin with the provocation and the murder of Joseph Rosenbaum, because it's all captured on video. As the defendant and Mr. Rosenbaum arrive at the 63rd Street car source, Mr. Rosenbaum is ahead of the defendant. And as you see in the FBI video, when Mr. Rosenbaum starts to run, the defendant starts to run as well at the same time, as if he's pursuing him. Mr. Rosenbaum could not have possibly have known the defendant is behind him. There's no indication in this record that he knew the defendant was there. It's not an ambush. It's not a situation where he goes there and lays in wait for the defendant. The defendant arrives at that location and you hear him yell, "Friendly, friendly, friendly," because he's aware of the fact that the people that he's about to confront are hostile to him. And I'm going to show you in a moment the video in which the first thing he does when he arrives at that location is drops the fire extinguisher that he's holding in his left hand so he can raise the gun with his right and left hands and point it.
Who or
this
what?
This is when you hear someone, I think the testimony is Rosenbaum, it's not clear to me, but either way, yell, "Gun, gun, gun." And then Mr. Rosenbaum charges around to try and stop the defendant from pointing his gun or shooting anyone. So let's take a look at some of that video. This is Exhibit 73, the full drone video. And as we've pointed out to you before, and Jim will point out to you here in a second on the screen, when the defendant originally arrives at that scene, the first thing you see him do is drop the fire extinguisher and point his weapon at people. And then the chase occurs right after that. And you're going to see that entire sequence of events here on the full drone
And the
video.
Loch Ness Monster having lunch with Bigfoot. Can we insert the "My Cousin Vinny"? This is it! This is the proof!
The defendant turns as he's being pursued and points the gun at Mr. Rosenbaum. And then as he enters the area between the parked cars, he slows and turns, and before Mr. Rosenbaum can even come close, he fires at him, shooting and knocking him to the ground. Now I'm going to show you the slowed down and zoomed in video of the defendant when he first gets there. And Mr. Krause is going to help me by directing your attention on the larger screen here to exactly where you will see the defendant. I'm going to replay it a few times so you can see quite clearly that the defendant sets the fire extinguisher on the ground with his left hand and then brings his left hand over to the gun and
John,
raises
where
it
do you
and
see
points.
him? Is he at the intersection, the closest intersection, or beyond? Because I have no idea.
Guys, check the gun. Make sure it's empty.
I mean, I wish I could
Under
see where they're
Wisconsin
pointing.
law, You're not allowed to run around and point your gun at people. This is the provocation. This is what starts this incident. The defendant rushes in and immediately points the gun. And as you'll see in a little bit, Mr. Rosenbaum doesn't take kindly to people pointing guns. I don't think anyone does. That's not unusual. No one wants to have the gun pointed at them, and no one wants to watch anyone else do this to someone else. We have the gun. It is in evidence as exhibit number 28. I'm having the detectives check it to make sure that it is safe.
And it's a pointable gun.
The defendant comes running in and drops the fire extinguisher on the ground like this. And then raises his left hand to the gun and points. This is what we see in the video. Him putting the fire extinguisher on the ground and then raising the gun.
To who or what?
Facing the wrong direction.
That's an argument.
Okay.
I'd like to actually have, well, I'll leave it alone.
So what you see in that video is his left arm reaching for the gun, holding it up.
Dark's got a great comment.
You can see it again on the video here. His left arm reaching up towards the gun. That is what provokes this entire incident. And one of the things to keep in mind is that when the defendant provokes the incident, he loses the right to self-defense. You cannot claim self-defense against a danger you create. That's critical right here. If you're the one who is threatening others, you lose the right to claim self-defense. Then we have the chase that occurs after that. And we have taken that drone video and we have slowed down portions of that chase for you. So what we have right here on the screen, this is Exhibit 84, and this is the middle portion of that incident. And you can see Mr. Rosenbaum chasing after the defendant, throwing that plastic bag, and then the defendant turns and points the gun back at Mr. Rosenbaum. And this is the moment in time when Mr. Rosenbaum essentially does sort of a little hop with both of his hands in the air. And the defendant has testified. He saw at that moment that there was nothing in the defendant's hand, or in Mr. Rosenbaum's hands. He was unarmed. There's the defendant turning and pointing the gun. Mr. Rosenbaum leaps, his hands out to the air, and then watch here at the end. This is where the shooting occurs. Mr. Rosenbaum is not even within arm's reach when the first shot occurs. I'll play that again. The defendant is pointing the gun at Mr. Rosenbaum. Mr. Rosenbaum raises his arms off to the side. The defendant approaches these cars and slows down.
The guy that was yelling, shoot me, I'll murder you.
And shoots Mr. Rosenbaum.
If I catch you alone.
Finally, I'm going to play you Exhibit 86.
Sorry.
This shows you the final part of that, zoomed in and slowed down. Here's the defendant running in between those parked cars, slowing down, and you can see just how close, or rather how far away, Mr. Rosenbaum was when the defendant shot him.
All right, but he's a fraction of a second.
You can see from this video that Mr. Rosenbaum is not even within arm's reach of the defendant when the first shot goes off. The defendant fires 4 shots in quick succession.
All right, so let's say he was
back to
3
this in a moment,
feet
but you'll note
away from arm's length.
Sequence,
you can cover that distance in a tenth of a second.
Where to go. He's the one who decides to run where he runs. And he slows down right as he gets to these parked cars. That's what allows Rosenbaum to get closer.
Oh, so it's his fault.
We've seen this on the aerial footage from the FBI, and I want you to see that perspective as well.
So did he circle back and pump a few more rounds in him, or is he circling back to check, like, hey, is this guy okay? What happened? Can I help him?
This is the annotated aerial footage. You see the defendant approach, running in the same direction as Mr. Rosenbaum. This is where the pointing occurs, in the direction of the Zeminskis. You can see Joshua Zeminski's right there on the screen. I'm going to put the cursor over where the Zeminskis are. They're right in there.
Anybody play Call of Duty Modern Warfare? On the I think it was Xbox 360.
The defendant is pointing his gun right here, and he's pointing it in the direction of the Zeminskis.
There's like a mission
because they're standing next to that car.
You're taking out people using thermal cameras.
And then the chase occurs. Now,
Now,
what's interesting to me is watch when the crowd starts to run. The crowd's already starting to run here, even before the defendant has fired a shot.
You know the mission I'm talking about.
That's likely because they heard the first shot from Joshua Zeminski, and the crowd starts to run away. The defendant has testified that that shot from Mr. Zeminski had nothing to do with his decision to kill Joseph Rosenbaum, and I'll come back to that in a second. Finally, I'm going to show you this incident from the perspective of Drew Hernandez, because he is behind all of this, and then he comes upon Mr. Rosenbaum's body.
So what was Zeminski shooting or shooting at? And how come he's not charged with reckless endangerment?
I was just shooting at targets.
There was
Audio playing.
Uh,
In the middle of Kenosha during a riot.
So is there the death penalty for impersonating an EMT? I might have missed that statute.
I don't know.
Sure why you're not hearing any audio on that. Is Brian around? He's not. All right. Can you text Brian, please?
The texting Brian.
For this purpose,
We are still up.
That Viagra works.
at this point, the defendant has shot and killed Joseph Rosenbaum, and Mr. Rosenbaum is laying face down. That's where he falls. Richie McGinnis actually rolls him over after trying to stem the bleeding here. You can see in the foreground that plastic bag that Mr. Rosenbaum threw on the ground. I don't think there's any dispute. There was nothing harmful in that bag. It was a clear bag containing some clear items.
Objection. There is a dispute what's in that bag.
Then you can make that dispute in your argument.
It's argument, and you'll be allowed to respond.
You can see in this video the crowd is attempting to save Mr. Rosenbaum's life. So, we have shown you the defendant murdering Joseph Rosenbaum from 3 different angles. The drone footage, Drew Hernandez, and also the FBI video. The defendant admitted that during this entire incident, he knew that Joseph Rosenbaum was unarmed. I'm going to come back to this in a little while, but there's this alleged threat that Mr. Rosenbaum made earlier in the evening to kill the defendant. I will debunk that. That did not happen. It is the
How do you
one
debunk that?
fact in this case the
How are you
defendant
gonna
wants
do
you to
that?
believe that there's no video of. And in fact, I have the video of the entire incident. I've played it for you, and I'll show it to you again. There's no threat. There's also no evidence that Mr. Rosenbaum ever wanted the defendant's gun. He never said, "I'm going to take your gun." He never
just
said,
tried
"I
to
want
grab
your
it.
gun." There's no indication of that. Dr. Kelly has testified that the first shot that the defendant fired at Joseph Rosenbaum hit the victim in the right pelvis, fracturing it. Mr. Rosenbaum was incapacitated at that point.
Nobody knew that.
He is Whatever
Nobody
threat he
knew
might
that.
have posed, it's over. There is no further threat. He is falling to the ground, and the defendant doesn't stop after that first shot. He tracks Mr. Rosenbaum's body all the way down, firing 3 more shots.
I
A
absolutely
second
would.
shot, which goes through Mr. Rosenbaum's hand, and then a third and fourth shot, one that grazes the right scalp and one that goes right into Mr. Rosenbaum's back. And that is the kill shot. That is the one that took Mr. Rosenbaum's life. There is no evidence that Mr. Rosenbaum was reaching for the defendant's gun. And after that first shot, there's no way Mr. Rosenbaum could have taken that gun even if he wanted to. He is already falling to the ground. He is
Nobody
helpless.
knew that.
He is vulnerable.
That's
And as I
2020
said, the kill
hindsight.
shot is the one to the back. This is that wound. Dr. Kelly testified that the angle of this shot was from the left shoulder towards the center of the back, and the bullet continued on down towards the right lower back area, tearing through bodily organs and killing Mr. Rosenbaum.
Another
Here's a
one
picture of
bites
the wound
dust.
to the hand.
Boom, boom.
There's been a lot of testimony about this wound. This is one in which the evidence suggests that Mr. Rosenbaum's hand was most likely turned in this position, palms outward with his thumb to the ground, when the wound, the bullet goes through the area in between his middle finger and his ring finger and penetrates the lower knuckle of the middle finger and the index finger before exiting. Dr. Kelly testified there's soot in that area, suggesting that the hand was close to the end of the defendant's barrel of the AR-15 at the time of that shot. The defense wants you to believe it's there because Mr. Rosenbaum is deliberately reaching for the gun. Well, that doesn't make any sense. First of all, this occurs after Mr. Rosenbaum has been shot in the hip and has got a fractured pelvis at that point. He is falling.
Nobody knew. He didn't know he had a fractured pelvis.
Probably not even able to control much of his movements at this point. When you're reaching for that gun, this is not the way you're going to do it. This is not going to be effective. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, to the extent Mr. Rosenbaum's hand ever got close to the end of the defendant's gun, it was completely inadvertent, not at all intentional.
So he knows the dead guy's intentions. That was chasing the
Now, we've heard a lot
armed
about
guy.
the Zeminskis in this case, and I just want to carve them out of this case right now because it's a red herring. It has nothing to do with any of this. There's been some focus on that because I think the defense was hoping they could work this into their self-defense claim and make an argument that that first shot by Joshua Zeminski somehow made the defendant fear for his life.
I would fear for my life if
the defendant wasn't on
people are
board
getting
with that,
shot
because in
in
his
a riot.
testimony, he told you that that shot had nothing to do with his thought process. It didn't affect him in any way. He said he didn't think the shot came from Joseph Rosenbaum. He knew Joseph Rosenbaum was unarmed, and he admitted to me, you can't kill Joseph Rosenbaum for something Joshua Zeminski did. So let's just carve Joshua Zeminski out of this case. I'll deal with him on his arson trial in January, but until then, it doesn't factor into any of the decisions the defendant made. And in fact, as you see on the FBI video, the Zeminskis continue walking straight on down the sidewalk. They don't pursue the defendant. They don't threaten the defendant in any way. Now, the defense wants you to think Joseph Rosenbaum was there to attack the defendant. We'll never know what Joseph Rosenbaum was thinking because the defendant killed him. So we're just guessing. But let's assume for a minute, yeah, Joseph Rosenbaum is chasing after the defendant because he wants to
Roadhouse.
do some physical harm. He's an
seriously?
unarmed man. This is a bar fight. This is a fist fight. This is a fight that maybe many of you have been involved in.
No, it's never
Two
a bar fight or a
hand-to-hand,
fist fight
we're throwing
when you
punches, we're
are
pushing, we're
open
shoving, or
carry.
whatever. But what you don't do is you don't bring a gun to a fist fight.
Did we prearrange for a fist
What the
fight
defendant wants you to
only?
believe is that because he's the one who brought the gun, he gets to kill.
Pain don't hurt.
So I want you to contrast this. Two different scenarios. One scenario where there's two guys who are throwing punches at one another like a bar fight. I think we'd all agree you can't kill someone.
It was not mutual.
You can't
combat.
punch the guy, knock him to the ground, and then get on him and strangle the life out of him. That's murder. So what's the difference here? The only difference is the defendant brought a gun. He brought his AR-15. That's why he's got to come up with this.
Are you allowed to object
cockamamie
during
theory that Joseph Rosenbaum
arguments?
was not only going to
Yeah, you
take the
can.
gun, but take it and then turn it
Zach
on the
Arthur's
defendant.
defense
And the defendant
has
actually
done way too little.
told
objecting.
you that he thought Joseph Rosenbaum was going to take that gun and not only kill him, but kill other people, which is really ironic considering the defendant is the one who killed people in this case.
it's
and the only,
No.
But
The,
putting that
the
aside,
objection is
they have to convince you that Joseph Rosenbaum was going to take that gun and use it on the defendant because they know you can't claim
there's a lot
self-defense
less you can object to
against an
in closing
unarmed
You
argument.
mean the guy that was on a cocktail of drugs that just got released from
lose the
mental
right
institution?
to
We should
self-defense
believe
when
that he
you're the
was
one
going
who
to
brought
take
the
my
gun.
gun and
When
polish
you're
it.
the one creating the danger, when you're the one provoking other people.
Wow.
The defendant fired 4 shots at Joseph Rosenbaum and caused 5 wounds total. The first shot fractured Joseph Rosenbaum's pelvis. This causes him to be helpless.
What's crack-a-lackin'?
He's falling face first to the ground and he is vulnerable. The second shot went through his left hand, probably ricocheted off the ground and hit his lower left thigh.
Maybe
It's
he's
a
going to
flesh
use some
wound.
Joe juice on it.
I'm sure it hurt, but probably not all that serious. The third and fourth shots are as Mr. Rosenbaum has fallen almost completely to the ground. He's parallel to the ground. He is almost face first to the ground. The defendant fires a round into his upper back, which is the kill shot, and another round which grazes his right scalp.
Thank you for the super chat. Wolverines.
At this
not
point,
gonna really
as you
play
saw in
it,
that video,
but
a crowd
Keith
rushes to that
explains his
body to
fear
try and save
of
Joseph
serious
Rosenbaum.
bodily injury.
They're
and
trying to
death
put
is not
clothing on the
dependent
wound to
whether
stop the
the
bleeding.
assailant is
They're going to take
equally
him
armed.
across the street to a hospital.
100%.
KMH, Frederick South, is literally right across the street. And this crowd, except for the defendant, are all focused on trying to save this person's life. A person, by the way, they probably had never even met before.
What's up, General Corn
Because
Pop?
that's what most people do. Richie McGinnis testified. I rode with Rosenbaum in the back of that SUV. I told him we'd have a beer together when this was all done. Mr. Rosenbaum was unable to respond.
Who fucking who? So one dead pedophile, right? Oh, well.
Decided to pull the trigger on his AR-15 4 times. That was his decision. And he is responsible for every bullet that comes out of that gun. He doesn't get a pass by pulling the trigger fast. He could have chosen to stop after the first shot, after the second shot, after the third shot, and assessed whether or not there was still a need to keep firing. But he went 4 times in 0.76 seconds. The defense has made a big point of this, how fast he fired, as if that somehow excuses him. Exactly the opposite, ladies and gentlemen. He controls how quickly he pulls the trigger. He is in control of that decision-making process.
John, if you shot somebody in the pelvis and they're falling to the ground, how long do you think it'd take you to realize you got a pelvic shot and they're going down?
Doesn't care to
No
stop
idea.
and figure out, am I good?
Could you figure that out in under 10 seconds?
And as I said,
No.
he tracks the body all the way to the ground. With the second, third, and fourth shots.
Unfreaking believable.
The only way that you could possibly justify the murder of Joseph Rosenbaum is if you believe that Joseph Rosenbaum was actually reaching for the defendant's gun.
Ding, 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 ding.
That a reasonable person in the defendant's position with that AR-15 strapped tightly to his chest
No.
would think that Joseph
It's not a
Rosenbaum
magic
was
strap.
capable of taking that gun away. As he's
Ding, ding,
falling
ding,
to the
ding.
ground with a fractured rib.
I believe.
And then, not only all that, you'd also have to believe that Joseph Rosenbaum was going to turn that gun around and use it to kill the defendant.
Why would you not reach for a gun?
You
That's
have
what
to
you want
believe all of
you're
those
gonna do.
things. to justify the murder of a person.
Let's see. If I was
That's
getting
why the
chased
defense is
during a
trying so
riot
desperately hard to convince
and I had a
that
firearm
Joseph Rosenbaum threatened to kill the
and I was
defendant.
getting cornered by some cars and I know the
That's why they're
guy
trying
chasing
so
me was going
desperately
to close
hard
on me,
to convince
I'd
you
turn
that
around and
Joseph
shoot.
Rosenbaum was reaching for that gun. Because if he's not reaching for that gun and he's not going to use it to kill the defendant, it is not justified. There is no valid self-defense claim. One of the things the judge has instructed you is that when the defendant provokes this situation, he has to exhaust all reasonable means to avoid killing someone. He didn't have to shoot. He's the one who chose where to run. He chose to run in between those parked cars. He slows down.
It was an ambush.
The crowd's already running away. You know, the defense wants to make a point.
I'm going to lead him into a box canyon.
Cars, and the defendant had no escape route. The crowd's actually already running away at this point. They've heard the first gunshot from Joshua Zeminski, and they're already starting to scatter. But if you look on the video, there's a huge open space in that lot where the defendant could have circled back around, and he actually does circle back around after killing Rosenbaum, where he could have gotten away. He has to exhaust all reasonable means of escape before killing Mr. Rosenbaum.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Your Honor, I do have some more video I want to play. I'm having a little bit of technical problems that I'd like to work on, so I think this would be a good time to pause if that's okay. Okay, thank you.
You're unprepared?
Trust my any account, and we will get a 45. Oh, well, I thought we told leisure. No, how about 12:45? Is that a better idea? Let's do that. Please don't talk about this.
So they're going to go out for about an hour.
Yeah. They are definitely going to go out for about an hour. And we'll see what happens. But they're gonna go for an hour. What?
I don't know.
I said, how long?
Joe's a freaking robot.
Oh, is that Joe?
Yeah. Joe?
I said, how long do you think it's going to be before we get a verdict?
Verdict?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, they're not going to deliberate till tomorrow.
When we get to the point of reducing the number to 12, we have to decide what to do with the other 6. And the alternatives would be to just let them go about their regular business and tell them we might call them if we need them. Or we can keep them here where they can sit and watch daytime TV. I don't know. They have to, obviously, there are limited channels they can watch. And of course, they will not be permitted to talk about the case. So, any preferences?
My preference is to keep them here.
Yes. Okay, we'll do that then, and we'll have to find some way to entertain them. Make sure it doesn't involve some of the channels that are available on television. Okay. 12:45.
So I don't want to do any kind of fortune cookie stuff based on timing, etc., until they actually deliberate. So I don't think it's worth really discussing those types of things. But I'm just shocked. So the prosecution knows what was in who was the first guy killed?
Rosenbaum.
So they know he definitely did not want to take the gun and hurt Kyle. That they knew that for sure. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, it's obvious he only wanted to have a fist fight with him. Did he say Marcus of Queensberry rules? You know, serious. This really is preposterous. I'm a little tongue-tied on this.
I don't know, man. It's stupid.
And I couldn't make out. They're clearly saying Kyle pointed the weapon at somebody, which caused a good citizen to disarm him. But he didn't want to disarm him because there's no evidence he was going to take his gun.
Yep.
So which way is it? He starts arguing that you know, he pointed the gun, so the gun should be taken away from him. And Rosenbaum was chasing him, but then he didn't want to take the gun from him. And look, John and I talked about this last week. If John and I were at the range, and John was shooting an AR-15, and I kind of ran up in a huff to John and grabbed his AR-15, started trying to grab the AR-15 out of his hands, what would John do? And John said, "Hey, I'd shoot you." And
your ass. Smoke.
And that's, look, if somebody I don't know comes running at me and I'm carrying a firearm, they could disarm me and use the firearm against me. It's not a Marcus of Queensberry, you know, fisticuffs thing. This is if you're attacking somebody. So I'm sure anytime a criminal has gone after a cop and pulled the cop's gun away from him, that's okay. That's never been anything lethal, right? This is such bullshit. I don't know. Is the prosecutor writing a book that he's going to get a lot of money for?
I don't know, man.
It's nuts.
Dark, you got to chime in? Do you think, and again, we're probably going at this through the filter of being a gun guy. Do you think other people are viewing this saying, yeah, what the prosecutor says, that I believe that's reasonable?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really, I have no idea what they were thinking, but they will be back shortly, and then they will continue with the closing arguments. We're not going to hear anything. No verdict's going to come down tonight. I can tell you that. It's probably going to be tomorrow. I'm already not scheduling, but
they're
keeping my schedule clear.
Yeah, they're probably not gonna.
Because I want to stream the riots. I'm just joking. I don't think there's any riots. It's cold. It's funny how that works, right? They'll riot and burn down stuff until it gets cold, and then they're like, I'm gonna just stay home.
Right, when it's climactically. So you telling me there's no riots in Alaska?
When was the last time you heard of a red in Alaska? Just wondering.
I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm misinformed. Unless we all know it's a proven fact that if your name is Juicy Smollett, MAGA people at 4 a.m. in a Chicago winter will attack you.
The David Chappelle thing. That sounds like something I would say. I don't know. Have you ever seen? Did you see the Dave Chappelle talking about it?
Oh yeah. That's what I'm referring to.
He's like, that doesn't sound like something that I'm about to. I gotta put you on hold. All right.
Hey guys, I'm eating. I'm still eating, and just looking through the comments here. Anyhow, I'm gonna finish up eating. I was just on the phone with Dark, just chit chatting about the case. I think he and I see things equal. I'm gonna finish up eating, and then I'll jump back in, maybe a little bit of commentary.
Okay, we're just gonna.
Puppy!
Yeah, we're just gonna. Yeah, sorry. A bunch of stuff's going on.
That's okay, man. I had lunch, I straightened up, I watered some plants.
No, I haven't had lunch yet.
What? You haven't taught your kids how to make your lunch yet?
No, my kids have like school. Well, my youngest one's here.
So, when they get to the murder of skateboard dude, that's like, hey, he brought a skateboard to a skateboard fight, not a gun to a skateboard fight.
He was just trying to hand it over to them so they can have a.
It's Marcus of Queensberry's skateboard fight rules.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like really ridiculous.
Dude, so the guy's inserting slides from Roadhouse. Can they declare? Can they say that was copyright infringement?
I don't know. Maybe that's why we all got yanked down.
But
I'm just joking about.
what? So we all agree that we're gonna have, no hits below the waist. Marcus of Queensberry rules. 8-ounce gloves and what? Really? It's a riot. Some guy's chasing you. You have an open firearm. You're telling me if somebody is chasing a guy openly displaying a firearm, I don't think he's trying to talk to him about his car insurance. I mean, his car warranty. I think that's a more likely situation than, he was going to disarm him. And so in one way, he says that it's reasonable to chase after him because he brandished a weapon and take the weapon away from him. And then later in his argument, he says there's no evidence he was reaching for the gun. And even if his hand was out and a bullet went through his hand, that's no evidence that he actually was trying, because he was like reaching this way and not that way. And I'm like,
It's ridiculous.
well, all I got to say is if I'm getting shot by a guy with an AR-15 and I'm close enough to reach for the gun, whether I'm doing some, flaily movement, I'm going to do something to try and reach for the damn gun.
Yeah.
And I was on the phone with Dark. It's like, how long did it take the medical examiner to figure out whether or not the pelvis was shattered? Was it in less than half a second?
It's one of those things where it's what am I trying to say? They're dumb. I mean, if they think anyone's gonna, if they do fall for it, they're dumb. But I don't know. Sometimes my faith in humanity sometimes goes.
Well, I'm wondering what MSLSD is saying. Wow, that murderous kid with that murderous AR-15 doing murderous murder things.
I can't believe they're like, oh, we don't know if he was really crying or if it was a made up.
Yeah, you know what? I think we've all had some experience, some traumatic experience in life. And if you're on trial and the results of that trial could mean life in jail, you add the two together, I think you could get me to cry by showing me pictures of puppies.
Yeah, they're trying to portray him as like this
stone cold killer, huh?
Yeah, he's like, look at this stone cold killer guy.
And I'll tell you, so my thoughts are, here you got this cherub-looking little kid running around with an AR-15. I think that's why people thought they could take it from him, because he looked like, some little kid that should be on the playground. You didn't see them wrestling for other people's guns that were all tactical.
Yeah. I agree.
I think the situation is if you're ever find yourself in a situation like that, is you need to look like badass kitted out,
Yeah.
because then it's less likely people will be like, oh, let's just pull the gun away from them.
Yeah, I mean that's one. I don't know, man. I think it's all crazy stupid.
The John and I have talked about this both on the stream and privately, and this is one of those situations. If I was in the district attorney's office and was told, hey, here are the cases. Do you want this one? I'd be like, nope. And if I was told I had to take this one, I'd be like, no, I'm getting another job. It's like if that means losing my job or prosecuting this case, which is BS, I'll find a new place to work that has ethics. And Swampy's agreeing with me, said they thought he was a soft target. And the short of it is, if you thought somebody was dangerous, all of a sudden it's okay to be deputized to take that weapon away from them based on what the DA said. If I thought somebody was dangerous with a firearm and they're no immediate threat to me or my family, I'm calling the cops. Hey, get some kids, blue gloves, AR-15, running around pointing a gun at people. Maybe you should do something about that. I'm going the other way. So these people, because they're claiming he pointed an AR-15 at somebody, they're claiming they have the right to disarm him, run him down, and nobody knows they were going to use the gun against him.
No,
That would be crazy.
That is what they are claiming.
Hold on. Here's Phineas and Ferb. I'm just going through channels. I would have to type in MSLSD to find it. Let's see. I hope they have closed captions on. MSNBC Network. Oh, I thought it was the Rachel Madcow show, but so it's MTP Daily right now on MSLSD, whatever that means. So, it's Pete Buttigieg Biden to hold signing ceremony on infrastructure bill, which is only a tenth of it is infrastructure. Everything else is something they named infrastructure. Soon, Kyle Rittenhouse trial resumes. And where's closed captioning? Right here. The buck stops with the implementation of this bill. I love how Dan Bongino talks about Buttigieg. He says nobody has ever said less with more words than Buttigieg. Yeah. Oh, they have to be accountable for these dollars.
There's no accountability in Washington, man.
There's absolutely none. But that's why, and realistically, they're stealing 50 to 60% of your money on a regular basis. There's no reason. And worse yet, in October, they had the highest revenue ever into the federal treasury, and it's still not enough. So maybe there isn't a taxation problem, Maybe it's a spending problem.
That is a good possibility. Thank you,
You got to
Jetson,
play
for.
Wolverines, man.
Oh yeah, I guess I can now. I wasn't playing it before because you know, I didn't want to drown out anything important. But there, you got the Wolverines, Jetson. Not sure what channel you did that on, but we thank you.
So John Voorhees is saying if this was a 25-year-old that did this, he wouldn't be on trial.
I don't know. I think he would
And
be.
I'm not sure what he's saying with that respect. If what he's saying is, you know, if the guy didn't look like he was 17 and a soft target, easy to get a free AR-15 from.
Yep, that 99 cents was not from my channel, so it might have been from your channel or Dark's channel or someone's channel.
It's on some channel somewhere.
But thank you for whoever.
Yes, thank you. How long is Buttigieg going to speak in front of the White House? White House turns focus to implementing infrastructure bill.
Yeah. Hey, I gotta go take a bathroom break, so I will be back.
Enjoy.
Wolverine's mother. I took off my beep. Never mind.
Beep. 41% approve of Biden. 53% disapprove. 55% disapprove of Biden's economy. Accomplishments, 35%. Good deal. 63%. Not much, little or nothing. Whoa. I'm watching MSLSD so you guys don't have to. Yeah, so right now I'm not viewing from my channel. I'm viewing comments from StreamYard, so my comments go everywhere and everybody's comments go here. So we're streaming to, I think, 7 different locations right now. And Justin is correct. So our right to self-defense is on trial right now. This is clearly a self-defense situation. God bless us all that there's video, because if there wasn't video, the lies they would be telling would be astronomical. I have, and I'm willing to be open-minded about this, but I have seen no evidence of Kyle pointing a firearm at anybody at any time, other than defending his own safety. Holy cow, Pete Buttigieg is still going at it. Yeah, just what Swampy is saying here. I Look, if you could show me video, and I'm not saying I've seen good video, I don't even know what they're talking about when the video's been on the screen. But they show something that says Kyle pointed his gun at somebody, and that's what they're basing all of this on. But even still, like I said a few moments ago, if I see somebody swinging a gun around at someone, pointing a gun at somebody, I'm going to go somewhere and call the police. If I'm going to get away from the situation where I have safety, and I'm going to call the police, say, hey, there's some kid with an AR-15 and blue gloves pointing a gun at people. I am not going to chase him down and try to grab the gun away from him. That is not going to occur. Oh my gosh, Buttigieg is still running his mouth. Americans overwhelmingly agree that we should have a pre-K, blah, 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 that we should have cradle-to-grave government, and we should be sucking at the government teat forever. Pete Buttigieg and his partner have a baby, and I guess they think they need to outsource the care of that child to the government. There's this thing called personal responsibility. Oh my, oh Lord. Oh, it's Whoopi Goldberg on a commercial. Rumor has it she's married. Let's see, she's still there. Yeah. Ooh. You know what they say to do if you're using a certain blue pill and you have an erection lasting for more than 4 hours is watch The View. Is it another commercial? Yes. It's people sniffing a blanket. The Downy Calm. I'll tell you about the commercials so you don't have to watch them. Penn and Teller are doing some sort of lottery game commercial. No idea. I'm sure it's some pharmaceutical commercial. Equus significantly reduces risk of stroke. Okay. You're going to have to steal that recommendation. I don't even know what I just said. But you're welcome to it. What do we got? They're making a sandwich here. Oven roasted turkey, hickory smoked bacon. Eat fresh at Subway. No pedophiles here. Too soon. Dirt McGurk, what's up? Would it be bad if I call Swamp Dog Armory Swampy if I call Dirt McGurk Dirty Boy? Is that bad? Would that be wrong? I've actually talked to Dirt on the phone, so I take a little bit of license that way. Navage, some pump that pumps water through your damn nose, and you smile when you get water pumped through your nose. So I think we all tend to project our values on other people, and we got to realize that other people have distinct life experiences different from our own. I'm assuming you put all of us in a room, we would all vote to acquit, whereas the rest of the population So what's MSLSD running? So we should be minutes away from returning because they said 12:45, which is almost now. And dirty works for Dirt McGurk. Okay. So yeah, unfortunately, I may be blessed with common sense and logic and knowledge of a firearm and what actual self-defense is. So yes, I would say Kyle's going to win. I hope that I have more faith in people in rural communities, and not everybody in a rural community is a proponent of an AR-15. I did a contract in Green Bay, Michigan, and everybody there hunted, and nobody understood why you need an AR-15. So we're we're kind of all right. So they're doing commentary. Oh, I hear something off John's microphone. I'm gonna mute John. Oh, so MSLSD is going on about this bridge needs to be repaired. They think 223 is a 20 millimeter cannon. Yes. Yeah, bridges are code words for racism. Well, in the last 45 minutes, Burnaby Sanchez, you have missed nothing. John, I threw you on mute.
I'm sorry, I was watching something that I was trying to do some research on.
Yeah, I heard some audio coming through, so I couldn't figure out what it was, but I just heard something. So if you saw the beginning of the closing arguments, so the prosecution took a break because they're having technical difficulties. I'm a little surprised at all of this. Don't you think everybody would have their homework a little better prepared?
Yeah, you would think, but hey,
Whether the final instructions, I would have expected the judge to have given the final instructions a read through because they were lengthy, and to be darn sure that and that's one of those things. I would have printed them out and I would have gave them. He's got a law clerk, I'm sure, and a couple of members of the team, and I'd have them all sit in a room and do a read, and then actually have the judge do a read through just to make sure he got the flow of it and understood how it went, so there were going to be no questions.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would think that that's something that they would do, but who knows? I don't know.
The other point, I love how it's like I'm rubber, you're glue. It bounces off of me and sticks to you, kind of thing on the defense. I'm sorry, on the prosecution. So they said, well, isn't that great that this guy is rendering aid to somebody he doesn't know? But there he is trying to defend a property where he doesn't know the people, hasn't used the business, or it's like, oh, so it's generous and kind one way, but if it doesn't serve your point of view, it's not. Oh, look, he's rendering help to somebody he doesn't even know. Look at the humanity of that. Oh, look, he's defending property of somebody he doesn't even know. Why the hell is he bothering?
Yeah, I'm just looking at some federal candidate survey type things.
Oh, okay. So Swampy came out here, was it August or so? And we stopped by the public supermarket, and they have a sub shop inside the supermarket. And so we got some pub subs, as they're called. And if you're from other parts of the country, what are they called? Grinders, heroes, hoagies, po' boys?
Something like that.
Yes. I think I covered it. Does anybody know another name for a sub sandwich?
I don't know, but my question is, can you make a sub left-handed? Because bicep guy might need a job.
Yes. Oh, you mean only manipulating? A po' boy is a smaller version of a sub? I had no idea.
I thought a po' boy was a
Hero? Didn't I say hero?
You said hero.
Okay, so hero, grinder, hoagie, po' boy, footlong. Okay, footlong.
Oh, like somebody calls it that. Let's see.
So are they charging bicep guy with pointing a gun at somebody? I mean, that's a crime.
Yeah, man, I just don't like. I just really don't like the prosecutor. Usually, when I'm against the prosecutor, I'm against the prosecutor, but I'm not.
It's not a personality issue, right?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, I don't like his argument. It's not like this guy's a major a-hole. Beta
Yeah.
O'Rourke is running for governor in Texas.
Again? No, he didn't run for governor.
No.
He ran for
Ted Cruz's spot, senator.
Yeah.
Beta O'Rourke needs his name. Isn't he gun czar under Biden? I mean, why would you want to leave that job? Oh, because you think the Biden ship is about to sink. That's why. Dirt says the prosecutor is a T-Watt. I don't know what that is. T-Watt. Let's go beta. It should be beta. Beta for beta male. Man, MSLSD is running the commercials.
For Beto?
No, just I
just
think they're trying to get as many commercials in before the court goes live.
Oh. Yeah, they should be going live pretty soon.
Judge is sitting.
I gotta go get my kid in about a half an hour.
Uh-huh.
Everybody ready?
Are they phoning it in?
Would you come down, please?
All right, so it wasn't Gage that was just out of a mental hospital. It was the pedophile, right?
Yes, the dude got smoked.
The shot in the hip, and he should have known better. And we did discuss that the average time to determine a shot fired at night during a riot in a dark area to calculate if it's been a hip shot and they're totally disabled is under 0.001 seconds for a reasonable human that's not a physician. Coroner, it might take a little while because you got to cut them open. You know, a trained medical professional. But anybody, you know, filling the shoes of the Kenosha kid shot was going to drop him and make him no longer a threat.
Let's continue, Mr. Minger.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to continue on. I hope your full stomachs won't distract you too much from the presentation. So I had been talking about the murder of Joseph Rosenbaum. And as you can tell, I'm trying to go in chronological order. I'm trying to go through these events in a way that makes the most sense. So count one of the information is with regard to Joseph Rosenbaum. The second count of the information pertains to Richie McGinnis, who you heard testify. He testified that he was in the line of fire behind Joseph Rosenbaum as the defendant fires 4 rounds with his AR-15, which is loaded with full metal jacket ammunition.
Oh my goodness!
And I'll talk a little bit more about that type of ammunition in a little bit. But you've heard testimony that it's the type of ammunition that is capable of going through body armor. It is capable of going through a squad car. It is designed to go through the target and continue flying on for up to 550 yards.
Nobody buys it because it's going to go through a target.
He thought he had been hit. He thought his life was in danger. One of the rules that I think most people who are familiar with firearms knows is always check your background, meaning know what's around your target and know what's behind your target. This is true when you're hunting.
4473.
It's true when you're target shooting. And obviously it's true when you've got an AR-15 in downtown Kenosha in the middle of protests with houses and people nearby. But
so who was
injured?
The
defendant cared one bit about his background.
Background.
Where those bullets were going to go.
My background's in the computer,
as I said,
and programming and network engineering and journalism, and that's my background.
Richie McGinnis, after this incident, you've seen on the videos, goes to try and help Joseph Rosenbaum and has his own video shows. When he first gets there, he finds Mr. Rosenbaum's body face down on the ground.
As all pedophiles should be.
Exhibit 15 for you.
You okay? Just don't move, man. Don't move. All right, I'm gonna flip you over real quick. Oh, I'm gonna flip you over real quick, bro. Flip over real quick. Just gotta get pressure on this, dude. Where's it at? Where's it at, dude? Get a light on it. Get a light. Give me a fucking light. Where? Where, dude? Where? Where's the hole? Get the fucking light up.
In the hole. Caddyshack.
You shot me. I didn't go. Just the pressure on this shit. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? Y'all thinking the hospital right here. Get him out. Get him out. Keep pressure on. I got him. Keep pressure on. Get his arm. Look at him.
You want to talk about medics. You want to talk about people who care. You want to talk about people who are there.
Hey, Devin, I'll call you back a little bit later.
You just heard them and you just saw them. People who didn't know Joseph Rosenbaum. They just knew somebody needed help. And while that's going on, the defendant flees,
Yeah, because he was afraid for his
callously
life.
disregarding the
No,
body
he
of the
went
man
back
that
and
he just
looked.
shot and killed. And as he's running off, he's lying to the crowd about what just happened. This is exhibit number 12.
So there was just like 6 shots. It went off.
The defendant says he pulled a gun. That statement, he pulled a gun, was a lie. It's not true. The defendant knew it wasn't true. He's lying to the crowd as he's running away. Joseph Rosenbaum didn't have a gun. The defendant knew he didn't have a gun. The defendant is lying to save his own skin instead of going and trying to help the person.
No, attack me. Attack me. I shot him. Just attack me. I know you're an angry mob. Just attack me because I shot him.
Facebook Live video, he tells a similar lie. As they're running, Mr. Grosskreutz asks the defendant, "Did you just shoot someone?" And the defendant says something about the police and then says, "I did not shoot anyone." And this is similar to the lie that he told Jason Lukowski at exactly that same time. As he passes Mr. Lukowski, he says, "I did not shoot anyone." And that was established through Mr. Lukowski's testimony. And again, I think it's worth emphasizing at this point that Jason Lukowski had just met the defendant maybe an hour. This is about 11:50 at night. Mr. Lukowski got there about 10:45. This is Gage Grosskreutz running towards danger, running to try and help.
There's nobody to help.
This is exhibit number 3.
Why did you shoot him?
Hey, what are you doing?
Who are they
You
helping?
shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot? Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot?
Listen to the second thing he says.
You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot? Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot?
It's hard to tell what his exact words are. I hear the word "not"
But we'll make it up.
pretty clearly in there, as in I did not shoot anyone. I did not do anything. Jason Lukowski, he lies to. The crowd, he lies to. Gage Grosskreutz, he lies to.
Lock him up
So
forever.
at this point, the crowd is dealing with what they perceive to be an active shooter. Someone who has just shot someone, who is still in possession of the gun, who is fleeing the scene. And how are we supposed to know where he's going next?
He might go to
all
shoot more
night that
people.
night, the crowd has been hearing the sound of gunshots. They've been hearing fireworks, firecrackers. But now, someone actually has been shot. The crowd sees the defendant running with a gun. He's lying to them. He still has the gun. He's shot someone. This is provocation to them.
I shot him.
This is
And what you gonna do
someone who
about
has
it?
committed a criminal act and is putting people in danger. It is entirely reasonable
Nobody's in
for
danger.
that crowd to believe at that moment that he is a threat to kill again.
No.
The defendant
He's
could have
running
made
away.
it unequivocally clear what he was doing. He could have stayed at Mr. Rosenbaum's body, helped protect him,
No.
preserve his life, call 911. As he's running, he could have announced to the crowd exactly what he was doing, told them. He could have fired warning shots to try and keep him away.
You don't
He could have
fire
tried
warning
to-
shots.
He could have raised his hands and surrendered.
Yeah,
He could
got
have
the shit
signaled
beat
to
out
this
of him, life
crowd
beat
that
out
he
of
did
him.
not pose a threat anymore. But everything he does is indicative of someone who is still a threat.
No.
Now,
If he's
the
hunting
defendant
people and
is
shooting
gonna
them,
tell
yes,
you
he's a
he
threat.
wasn't. But from the crowd's perspective, how are they supposed to know any different?
The gun's
He
at
does
low
nothing
ready.
to demonstrate
He's
to the
running
crowd
away.
that
He's
he
trying to
isn't a
surrender
threat
to the
to kill
police.
again.
We know
And
that.
it turns out he does. It turns out within a few seconds, he does kill again.
Because he got attacked.
I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that in this situation, the crowd has the right to try and stop an active shooter.
No.
They have a right
No.
to protect themselves.
He wasn't
No.
an
The
active
defendant is
shooter.
not the only one in the world who has the right to self-defense.
Nobody's
What does
in
the crowd
danger.
do to try and stop the defendant? I submit to you, and this is not a criticism of them, but they use almost the least minimal, least intrusive means possible.
Jump
They
kick boy?
could have used deadly force against him. They
No.
could have shot at him.
No.
But instead, somebody comes up behind him and knocks his hat off. Anthony Huber comes up with a skateboard.
I'm gonna
and the
stop him
defendant
by
blocks
knocking
it
his
with
hat
his
off.
arm. And then the defendant falls to the ground on his own. No one knocked him down. This man that the defense wants to call jump kick man, he's got no weapons, no gun, no knife, no nothing, comes in and tries to kick the defendant in the face. Anthony Huber comes
it's a
back
friendly kick.
and tries to grab the gun, actually does grab the defendant's gun and tries to pull it away because he's trying to disarm an active shooter. And Gage Grosskreutz comes running in, stops with his hands up in the air until
And a
he
gun in his
sees
right
and
hand.
hears the defendant adjusting his weapon as if preparing to fire again.
What
And then what
adjustment?
does Gage Grosskreutz
Let me
do?
get the kill setting.
He reaches for the gun to try and disarm the defendant. Gage Grosskreutz had his own gun in his own hand. He could have aimed it and fired at the defendant.
And he did
but he
aim
did
it.
not.
Oh.
And you heard Gage Grosskreutz testify about that, about how that is a decision that he was not prepared to make at that point in time.
280 to you. How
He
are
is
you
not
doing,
the type
Micah?
of person who is just willing to take someone's life in an instant, unlike the defendant, who took 2 lives that night very quickly
Hard to take
and
that
seemingly very easily. There is a video, Exhibit 5, which is the BG on the scene video, which traces this entire incident, which we call the second event. This is going to show you Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz, and the other individuals who are trying to stop an active shooter using what I would characterize as the least intrusive means possible.
What a fucking liar.
Someone knocks his hat off.
That'll stop
Anthony
him.
Huber comes in with a skateboard. In just a few seconds, the defendant kills one person, attempts to kill 2 more, and blows off Gage Grosskreitz's arm. It's that fast. This is someone who has no remorse, no regard for life, only cares about himself. And these folks that are coming at him, the jump kick man, Anthony Huber, aren't armed. They're not a credible, imminent threat to his life. They are trying to stop an active shooter.
John, how many people are
And they
killed
have
by
a right
long
to do
guns
so.
a year
Imagine
on average?
if the crowd couldn't do that.
Last year
Imagine
there was
if they
less
weren't
than
allowed to
500,
try
it's
and
like
stop one,
4
someone in this type of
something.
situation.
Usually it's around 383
After
is like
killing
the
Anthony
average.
And how many people a year are
after
killed by
severely
fists
wounding
and
Gage
hands?
Grosskreutz,
Well, I do one better.
the
How many
defendant
people
walks
a
away.
year are killed on average by getting
like he's some
wrapped
sort
up
of
in a
hero in a
blanket?
Western.
900, between 8 and 900.
Without a care in the world for anything he's just done. You know, it's
So
interesting.
everybody
This
carry a
occurs about a
skateboard
block
since
away
we
from
know
a
they're not
police line,
weapons?
right down the road.
Apparently,
The
I can
defendant's
carry
so
my
concerned
Glock
about his
because my
safety, the
Glock
police
can't
are
be
right
used.
there.
So
And in fact, they pull up to this scene almost instantly. The defendant's got his medic bag on.
I'll take my Glock to New
He
York and I'm going to
proclaims
pull it over
himself
and
a
be like,
medic.
hey, yo, it's not
He doesn't
dangerous.
know
What are
at
you
this
talking
point
about?
Anthony Huber's dead or alive or capable of being saved. And yet the defendant offers no assistance, makes no
Defendant.
attempt to try and help
So
anyone
people
else.
are trying to
All
fucking
he cares
kill
about
you,
is
and you're
himself.
oh, hold on, guys, time out. Let me help this guy.
We have taken that video and we have
Wolverines.
broken it down into
Armor
individual
and
frames.
Access says with the
And I want take you
$2
through
for chat, Dog and
frame by
Pony
frame
Court. Thank you
the
so
incident with
much,
Gage Grosskreutz.
ANA.
Because a lot has been made about Mr. Grosskreuz's motions and what he does and where he goes and things like that. So I think it's helpful for us to take a look at this. So this is Exhibit 80, beginning with frame 356. At this point, you can see that Anthony Huber is staggering off after being shot in the chest. The wound has entered his lower left rib cage and has wound up almost exiting near his right shoulder. It has ripped through his ribs, his heart, his aorta, and he may not technically be dead, but he's going to be dead within a few
Skate
seconds.
or die. Whoops.
He is stumbling away. The defendant has the weapon pointed towards Gage Grosskreutz here, who is cowering, hovering, hiding, covering his head, trying to stay out of the way. And I'm going to go frame by frame here slowly as we see the movement. Now we see the gun is moving down towards Gage Grosskreutz. It is pointed directly at him from a distance of just a couple of feet. Gage Grosskreutz has his right leg planted as if he's pushing backwards, trying to get away.
That's his left leg.
The gun is still pointed at him. The defendant here is going to
The gun's now
adjust
pointing
the
away
gun.
from him.
Turn it over as if he's making some sort of adjustment on it.
Nope.
Gage Grosskreutz testified that this was a movement that he interpreted as the defendant preparing that gun as if it was going to fire again, as if clearing a jammed round so that he could shoot it.
And there was no
at
jammed
Mr.
round
Grosskreutz.
cleared.
At this point, Mr. Grosskreutz is, I think, probably thinking to himself, if I can get away, I will, until he realizes that the defendant is getting ready to fire again. In none of these frames is Mr. Grosskreuz's right hand with his Glock pistol pointed at the defendant.
I got a clock, but it's not point. It's pointed somewhere else, which could be in 10 minutes ago. That was a bad thing if you're pointing a gun. Now it's okay, as long as you're not pointing it at the defendant. Where is that gun pointed? Pointing a gun at people is a crime.
Actually backing up with his right leg. Let me go back a couple of frames here.
Oh, Lord,
this is frame
please.
444. You can see his right foot is on the ground, but it's starting to move back. Now, as I move forward in the frames, 447, his right leg is moved back. This is someone who's about to retreat. His hands are in the air. He's backing away from the defendant until, as he's testified, he sees the defendant start to manipulate that gun in such a way that it makes Mr. Grosskreutz feel like he's about to be shot. And only then does he take action. What action does Mr. Grosskreutz take? Does he hold that gun with both hands, the Glock that he's got, and point it at the defendant? No, never. Does he even take the gun with one hand and point it?
He admitted that he did.
Never. Instead, you can see him start to lunge in with his left arm forward. The gun is not in this hand. The gun is in his right
so
hand.
now he was like
He's lunging
valiantly
forward,
backing
reaching
away.
for the defendant. Probably reaching for the gun. Probably trying to block the gun. You can see now he's going to take a step with his right leg across the defendant's body. Not directly towards the defendant, but across the defendant's body. As he's reaching in, almost swiping away at that gun with his left arm. He has bladed his body in such a way as to try and present as minimal of a target as possible.
And I'm sure this was all going through his mind.
His right leg is about to hit the ground here. The gun, the AR-15, is pointed directly at him from just 2, maybe 3 feet away. He's trying to shield himself with his left arm. And as we approach frame 500 here, the gun goes off. At no point in this process is Mr. Grosskreutz pointing his gun at the defendant. Frame 499, the gun is just fired. 500, you see the puff of smoke.
Pink mist.
501, the bullet has hit Mr. Grosskreutz's right bicep, severing it. I'm going to continue forward after this because you can see that his right arm, this is an interesting frame right here, 504.
Give that man the hand.
Gun.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I'll go back even more. You can see that Mr. Grosskreitz's arm with the right hand, with the gun, his right hand is pointed off to the side.
I bet he would give an arm and a leg to do it again.
To the defendant is the fact that Mr. Grosskreutz just had his right bicep severed. It's not a voluntary action. It's an involuntary, the muscle is severed.
So?
Now watch, frame 502, watch his right hand. 503, 504, 505, 506, 507, 508.
Hey, I'm going right
At this point, yeah, absolutely. That right arm is probably dangling down towards the defendant. It's not going to be able to pull that trigger without a working bicep muscle, and it's not a voluntary thing. It's done because the defendant just blew his arm off. But yeah, this is the time after the shooting when, yes, the gun happens to be pointed at the defendant. And I got to stop here for a moment and highlight the hypocrisy of the defense. Because according to the defense, if someone has a gun, they're a threat. If someone points a gun, they're a threat. There's only one exception to that. The defendant, by their logic, he gets to run around with a gun all night. But, oh, we're not supposed to take him as a threat. He gets to point the gun at everyone. But, oh, we're not supposed to take him as a threat. No, it doesn't work that way. The same set of rules apply to the defendant as everybody else. There's no exception in the law for Kyle Rittenhouse. There's no exception that says, if anyone else has a gun, you're a danger, except for Kyle Rittenhouse. There's no exception in the law that says, if you point your gun at people, oh, that makes you a threat. I can kill you.
How many people did Kyle chase down with a gun? Zero.
The same rules apply to him as everyone else. And everyone else has a right to defend themselves also, not just the defendant.
Except Kyle Rittenhouse.
He definitely stayed at the Holiday Inn Express last night. You have to go in dark.
We have shown you photos and videos of Gage Grosskreutz's injuries. Exhibit 60 is a video taken right after Mr. Grosskreutz was wounded by the defendant. It's hard to look at, but this is what we're dealing with. When you fire an AR-15 at someone from close range, this is what it looks like. I guarantee you, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant had no clue what his gun was capable of. He didn't even bother to pay any attention to it, didn't concern himself with what he would be doing to other people. But this is what happened. Let's not flinch away from this. It's important that we understand what that gun was capable of that night.
Killing people, asshole.
And it did this to Mr. Grosskreuz's arm.
So, don't chase somebody down with a firearm in your hand if the other guy has a firearm.
All right, I got to go get my kid. I'll be back.
All right, Crumpy.
When those shootings occurred that I just played for you, what would a reasonable person in the defendant's position at that time think? The good news is, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to tell us. As part of your decision in this case, you will represent the reasonable person, of ordinary and prudent person, and you will put yourself in the defendant's shoes that night. I submit to you that at the time of those shootings, a reasonable person in the defendant's shoes would have known that he had provoked Joseph Rosenbaum by pointing his gun at someone else, that the defendant had put someone else at risk of dying by doing that.
Nope.
The defendant should have known that the crowd was aware of the fact that he had just shot someone and that they felt their lives were in danger.
Nope.
That is reasonable.
Nope.
It is also reasonable to understand that at that point, Gage Grosskreutz had just witnessed all of this. He had heard the defendant had shot someone. He'd heard the defendant lie about it. He saw the defendant shoot at Jump Kick Man at close range, miraculously missing, had seen the defendant kill Anthony Huber. Gage Grosskreutz reasonably believed his life was in danger at that moment. And he was proven correct because the defendant shot him too. So when you consider what's reasonable in this case, consider whether or not it's reasonable for a
So the defendant shot people that were attacking him.
When a bank robber robs a bank and runs away and the crowd comes after him, can he just shoot anybody and claim self-defense? If someone comes up to that person and tries to stop them, tries to disarm them, like Anthony Huber did, do they forfeit their life? Did Anthony Huber forfeit his life by trying
So
to
Kyle is a vigilante, but none of these people are vigilantes.
Is that justified? Can the defendant just kill him? In this case, the crowd was right. The crowd knew the defendant had just shot someone. When they're coming after him, they know he's just shot and killed Joseph Rosenbaum. But you know, not every active shooter situation is the crowd have perfect knowledge. When they're told that person running
they
the
get an
street just
excuse.
shot someone, we don't have time in the moment to go back and take a look at the body and replay the video.
So
and make
they get a
decision before
reasonable
going after the
excuse
person
for
with the
beating the
gun.
shit out of someone.
You know, we've had several
That's
police
okay.
officers testify that in an active shooter situation, their first instinct, their first training is to go in and stop the threat. They don't sit there
And these
wonder,
are all
well,
trained
maybe
police?
It was self-defense. I don't know. I'm gonna, wait and see. And every day we read about heroes that stop active shooters. That's what was going on here.
This is not an active
And that
shooter.
crowd was right. And that crowd was full of heroes.
No, it wasn't.
That crowd
It's full of
did
fucking
something
criminals.
that, honestly, I'm not sure I would have had the courage to do. If I see a guy running up the street
You?
with an AR-15
No.
and I hear he just shot
No, you
somebody,
barely have the courage to get out of bed in the morning. A-hole.
my first instinct is not to approach. Anthony Huber was different. Jump Kick Man was different.
Jump Kick Guy. We're going to build a monument to Jump Kick
That
Guy.
doesn't make them a threat to the defendant's life.
Yes?
It doesn't make their lives worthless. They don't give up their right to defend themselves. They have just as much right as the defendant. I told you I wanted to begin by talking about the murders committed by the defendant. Now I want to go back and put it all in context for you. And that context starts with,
Oh, Lord.
bruh, I'm just trying to be famous. The defendant's TikTok profile. 4 doors, more whores. Picture of him up in Ladysmith, probably in early May, proudly holding his new AR-15. Up until August 25th, 2020, this is the only time he'd ever fired that gun. Maybe put 100 rounds through it or so at that property up there with Dominic Black. They purchased that gun on that same trip. The defendant admitted he knew as a matter of law he could not buy that gun because he was only 17. Yet he wants to tell you that he thought legally he could possess it, which didn't make a lot of sense to me. We don't have a lot of defendants come in and say, well, I possess cocaine. I knew I couldn't buy it, but I thought I could possess it.
No, that's not the
the way it
case.
works.
So in Florida, legal
Dominic
age to
Black
purchase a
conducted what they
firearm, I
call
think, is
straw
20 or
purchase
21.
for the
But
defendant.
people younger than that
Purchase
can be
that gun
given
for
firearms
someone
if you're
who is
18
not
or above.
legally allowed to purchase it for themselves. I'm prosecuting Dominic Black for that, as you know, just like I'm prosecuting Joshua Zeminski. Because what Dominic Black did was wrong. And we don't tolerate that. The agreement was Dominic Black was going to keep that gun until the defendant turned 18. It was Dominic Black's gun. It was legally his. And the defendant knew that it was going to be held onto until he turned 18, that he was not going to have it until that birthday. I want to focus a little bit on this AR-15 because I think it's important when you consider the recklessness of the defendant's conduct, how much he knew, cared, or didn't know about this deadly weapon. He'd only fired it that one time, maybe 100 rounds through it. He loaded the gun with full metal jacket ammunition, which I'll talk about a little bit more. He wanted it because he said it looked cool. Didn't seem to know or care much about the type of ammunition or the type of gun. You had a couple of witnesses tell us in this trial, and I could not believe it. A gun is a gun is a gun. Don't even start with that. And a bullet is a bullet. No, it is not. It is not. And anybody who says that is ignorant and reckless. Because there are some important distinctions here. Full metal jacket ammunition is capable of piercing body armor and squad cars. And you heard Officer Krieger testify that when they heard someone was running around with a rifle, he went and got his plate armor out of the back because their regular body armor wasn't going to stop those rounds.
And you got to have a level
Ryan
3
Balch
plate or
talked about
better.
how full metal jacket ammunition is designed, and this is a former Army infantryman, is designed to go through a target like a deer or a person and continue on. He says it can hit a target 550 yards away. That's 5.5 football fields. And
After going
explained that
through a
he had
body?
handgun that night, which he put hollow point ammunition on. And that's what he was planning on using for self-defense. Because hollow point ammunition acts differently. It's going to hit its target,
explodes.
but it's
It
not
explodes.
designed to continue on and go through and hit other targets. So you will hit what you hit, but you're not going to put the rest of the community at risk, especially on a night when there
Maybe,
are
maybe
hundreds
not.
of people out on
You
the
can't
streets
guarantee
in a
that.
heavy residential area.
But if he used hollow point,
see on
he'd
that
say
map
that's designed to
the car
kill,
source,
to
there are
create larger
houses, there
wound
are churches,
cavities, and
there are
make
daycares, there are
the
schools
victim
nearby,
bleed out. You
and
know,
you're
it just
firing full metal jacket ammunition around. I
Nobody
submit to you, ladies
picks
and gentlemen, that
FMJ
that
because they
AR-15
think it's
had
more
no
lethal.
lawful or legitimate purpose that night. Now, the Second Amendment allows people to carry guns. That is true. There are people who can't carry guns, convicted felons, for example. But generally speaking, I'm not saying people don't have the right to carry a gun. What I'm saying is that AR-15 did not accomplish any of the goals that these folks said it was going to. So, for example, Ryan Balch says the handgun is what he was going to use for self-defense. Several witnesses agreed you can't point this gun or shoot this gun at people to protect property.
rule
So
by
if you're
committee.
going to protect the car source building, how is this gun going to help with that?
It's for his
The
personal
defendant has
protection,
admitted
which
the
he
gun was
demonstrated.
useless when he was going to treat people as a medic because it got in the
Yeah,
way.
you generally
take it off
can't
and hand it to
heal
someone.
people with a gun.
So you can't use it as a medic. You can't use it to protect the building. So what's it there for?
Personal protection.
Well, it looks pretty imposing and it has some deterrence value. But Jason Lukowski, Dominic Black, and Ryan Balch all said they never actually intended to use their guns.
I'm sure
So
Kyle
why is it
didn't
there?
intend either.
The defendant was wearing a sling that night. He purchased that sling at Jelinski's that afternoon.
Not a
The
sling.
purpose of the sling was so the gun couldn't be taken away, wouldn't fall off, he wouldn't lose possession of it. It was designed to help him retain possession of that gun. And he loaded it with 30 rounds, the full magazine, capable of killing 30 people or more.
Oh no.
Why do you need 30 rounds of full metal jacket armor
Why?
to protect the building?
Hate to show him PS90, man.
This AR-15 is completely incompatible with the role of a medic. Richie McGinnis testified he's been to demonstrations in Seattle, Portland, Washington, D.C., New York, Minneapolis. He's never seen anyone walking around claiming to be a medic with an AR-15. And certainly when you see someone like that, it doesn't exactly send a warm, fuzzy message. Oh, come to me. I'm here to help. And the defendant acknowledged he had to take off his AR-15 to treat people. No serious, credible medic wears an AR-15 slung around their body.
But that's not what's on trial here.
That's because the defendant was a fraud. He was not an EMT. He lied. He lied to the press. He's being interviewed by Richie McGinnis, who he hears is a member
lying
of the media,
about being an EMT. Oh my gosh, I hope he gets life for that.
You're absolutely lying. Jason
Pants on
Lukowski
fire.
and Dominic Black said the defendant had to borrow his medical supplies from us. This is an emergency situation. Everybody's anticipating violence. Everybody's prepared for people to be hurt, harmed, injured. And yet the defendant's going to go there and walk around claiming to be a medic? He's like a quack doctor practicing without a license. That puts
like a quack
lives
attorney
at risk.
practicing with a license.
And one of the things I had Gage Grosskreutz testify about is that tattoo on his right arm, which said, "First, do no harm."
Oh, please.
Which is one of the precepts, one of the fundamental tenets.
And that has what bearing on this case?
First, do no harm.
And
how do we evaluate the defendant's performance as a medic that night? Well, on one hand, he wrapped up an ankle and I think maybe helped somebody who got a cut on their hand. Yay.
Yeah.
On the other hand,
so
he
minimize
killed two
that.
people, blew off Gage Grosskreitz's arm, and put 2 more lives in jeopardy. So, you know, when we balance your role as a medic that night, I don't give you any credit.
Yeah. How about defending your own life?
He showed no remorse for his victims, never tried to help anybody that he hurt. And even on the witness stand, when he testified on Wednesday, he broke down crying about himself.
Do you call timeout? Timeout. I just shot him. Let me help him. Nobody commit violence.
No
Put your skateboards down, guns down.
concern.
I'll help this guy. No, that wasn't reasonable.
For him to call himself a medic is an insult to anyone like Gage Grosskreutz, who spent hundreds of hours training and working hard to become an EMT. It's an insult.
Oh, so EMTs are allowed to carry guns? So if you're Gage
The defendant made a
Grosskreutz,
series of reckless decisions that night. Going armed with an AR-15 at 17 years old when he knew he shouldn't have done so.
Reckless?
Because that gun is normally locked in a safe that he doesn't have access to. And it's not even legally his. He's out after a citywide curfew.
And everybody else was out after a citywide curfew?
A dangerous situation. And
everybody else was entering a dangerous situation?
Some body armor. So don't tell me you didn't know. He brings along no non-lethal means of defense, which means his only option is
Lord. That's a whole nother ball of wax.
I don't know about a lot of you, but I remember that night.
Yeah, where were you?
Down here. I don't think most reasonable people did. In part because we all knew it was going to be violent and dangerous. Most reasonable people, to the extent they came out, they were gone by then. Because you don't willingly put yourself in this situation. unless you want it. Unless
Hey,
you're
Razor
looking for it.
JB. I don't
Unless
know.
you
I don't
want
even
to.
see recklessness.
Now, to put this in perspective, at this time here in our community, there were people who were scared. There were people who were worried about themselves, their homes, their families.
Then they
their
should have gone
business.
home.
That's understandable. But this is different. There were also
So you're
people out there who were exercising their First Amendment right to assemble
contrary to the
their free
curfew.
speech because of whatever they believed in. And they have that right too. But that's not what we're talking about. The curfew, the riots, the arson, the looting that we'd seen on those prior nights, roadblocks set up around downtown, closed exits on the interstates, all of this was sending the message to reasonable people, go away. Don't come down here. Who was left at 11:45 at night? Most reasonable people had gone home before the curfew or never even came at all. But the defendant's down there, he says, because he wants you to believe he's protecting CarSource, even though he had no actual ties or genuine concern for this building. You have this caravan of people from West Bend, Ryan Balch, Jason Lukowski, Joanne Fiedler, coming down from some other community, having no idea what's going on here in Kenosha, having no idea what businesses are, having never dealt with CarSource before, just injecting themselves into this situation.
Oh, so rioters coming by bus is okay, but people trying to protect property.
All the cars off the lot, they took the tools out from inside, and they didn't even feel the need to protect that building. So who's there? These guys with their AR-15s are just wannabe soldiers, acting tough, trying to manufacture some personal connection to this event, furthering their own personal agenda. Just a small part of the deluge of chaos tourists we saw here in Kenosha, trying to feed off of what we were going through.
No.
Despite everything we did to try and tell them, go away, stay out. Did those owners, Sam and Sal, ask anyone to protect their business? You know, I called them to the stand because I wanted you to hear from them. I had their statement, but I wanted you to hear from them. And I'm sure you formed your own impressions about them. I'm not here to tell you that I believe what they said on the witness stand.
Oh,
I don't think it
jeez.
really matters much, except I wanted you to have a flavor of who these people were and what was going on at that building. What was interesting to me is that text message from the defendant to Sam asking for the address of CarSource, even though the defendant says he's already been there. It didn't make any sense to me. It's not hard to find if you've driven past there every day. You know, Kenosha is one of the easiest cities in Wisconsin to navigate. It's all east, west, north, south. How hard is it to find this place? But the agreement was the defendant was supposed to stay at the 59th Street location. There's another group at 63rd. It was their responsibility. And the defendant testified that when the shootings occurred at 11:45 or 11:50 at night, he didn't even know if that other group was still there or if they'd left. But crucially, you heard the testimony of Kriston Harris, who was out there reporting for his Rundown Live, and he's making some video. And he tells the defendant, stay on your property. Don't go out in the streets and engage with these protesters because you're just making it worse and you're escalating the situation. He tells the defendant specifically that just 20 minutes before the shootings. Kriston Harris probably said that because he knows this is a crowd that is feeling threatened by the defendant and his group. Richie McGinnis testified when he left the Stella Hotel and immediately ran over to 59th Street.
So in other words,
up on the roof and
any Joe Schmo walking down the street telling you to do something you should comply with.
Drew Hernandez, we showed video of Drew Hernandez having laser sights pointed at him. And he said he felt threatened. He thought someone was pointing a gun from the roof and putting his life in jeopardy. These are two people who are veterans. They've been to protests in Seattle, Portland, Washington, D.C., New York. They've been through this before. And yet,
so they're professional protesters? How do they get around? How can they afford to do that?
For their lives.
Who's paying them?
That's the kind of impact these AR-15s had. The crowd is yelling at the defendant's group. Stop pointing your guns at us. Stop pointing these laser pointers at us. And the defendant sees this. He's well aware of the fact that the crowd out on the street is hostile. They don't react well to him. And he knows that by 11:35 at night, this crowd is all the way down there south of 60th. That's where they're at. So if I go down there, I need to be prepared, and I need to expect that these folks are not on my side.
So that makes it okay for them to beat him.
Joseph Rosenbaum. He's dead. So we don't know what he was thinking. We don't know
you
what
can
was
make it
going
up.
on in his mind.
You can make it
That
up.
makes
It's
him
okay.
an easy target for the defense today, because they can stand up here and pile on him and destroy his reputation, and he can't speak for himself.
So, yeah, Rosenbaum
That
was such a
happens lot
saint,
in homicide
an angel.
trial. Blame the victim who can't speak for themselves. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Joseph Rosenbaum, and you've heard some testimony about him.
Oh,
He'd been in
Lord.
the hospital, left it that
What?
day, had a clear plastic bag with his possessions, toiletries, a water bottle. We've all seen this. You get it in the hospital. It's pretty common. He's walking around like it's pretty much his only possession in the world.
Mental
He
hospital.
visits Carrie Ann Swart, his girlfriend, and then happens to wander downtown into the middle of civil unrest. No indication he planned to be
He
there.
politely
No
tipped over a
indication he was
porta
part of
potty.
any sort of movement.
Politely and
He
meaningfully
just
lit a
happens to
dumpster
stumble
on
into it.
fire.
So what does he do that night? Oh, let me tell you all the awful things Joseph Rosenbaum
Oh,
did. He tipped over
Oh.
a porta potty that
he,
had no one in it.
he threw toilet
He swung
paper in
a
a
chain.
tree.
He lit a metal garbage dumpster on fire.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
and there's this empty wooden flatbed trailer that they pulled out in the middle of the road, and they tipped it over to stop some bearcats, and they lit it on fire. Oh, and he said some bad words. He said the N-word. If he were alive today, like Joshua Zeminski, I'd probably try and prosecute him for arson, but I can't because the defendant killed him. But that's the way we deal with people that do these things. When you commit arson,
yeah.
we prosecute you. We don't execute you in the street. And I'm not here to say that the things that Joseph Rosenbaum did were good, or that I condone that kind of behavior. Not at all.
Oh, yeah.
But he didn't deserve to die for it.
Did his note say,
You can't
raise your
kill
voice
someone
when saying not
for
at
these
all?
things. He's 5'4", 150 pounds. Jason Lukowski characterized him as a babbling idiot. Lukowski says, I turned my back and walked away. This
So
guy
he's got
isn't even a
Napoleon
threat.
syndrome.
I think we all know somebody like Joseph Rosenbaum, the Napoleon complex, the little guy who just wants to chatter. But when it comes down to it, it's all bark. It's no bite. It's like a little dog. Bark, 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 bark. But really ain't going to do anything. There is no dispute in this record that at no point that night did Joseph Rosenbaum hurt anyone. Never had a gun, never had a knife, never had a bat, never had a club.
Had a chain.
And in the Drew
At some point.
Hernandez video, that fight at Ultimate Gas that we showed you, he's being shoved around by the crowd like a rag doll. And yeah, he's mouthing off, he's talking a lot, but he doesn't actually threaten anybody, doesn't actually hurt anybody.
Except he says he's going to kill the defendant if
They're
he finds
pushing him
him
around
alone.
like he's a tiny little person, which frankly, he was. And in the background of this video, you will hear somebody say, point your gun at me or something like that. That's Joseph Rosenbaum. He's upset because somebody pointed a gun and that triggers him, which is understandable. I think most of us would be triggered by that sort of thing.
Anything he
And
does
that's
is
what's upsetting to
understandable.
him. But he gets right in the face of people who have AR-15s. Never reaches for their guns, never rears back to punch anyone, never even lays hands on anybody. You're going to watch this confrontation here at Ultimate Gas, and I want you to keep in mind that there's a group of people on one side with AR-15s and a group of people on the other side. And none of the people with the AR-15s feel their life is in danger. None of them shoot their guns. They can handle themselves. The defendant can't. That sound you heard was somebody throwing some sort of plastic thing at one of the stanchions underneath the gas station, and it makes a sound that almost sounds like a gunshot. So add that into the mix. You've got people with guns, loud voices, clear hostility, and the sound of something that, frankly, to me sounds like a gunshot, and yet everybody keeps their cool. Nobody hurts anybody. Nobody fires a gun. And watch how they push Joseph Rosenbaum around like a rag doll. Watch this guy in yellow. He's going to shove Joseph Rosenbaum about 8 feet away. Now, I guess
Wrong.
it was a different guy that did that, but they're
Wrong.
shoving him around like a rag doll. Nobody feels threatened by Joseph Rosenbaum. He's not reaching for anybody's gun. He's a mouthy
Not
little
now.
guy. He's a little dog that barks.
Not now with a crowd of people with guns. No.
And you know what he's going to do now? He's going to tell him, hey, I need to go grab my bag. I don't have my bag. So they let him on through. There he is about to reach down and grab his bag off the ground. That's Joseph Rosenbaum. You've heard testimony that he tells people, shoot me, asking them to shoot him. I'm curious how that's a threat to anyone else. He's triggered, as we saw in that video, by people pointing guns at other people, which is reasonable. Most people would feel that same way. And then we get to the crux of the defense, this threat that he supposedly made to the defendant. The defense would love to be able to play you a video of this threat. They would love for you to see it and hear it yourself. This is a night in which there are
So if it's not on video, it didn't happen. I mean, we say that as a joke.
Regular folks who are recording with their cell phones and with other cameras all night long. We have shown you video of almost every minute of the defendant's night from multiple different angles. And yet you have not been shown a single video with this threat. Nowhere. It's not out there. Ryan Balch testified, and we have his transcript. We have his testimony, and what he says is there was an incident in which Dustin Collette had put out a dumpster fire and said something to the effect of, fuck around and find out. And Balch steps in, and he has an exchange with the protesters, and he turns around, and Rosenbaum is right there in front of my face yelling and screaming. And I tell him to back up. And he goes, you know what? If I catch any of you guys, blah, blah, blah. So that's the timing, according to Ryan Balch. Right after that dumpster fire. Kriston Harris from the Rundown Live was there, physically, standing right next to Ryan Balch. Not only was he there during the dumpster fire, but he stays with Ryan Balch and or the defendant for the next 6 or 7 minutes, recording everything. And I've played this video for you. It is Exhibit 18. And I played for you a period of time from 1 hour and 22 minutes to 1 hour and 28 minutes. And I asked Kriston Harris, I call him to the stand, and I said, I'm going to ask you 2 questions. Number 1, do you independently remember seeing Joseph Rosenbaum, hearing this threat? And he said, no. And then I said, okay, well, maybe you missed it because, you know, there's a lot going on. So will you rewatch your video for me and tell me, is it in there? And he said, no. This video captures that entire period of time with Ryan Balch and the defendant right there, and there's no threat. There's no Rosenbaum. It didn't happen. The defense desperately wants this because they've got to give you a reason why it's okay to kill Joseph Rosenbaum. And this threat is critical to their case. But it's not there. In exhibit number 3, and I'll play it for you here as I'm talking. Joseph Rosenbaum isn't even visible. Now, I submit to you
Did he become invisible?
I'm sorry, this is exhibit 18. Even if there was a threat made, it's still not enough because Joseph Rosenbaum's unarmed.
So in one moment, that's a perfectly reasonable thing to make a threat. And in the prior moment, it wasn't because nobody saw it.
It's not on video. It's not there.
So proof is only on video.
The rundown live
Witness
video.
testimony doesn't matter.
And I'm going to go to that mark.
Kristan T. Harris here at the Rundown Live, and I'm here with a bunch of... Kristan T. Harris here at the Rundown Live. If you are live, share this in all your groups, your forums, set, watch, and protect. It's just like the year, man.
So here's the dumpster fire.
It would be just a fucking cent. I could use a doobie right now.
Joseph Rosenbaum is not in this video. Here's Dustin Collette about to put the fire out.
Hey. Reel in. Don't cause problems when there's none here. Yeah, that's true. Just stay on your property. I have to agree with her.
There's Ryan Balch standing right next to Gage Grosskreutz. Joseph Rosenbaum isn't here. And the defendant and his group are being told an important message. As long as you stay on your property, but don't go out there and cause trouble.
Yeah, and what they say matters. You need to do what they say. Yeah, protect your property, not the street.
I have to agree with her.
We need to burn dumpsters.
They're just protecting their property. One of the guy's an asshole. I thought they were yelling at them. I was like, why? No. One of the guys losing his patience. He should go inside. Yeah, if you guys can switch them out.
He's talking to Ryan Balch right now.
He's got a lot of rage. He said the wrong thing. That's so proper in his guy's life. Protect your property. They're respecting that. Just keep it there.
This is where Ryan Balch goes and talks to a protester.
He's just trying to protect the property. He doesn't want anything. He said he has no problem with you guys. He just want to burn down his shit. I can't blame him. I understand. Hey, you're telling us to be in the street. You gotta stay on your property. That's why you got problems already with people. No one bothering your property. Don't look for trouble or anything. A medic? I know you are, but like, they got their own medics, and if somebody's supposed to probably take care of them. I know you're just trying to make peace. I get that, but they don't look at it that way. They look at you guys as it's a different. It's as much as you guys are afraid of drugs before they march down here. I know, but like when the conversations are having. Thanks, guys. Back away from the business. Back away from the business.
The rest of the video is the crowd being warded off by gas launched by the police. They
And if the
launched
police
tear
did a
gas,
better
which affects
job,
the defendant, it
none of
affects
this would be
Ryan
going
Balch,
on.
it affects Kriston Harris. And that group all runs alongside the 59th Street car source, away from the street, away from any protesters. At no point in that video do you hear any threat that Joseph Rosenbaum makes. It's not there. Trust me. If the defense had it, they'd play it for you. Now, they want you to believe that that threat is made, and they also want you to believe that it was something that the defendant took into account when he decided to kill Joseph Rosenbaum. One of the questions that occurs to me is, how would the defendant even know who that guy is? Because earlier in the night, Joseph Rosenbaum is wearing a red shirt and a blue bandana. But by the time he's killed, he's got no shirt on. He's got no blue bandana. This is someone the defendant has never even met before. He's one of hundreds of people in the crowd. And yet we're expected to believe that in a split second, the defendant remembers this guy? I don't believe so.
Wow.
So then that video that I just showed you leaves off at about 11:35 p.m. The police have moved the protesters south of 60th Street. They've tear gassed the crowd, and there's no protesters left. 59th Street is no longer in any danger. It wasn't much danger to begin with. There wasn't anything left there to protect. But by this point, there's no more danger. As law enforcement comes through, you've heard this video where they tell the defendant and his group, "We appreciate you," and hand him out bottles of water. As long as you stay on that private property, yeah. No one is saying you don't have the right to stay on private property and protect private property. What people are saying, what the crowd is saying is stay there. Don't go out looking for trouble.
Yeah, we're the trouble. You can't be the trouble
The defendant
also.
hears this message from the police and takes it the wrong way. He thinks, oh, well, now I'm junior policeman. I can go run around stopping crime.
I've always thought that after I got a bottle
But
of
I
water.
asked him and I asked some other witnesses, if the police are there on the scene and the protesters are gone, go home. Why are you still here?
Obviously, definition of protesters gone means something different to him.
And interestingly enough, you know, one of the questions I've always had in the back of my mind is, what's the end game here? When is this crew going to be done and decide that it's time to leave? Well, right after the defendant kills Joseph Rosenbaum, kills Anthony Huber, and comes back, they all flee like rats off a sinking ship.
So are you saying to disperse a crowd, you need to kill 3 people?
59th Street.
2 people.
There's no protesters. There's no action. So the defendant decides about 11:35 p.m. to cross the police line and go looking for trouble. He knows at this point he's entering a hostile crowd. He's seen this crowd. He knows what they're like. That's why he has to yell friendly to them.
So they have the right to attack him.
And he knows he's got to have Ryan Balch with him, some sort of buddy to protect him. And he's immediately confronted by that man with the yellow pants who says, "You just pointed your gun at me." And the defendant says, "Yeah, I did." He admits that.
Sarcastically.
Now, what's interesting to me is they want you to believe this never happened. They want you to believe this guy in the yellow pants made it up or is lying. But he's just standing there by the side of the road, minding.
Where's Yellow Pants guy to testify?
Happens to walk up to him. Do you think he just sat there and thought, "Oh, I'm going to make up a lie about this guy on the spur of the moment," or did it really happen? And is it consistent with everything else you've seen about the defendant? Does he sound like
I've heard people in crowds yell stuff like that
at someone for standing on a car? Does he strike you as the kind of guy that would threaten deadly force to protect property? Because that's what happened. The man in the yellow pants says it happened. The defendant agrees. And then he comes into the trial and says, "Oh, I was being sarcastic," like he's a little 17-year-old and he wants to get out of it.
Wow.
Shortly after that, the defendant loses track of his protector, Ryan Balch. So now he's in a position where he knows that he's surrounded by people that consider him a threat. He knows that he's not supposed to go anywhere without Ryan Balch. He knows he's supposed to go back to 59th Street. And he does. He tries.
Who says?
He walks up to the police line. He says, "I work there. That's my business," which isn't true, but whatever. And they won't let him through. Now, Ryan Balch makes it on through shortly thereafter. But the defendant gives up. He could go one block in either direction and make it back easily if he wants to, but he stops and decides, you know what, I'm going to stay here and maybe see what's going to happen.
So you're saying if the
So then he
cops
talks
let
to
him
these
go
people with
back to
fire
where he was
extinguishers,
going,
and
nothing
he's
would have
going to go down
happened?
to 63rd Street, and he asks one of them to come along, and they say no. Now, at this point, doesn't have Ryan Balch. He knows he's supposed to go back. He knows he's supposed to have a buddy, and yet he decides to go it alone. He decides to run down to 63rd Street or walk down to 63rd Street. Doesn't even know if that other group is still there. Doesn't even know if he's really needed, but he can't wait to take this opportunity to go down and confront people because he thinks he's some sort of cop, some sort of law enforcement agent, some sort of junior cadet who's out there with the responsibility to fight crime. Nobody asked him to do that. Nobody gave him the right. Nobody deputized him. Ryan Balch says, the police told me the crowds, we're going to push them down by you. You're going to deal with them. The Bearcats hand out water and tell him he's appreciated. As he's crossing the police line, they warn him about people throwing rocks. What is the message the defendant takes from all of this? The wrong message. Oh, well, now I've got the power. I've got the gun. I'm going to go confront these bad guys. I'm going to stick my nose in things.
No, I'm sure that kid
So
never
what does he
thought
do
that.
when he gets down to 63rd Street? The first thing he does, we showed it to you at the very beginning, that drone video, grabs that gun and points it at someone to protect property. Points it at the Zeminskis. Because why? Because they're what? About to
There's no
mess
video
with
of it.
some sort of fire? They're not threatening anyone's lives. He doesn't need to protect anyone. He doesn't need to protect himself. He's pointing a gun because he thinks he needs to protect property. He says he wants to put out a fire, but the first thing he does is drop the fire extinguisher on the ground. His AR-15 isn't going to put out a fire. So why is he really there? And we all agree you can't use or threaten deadly force to protect someone else's property. You are here to decide whether or not his actions are legally justified, not to buy pathetic excuses that might be given to you. As a teacher, when a student says to you, the dog ate my homework, that's an excuse. It doesn't get you out of the homework assignment. If you panic in a situation that is not reasonable, that is an excuse. It is not a legal justification. If you're 17, if you don't have training or experience, if you put yourself in a situation where you're in over your head, if you're scared, those are excuses. Those are not legal justifications to kill. They do not erase your personal responsibility for your own actions. The court has read to you the instructions in this case. They lay out the law that you should apply. That reading took a long time, and I understand there was a lot to digest. And one of the things that you will have the opportunity to do when you go back and deliberate is read through those instructions yourselves. Because I get that listening to them doesn't always make it clear. But I encourage you to focus on some things when you consider the defendant's behavior in this case. You are told that criminally reckless conduct is conduct that threatens other people's lives and poses an unreasonable and substantial risk to other people. There is no dispute the defendant's activities here threatened other people's lives. He took 2 lives. You know, this is not like a normal murder case. A lot of murder cases we're in here trying to convince a jury that the defendant killed somebody. That's not in dispute here. That's the easy part. The question is, does he get a pass? Do we think that's okay? Do we think what he did was right? That's the question you have to answer. And when you consider whether his conduct was criminally reckless, consider, did it pose an unreasonable and substantial threat to the safety of others? Count 4 charges him with first-degree intentional homicide of Anthony Huber. There is no doubt that the defendant intended to kill Anthony Huber or committed conduct that he knew was practically certain to kill Anthony Huber. That gun was pointed at Anthony Huber's lower left rib cage, and the defendant deliberately pulled the trigger. That was no accident. And when you do that with an AR-15 against someone's body, it is practically certain to kill. We all know this case comes down to self-defense. But there's a high bar for using deadly force in a self-defense situation. The law says that the defendant may intentionally use force which is intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm only if the defendant reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. So did Joseph Rosenbaum pose an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to the defendant? No way.
No, of course not.
Did Anthony Huber pose an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to the defendant? Absolutely not.
Wow.
Did Jump Kick Man or Gage Grosskreutz? No. None of these people posed an imminent threat to
Wow.
the defendant's life or to cause great bodily harm. The standard when you make this decision is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the defendant's position under the circumstances that existed at the time of the alleged offense. The reasonableness of the defendant's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of the defendant at the time of the defendant's acts and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. So put yourself in the defendant's position. Would you have done the same thing?
Yes.
Would a reasonable
In a
person have done the
heartbeat.
same thing?
In a
Would you
freaking
have
heartbeat.
engaged in the reckless conduct that led to this course of events? Would you have gone out after curfew with an AR-15 looking for trouble? Would you have aimed at other people? Would you have tried to use the gun to protect an empty car lot? No reasonable person would have done these things. The court has also instructed you on provocation. You cannot hide behind self-defense if you provoked the incident. If you created the danger, you forfeit the right to self-defense. By bringing that gun, aiming it at people, threatening people's lives, the defendant provoked everything. And if he does that, he has to exhaust all reasonable means to avoid a confrontation. All reasonable means. So if Joseph Rosenbaum's running at him, Joseph Rosenbaum is no threat to his life. And not only is the defendant expected to run, he's expected to yell, push, shove that rag doll around, run back for help, call 911, call for help, do all sorts of other things besides just turn and fire 4 shots as Joseph Rosenbaum falls helpless to the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt in this case that the defendant committed these crimes. He committed a first-degree reckless homicide against Joseph Rosenbaum. He put Richie McGinnis's life in jeopardy. He put Jump Kick Man's life in jeopardy. He intended to kill Anthony Huber, and he attempted to kill Gage Grosskreutz. All of those elements.
And Jump Kick Man felt so bad that he went down to the police station and filed charges.
That his actions were legally justified. And I submit to you that no reasonable person would have done what the defendant did.
If I was in the jury, I'd be like tough to keep back the laughter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's take a break and
bravo on the performance.
And please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any kind of trial.
The Academy will be voting. Superhero Jump Kick Man! Yes! Uh-oh. Wow. Well, yeah, I don't have the soundboard to hit all the special effects. Wow.
If I'd have given it a big command, you know. About 2:25 on that clock.
I clocked the closing hour 45 minutes. Is that what you have?
You know, you could have gotten away with murder because I wasn't timing it. After having, you were, how long did you talk?
They talked 2 hours and 8 minutes.
What?
2
I
hours.
can give the exact starting times.
Not a
What's
good
that?
phraseology.
Well, why don't we call one of the networks and they can tell us because
Detective Howard was lying.
what?
Detective Howard was lying. That's what's like.
So, well, let's get everybody under oath and work it out, and if necessary, we'll have a hearing on it. That's all that came through.
Alrighty, guys, I am going to take a brief refreshment break, and I will be back. Dead air is broadcasting foul. Damn right it is. Do I need to play music, or you want to hear me sing? No Emmy for you. Didn't they give Andrew Cuomo, an Emmy or something like that? Defense was on for 2 hours. 2 hours too long. My wife has told me I'm not allowed to sing or dance. And they haven't heard me play an instrument. They would forbid me from that also. Oh, hell no. I could moonwalk. Wasn't it Governor Northam that said he won a Michael Jackson contest moonwalking and was going to offer to demonstrate, and his wife shot him down with laser beams from her eyes? Unfortunately, I do get berated by my family. They make fun of me because I can't sing, dance, or play an instrument. I can only do very useful things like plumbing, electrical, fixing cars, defending their lives. I agree with Zach Carr. The defense better be bringing some freaking heat, man. Just saying, oh, you think I should sing like a Phil Collins song is what you're saying? Bust out the windmill. Yeah, not happening. So what do you guys think? I mean, a lot of you guys been hanging in here, and I appreciate it. They didn't cut our feed. We're limited monetization. Really useless stuff. Good point, man. Are you talking about the prosecution or singing, dancing, and playing instruments? crashing planes. Now, there are very few experts in that field. And Lord help us if there's ever a broadcast I'm on where that's not brought up. Yeah, I have no idea why they cut the feed earlier. As far as I know, we're streaming PBS. Dark, why don't you jump on, man? Let's see. So, congratulations to DLD After Dark. He hit 2,000 subs, and I'm on my way past 3,000, not quite to 4,000. But I want to have 4,000 subs, so I'm double dark. I just like saying that. Put money down that when it comes to the end, all the feuds will be cut. I bet. I'm sure they're labeling us. Let's see. Why don't you tell me what to do? And Swampy, so if you guys are watching, please subscribe to Swamp Dog Armory. He's part of the Black Swan Media family, and he is at 186 subs. So if we can tip him over to 200 subs. So if you just look up YouTube, go to YouTube, look up Swamp Dog Armory. Dark, you know what to do. Do the thing. You know the thing. Yeah. If you go around to the, so we're broadcasting on YouTube to both of John's channels. So that's 2 channels. My channel, Dark's channel, and Swamp Dog's channel. And I think there's 2 Facebooks. One is Crump's, and the other one might be a Crump channel, Facebook also. So yeah, if you do, please find this broadcast. If you just look up Swamp Dog Armory on YouTube and give him a sub, share the love. There's 58 of you here. I don't know if you're all subbed to Swamp Dog, but please either open a new tab, look up Swamp Dog, and get his subs up. All right, Chris Armin and Axes is begging me to let him in. I don't know. Can we have a quorum vote of the Black Swan Media people here? Is that approved? So I would need approval from Dark and Swamp Dog. I'll remain neutral. Actually, I'll entertain it because I know Chris personally, and I've seen Chris on other broadcasts, so I know he's set up to do it. All right, Ron Wayne just subbed Swamp Dog. Thank you. All right, Swampy says it's good. We're waiting for Dark. You're in by 1. Uh-oh. Guns and Barbecues giving a thumbs down. And let's see. So, Chris, you want me to email you the link? Oh, the pain. Let's say always, yes. And what would the link be? No, I know I had it in a chat. earlier. So let me go here, click this, click something else. Click on it, copy text, click back, click something else, not that email, this email. Over here, click paste, type in a subject, click send. The link is on its way, Chris. So is MSLSD profiting from commercial break, or what do they do? And got a question for you out there. Whoop, here it is. And I'd have to find my affiliate link. Don't buy one of these unless you get my affiliate link. And this is totally cool. I gotta find my affiliate link. If I was an affiliate link, where would I be? And let's see. I don't see Armin Axe's. Do I see a guest here? And I'm missing? No. Let's see. Oh, the Rittenhouse stream was interrupted due to a copyright match. Yeah, good luck with that. Under the affiliate section. Mantis. Okay, I'm pulling up my affiliate link for Mantis. Dun dun dun. Log in. I'm here to spread the love. Logging into Mantis. Marketing materials. I'm going to go to email links. Oh, there was the affiliate link. Damn. Darn. If I didn't click so fast. All products. Let me go back. Prosecution team got help from Alec Baldwin. All right, so let's see. This is what I want to. So guys, it helps me out if you buy one of these. It's $250. You're going to significantly improve your training by using this. And the other cool thing is, when you think about spending money on ammo, you once you fire the ammo, it's gone. This is with you forever. USB rechargeable. Anybody in your family can use it. You can use it from home safely. So $250, which is less than what I would consider during non-gun crazy times, a month's worth of going to the range. You can practice this every stinking day on multiple firearms. Definitely consider getting it. Clicking on the link gives me a little bit of payola from Mantis. This puppy is like $250. Absolutely worth it. 100% absolutely worth it. And seriously, I wouldn't pimp you crap I don't own and don't think is a good thing. So I'm not sure what Armitage is telling me. All right, so I sent the link to join. Let's see if I missed any emails. Oh, okay. So, does everybody know what the Mantis X is? I got an unboxing video. I got to do a video with this. What it is an accelerometer, and you can mount it on like the pick rail under the barrel. I actually 3D printed for the SIG P365. So this is the Mantis unit itself. Do I go full screen? Should I just go? Let's see. If I click this as full screen, who's full screen? Not John. I want to stream. So this here is the Mantis unit. Whoop. And it's an accelerometer. It's got a USB charging port. So you don't have to buy batteries. You just plug it into a USB port. It fits on the bottom of a pick rail, and it's an accelerometer. So as you're moving, it knows when the trigger breaks. So it'll track your movement. Basically, it does a freeze frame and saves several, like, I don't know if it's a second before and a second after the trigger break. So you can see the motion of the firearm. It actually has video, images, and text to tell you what you're doing wrong. Like if you're tightening your grip as you're pulling the trigger, you tighten the grip and you pull a certain way. You can use it while you're dry firing. And when I dry fire, I drop a laser round in. You can actually, there's a setting you can say, hey, let's do it while live firing. And it can tell you what you're doing right and wrong live firing, which is stink cool. Yeah, so John Voorhees says, it helps you with the training so you don't have to shoot a lot of ammo. You can do it while dry firing at home or live firing at the range. It fits on a bunch of different pews. I'm thoroughly impressed. All right, so here's the good thing. Is my wife watching? Terry, are you out there? Because I just want to say I love you very much. I love my wife. She's so hot and sexy and beautiful. All right, now that I got that out of the way. And she is. But here's the good thing about it. I'm not telling her what she did wrong. You hook this up to your phone, so it Bluetooth connects to your phone or tablet or whatever. Oh, Dark is backstage. Hey, buddy, let me let you in. Sorry, I got the Mantis box in the way. Add to stream. Uh-oh. What'd I do? I clicked add to stream. Serious, man? All right, you're in. Let me drop.
Would you resolve the issue about the length of Mr. Binger's presentation?
Judge,
What do we got?
I think we agree. I did just get asked Mr. Attorney Richards for the timestamps. I think we agree for the most part on the second portion of the argument. It would have been from around an hour and 13 minutes. Detective Howard and I both timed the first part and we have it, well, Attorney Richards has it as 37 minutes. I have it as 32. So I don't think it's 2 hour, even with his timestamps, it's not 2 hours and 8 minutes.
Well, look, I actually wouldn't have strictly enforced it. I was going to make my usual statement, but I won't because someone will accuse me of being biased against my own religion. But I usually have been quite permissive about this. I set very strict rules, and then I'm somewhat indulgent. So I probably won't call anybody about it. But so you can both talk for 8 hours. Okay, yeah, we got it.
Crumpy! Oh, look, now Chris is here. Hey, Chris.
been here for a minute, just watching, and they come back. I was wanted to chat with you about what had just happened, but hey, they're back. I'm shutting up. Been saying it all along. Dog and pony show. It just the defense. Rich, you're commentating. I'm going, yep, really, yep, really, what, yep. They're grasping at straws. I'm hoping the defense shreds them. I'm going to shut up.
We need to have the Flying Rich drinking game. If you agree with me, take a drink.
Okay. Oh, never mind. Yeah. DLD is here. How's he doing?
Dark, you're muted if you want. Oh, now he's not.
Mr. Armament and Axes. How's it going, man? I think if you can, you can see my name.
What happened?
Nothing. I think they're just bringing the jury back. They're all standing. So
why was the jury not there?
Lunch
break.
Oh,
lunch. Yeah, I see your name. It says is pissed. Yeah, me too, buddy.
Dude. This is ridiculous, man. This is
Please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good afternoon. Showing you a snippet, State's Exhibit 18, which Mr. Binger just spent 3 or 4 minutes showing that Mr. Rosenbaum wasn't around. My client couldn't know that he wraps his head in orange. Chain, bag, orange. Ladies and gentlemen, we had this video almost as long as they've had this video. But Mr. Binger will use this video to lie to your faces and tell you that Kyle Rittenhouse was taking advantage of the situation.
I object, Your Honor.
It's in the picture.
It's argument.
Ladies and gentlemen, this case is not a game. It is my client's life. We don't play fast and loose with the facts, pretending that Mr. Rosenbaum was Citizen A #1 guy. He was a bad man. He was there. He was causing trouble. He was a rioter. And my client had to deal with him that night alone. When I say that the truth matters and this is not a game, what do I mean by that? Mr. Binger is the one who put on the Kandiri brothers. The reason he put them on, in spite of what he might say today, is because he wanted you, now 18, soon to be 12 people, to say, gosh, that kid just went to that place and just protected it. He wasn't asked. He was asked. Mr. Kandiri's asked Nick. Nick got a group of people to go down there. The people from West Bend came. Provocation, another thing. Think back on November 2nd when this case started. Did you hear one word out of Mr. Binger's mouth about provocation? You didn't, because it was never said. But when his case explodes in his face, now he comes out with provocation.
Like a hollow point.
Ooh. That was opening. And most importantly,
they do explode.
Quoting from Mr. Binger's first paragraph of his opening statement on November 2nd, 2021. This occurred after the defendant chased down Mr. Rosenbaum and confronted him while yielding an AR-14. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the videos. Mr. Rosenbaum sees, and I'll show you the video in my closing argument. You'll see Mr. Rosenbaum take off when he sees my client coming along with the Zeminskis to set up the ambush of my client. Provocation? I don't think so. The things that I just pointed out to you, why is that a problem? Because 1, he's lying. 2, he's misrepresenting. Or he wasn't prepared when he started this trial, and his closing argument has been a change to try and fit what has come out.
AR-14 must
Remember
have been
how
talking
when
about
he
Joe Biden.
was talking, there's no proof that the Rosenbaum and Zeminski knew each other. Maybe they didn't know each other that night, but they were together throughout the night. You see them together in pictures wreaking havoc in this city. And now we have the magic pixel camera that brings forth his provocation. I'm going to go through the charges and we'll talk about each one of them. Then I'll go through the witnesses and hopefully I'll bring it home in an honest and forthright fashion.
I hope I hope he goes after what they presented and shreds it. You know what I mean? That's what I want to see.
Count 1, reckless homicide. My client shot Joseph Rosenbaum. Ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake, there was nothing reckless about my client's conduct that day in regards to Mr. Rosenbaum. Mr. Rosenbaum was coming at him. My client ran from him, retreated, which is not needed, continues to run. The plastic bag is thrown, the metallic plastic bag. Kyle doesn't know what it is at that time. It causes him to turn and look over his shoulder, pointing the gun in that direction. Mr. Rosenbaum, is he dissuaded by that? No, he is not. He continues running and advancing on my client. That whole time,
Little man syndrome.
about Mr. Zeminski firing the shot. Mr. Zeminski having his gun up. Think of the circumstances as they existed at 11:50 on August 20th. Excuse me, August 25th.
Probably sometime tomorrow.
2020. He runs through that parking lot. He continues running on. He turns as he comes into that box canyon with the cars, the van, and I believe it's a Pepsi machine. And he turns because he has no place else to go. I'll show you the Zanin video later on. What's important about the Zanin video, you see that mob of people destroying the cars at Car Source 3, which Mr. Binger doesn't want my client to go and try to protect, even though he was asked by those individuals to protect that property. Nick Smith called him, hey, they're bashing up the cars and starting fires. Go down there. He goes down there. He has as much right to go there as anybody else in the city of Kenosha and be unmolested,
In fact, more so,
by the likes of Joseph Rosenbaum, Kelly, and Joshua Zeminski.
I'm just going to say this
Mr.
real
Binger
quick that
says,
I thought,
we'll get the
should he
Zeminskis
been there?
later.
Probably
Well,
not. Did he
ladies and
have every
gentlemen,
right to be there? Yes,
last
he
time I
did.
checked, this is still United States of America, and he has the burden of proof. If he wants you guys to believe that my client pointed a gun at him, call the Zeminskis, put him on the witness stand, ask him questions, and let me or Mr. Sharafasi cross-examine him. That's how we do things in a court of law, but not in Mr. Binger's court. He says, I'm blaming the victim. As a defense lawyer, I might get accused of that more than some other people. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rosenbaum was shot because he was chasing my client and going to kill him, take his gun, and carry out the threats he made. And Mr. Binger wants to make a big hullabaloo about the shot in the back. Remember his opening statement? He shot him in the back. And that's why I'm sitting here in front of the jury like this. Did he shoot him here? Did he shoot him there? Because of the way the bullet went in and where the bullet ended up in the hip, you know full well that the individual, and I asked the doctor, is on a horizontal plane. What is that horizontal plane consistent of? Somebody leaping, lunging at my client. And we know how close Mr. Rosenbaum was to my client. The furthest he could have been.
Didn't somebody say he had GSR in his hand,
4 feet with the
grabbing the
sniper.
gun?
We know that his
Reach for the
hand
gun.
was
Yeah,
on
Autopsy,
the
GSR on his hand.
Mr. Binger wants you to believe that
Yeah.
that was just happenstance and accident. Come on, people. Physical evidence does not lie. Use your common sense and good judgment. He talks about Mr. Rosenbaum just somehow ending up down at the riots. Remember that? Mr. Rosenbaum, according to the testimony, walked from the bus center 4 miles out to Ms. Swartz's house, and then he couldn't stay there for some reason, and 4 miles all the way back. That's not just ending up. That's going someplace with a purpose, and throughout the night, you saw his purpose. And there was more than one piece of testimony about Mr. Rosenbaum, whether it was a hospital or whether or not it was a jail. Remember that? And there was testimony regarding his medication. Ms. Swartz said we couldn't get medication because the Walgreens were all boarded up. She said, the hospital said, they gave him his medication. So whatever facility gave him his medication. Mr. Binger, the man with the burden of proof, why didn't he bring in a hospital or a jail to prove that Mr. Rosenbaum was properly medicated? He'd been off his medications, according to Ms. Swart, for 7 to 10 days. We know that he was acting like somebody who wasn't on their proper medication. He was not acting normal. Next.
Was he acting like a pedophile little man? Never mind.
Richard McGinnis. Reckless. And here, Mr. McGinnis, I'd like to talk about, because the self-defense does not go to Mr. McGinnis, but if Kyle was privileged in exercising self-defense against Mr. Rosenbaum, it carries over to the endangering count of Mr. McGinnis. And Mr. McGinnis, specifically, if the defendant, and I'm reading directly from an instruction, page 9, second full paragraph, which you will be given, if the defendant was acting lawfully in self-defense, his conduct did not create an unreasonable risk to another. That is Mr. McGinnis. Ladies and gentlemen, when my client shot Joseph Rosenbaum, he feared for his life. He feared because of the prior threats, the prior statements, and the violent acts that had been witnessed by my client. Mr. McGinnis, as a witness, I think he helped us more than he hurt us. He talked about, and this was on cross for Mr. Binger, how do you know what Mr. Rosenbaum was thinking? He goes, I don't, but I know he yelled, fuck you, and then lunged at Kyle Rittenhouse. Why is he yelling the F you?
He's a pedophile and he wants to.
1, to intimidate, or 2, he got into a situation over his head.
He probably thought that Kyle Rittenhouse was a little girl.
Before chasing him, you won't do shit, MFer, to my client. Well, he was wrong.
Deadly wrong.
He states Kyle did not know that he was there, meaning Richard McGinnis. He's a citizen journalist who was running along with his hand and his phone and his hand up in the air to get a story. My client is not responsible for endangering him when he runs into danger. Plus, the instruction says that if he was privileged as to Rosenbaum, he's privileged as to count 2, Mr. McGinnis. Count 3, jump kick man. The uncomplaining, unidentified witness.
I know, right? Jump kick man. Nobody knows his name.
There'll be some video later on when I'm going through some of that.
Yeah, like
you'll see.
With all that
and I ask you to pay attention.
And the DLD,
the
DLD, and FBI.
Jump kick man.
Doesn't hit.
Watch
the video. It'll be in slow motion.
Is nobody commenting on like
watch where his foot goes?
FBI.
Watch what happens to Kyle's head. The force of him kicking him in the face spins his body 180 degrees around. And then it's on.
Yeah, come on,
Huber coming in
really?
from behind.
Look, if I was
Hit him
Kyle,
in the neck
I'd
with
have
the
shot
skate.
more people. Okay, I'm sorry. Kyle had restraint.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Jump Kick Man's going to be my
what you
superhero name.
see throughout event number 2, and this is the beginning of it, is individuals working in a mob. They don't know what happened at Car Source 3, event number 1. But somebody said, hey, he shot somebody. Doesn't know that he was being chased by a crazy person.
Kill him!
But they're going to get their licks in on Kyle Rittenhouse, or as they
What do you
perceive
think
him,
Gage would have
This
done?
is
somebody
closing
from the other
arguments.
side
They
who's
don't get a
been putting
chance
out
to
their
rebuttal.
fires,
This is it.
causing problems for their
No, there is.
for them,
No, there's half
stopping
an hour.
them
The half an hour.
from wreaking havoc.
Oh, so
in
they can't
Kenosha,
rebuttal the closing
like they
arguments?
did
Can we
the night
rebuttal
before.
theirs?
Yes.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Oh my
Just
God.
one
30
short-
minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the standard is likely to
What do you
cause
think
death
Gage would
or
have
great
done
bodily
if
harm.
Kyle
Great
grabbed
bodily
his pistol?
harm is defined as likely to cause serious bodily injury. A kick to the head is likely to cause a serious injury. Did my client suffer a debilitating injury as a result of that? No, but that's not the standard.
You kick me in the head, I'm pulling my
Mr.
pistol.
Huber.
Okay, is that just?
He's a
Yeah,
rioter.
I'm too old to get up and fight.
Pushing a dumpster
Oh, the
lit on
pistol's
fire,
not deadly.
going to the barricades to pick up pepper
Oh,
balls,
yeah,
throw
no,
them back,
yeah.
pointing his middle finger
Never
at the
mind.
police.
I'm old. He was
He's
young. Either way,
assisting
you're on the
Rosenbaum
ground.
at the gas
Somebody's
station,
kicking you in the head.
hits Rittenhouse
Come on.
2 times with the
Yeah,
skateboard
kick
and
with a
attempts to
shot
disarm him.
is
You'll see it all
in most
in the
states
slow motion video
is justifiable
later on.
lethal force.
And Kyle
Correct.
Kyle didn't
Rittenhouse
provoke this.
is running
He didn't provoke
away
it.
from Anthony Huber. The state wants to
We have
call
free Kyle pins
my
on
client an active
Black Swan
shooter.
Tactical. For
And the
free
reason they
Kyle.
want to do that is because of the loaded connotations of that word. Everyone has heard of the theater killings, the school shootings, and things like that. Ask yourself, the definition
Dude.
of an active shooter
Oh.
is somebody with a plan to inflict multiple casualties, usually out of anger or animus towards a group. This case,
Seriously, Tony.
what caused
Seriously,
Kyle
come on.
Rittenhouse
The way
shoot somebody?
made me laugh.
Joseph Rosenbaum. He runs after shooting Joseph Rosenbaum for almost 2 blocks before scene number 2. Mr. Binger makes a big thing about Kyle Rittenhouse not staying around Car Source 3 after the shooting. Ladies and gentlemen, if Kyle Rittenhouse had stayed at Car Source 3, all that would have happened is it would have made the police have an easier job because scene 1 and scene 2 would have been put in the same location. My client ran 2 blocks without shooting at anyone, pointing at anyone, doing anything to try and get away. He tells the individuals he's going to the police and he's running in that direction when he stopped. He's hit in the head with a hand with a rock in it, knocking his hat off. Mr. Binger says, oh, he just knocked his hat off. I don't think that individual was trying to steal Mr. Rittenhouse's hat. He was trying to take his head off. Who comes in next? Anthony Huber for the first time. Hits him. Opening statement, Mr. Binger, was he takes a swing at him. Now it's he blocked because we took the videotape and lightened it up. Huber strikes him in the head and arm the first time. Jump kick man comes in, kicks him in the face, spins his body 180 degrees, and Anthony Huber comes in for the second lick to the shoulder neck area, trying to take his head off. And when he does that, his other hand goes grabbing for the gun, his bare hand onto the gun and pulling it away from Kyle Rittenhouse. Mr. Binger wants Kyle to sit there and hope and pray to God his strap works, and Anthony Huber can't get the gun. We don't know that. We'll never know that. as he's running
his
away
strap
from him.
definitely
Shot
worked
as
that
the gun
night.
is being separated from his body.
Yeah,
And you'll
his
see the
strap.
butt
Never
way
mind.
far away when the shot is finally fired.
Funny, Zach.
Even Gage Grosskowitz said he was concerned about the blows that Jump Kick Man and Anthony Huber were inflicting on Kyle's head. That's probably,
Like I said, who is Jump Kick Man? Who is he?
agree with.
He has no name.
Of course he does.
Gage Grosskowitz.
It's Jump Kick Man.
Yeah, but
State must
what's his real
prove
name and who
beyond
is
a
he and why
reasonable
isn't he in
that what
this?
Kyle did under those
If
facts
his name
and
is Jump, his
circumstances
middle name is Kick,
was
and his last name is
unreasonable. He
Man.
was not entitled to
They don't
self-defense.
know,
No.
but
Consider all the
I'll tell you
events that
Oh,
this.
yeah,
occurred
they-
that evening.
Yeah.
Him being attacked,
Peaceful
It will
rioters.
hitting the head with a skateboard,
Future
Mostly
will come
peaceful.
out.
other
What they'll
individuals
do
running
is
up
they'll
on
find
him,
him.
and now Mr.
Yes,
Grosskowitz
mostly.
runs up on
his
him.
name to Jump Kick Man.
And the
for
first
fame.
action of Mr. Grosskowitz, and I'll go through the video later, is really he's running in, the hand is coming up, and the gunshot with Huber goes off. And the natural reaction is the flinch. He covers up. And then he pulls his hands up. And as he's standing with his hands up, look, he's not gripping the gun anymore in a pistol grip. Hands apart, hands up. And as he comes in to finish the job, the hand is on the gun going for Mr. Rittenhouse. And he says it's an involuntary movement. The shot comes before it gets directly to his head, but the motion is coming, the shot, and it continues on with that momentum.
Jump Kick
Enough
Man has to
momentum
be a
go
Fed.
through
Dark.
the bullet and point
Was
directly
Jump Kick Man
at
a Fed
Kyle's
since
head.
you are a
Does
Fed
Kyle
too?
fire again?
Let
No,
me
he
try.
doesn't.
Look him up in the Fed directory.
Actions likely to cause death or great
Yeah, he
bodily
might
harm.
be in there.
And he
Yeah.
is coming in with a loaded Glock. And we asked Mr. Gage Grosskowitz
Oh no, that's Jump
about
Kick
it.
Man. Nope.
He wouldn't even admit that there was one in the chamber. That's why we had to put on the officer to talk about the unfired
One in
shell
the chamber.
casing.
That's
Lukowski
just
talked
normal,
about
isn't
clearing
it?
the weapon and a live round coming out.
No, he's talking
Because
about
Grosskowitz won't say anything that puts him in a bad light. Grosskowitz, the person who has 10 million reasons to lie. And we all know he did lie because he never gave a new interview after giving his statement saying he dropped his gun going down the street. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the charges. Those are
That
a
looks like
synopsis
a
of
lower
the
to
charges.
something
As I stated,
for PLD.
the burden is on the
I'm
state.
looking down.
And they
What
must
is
prove
that a
beyond
Glock?
reasonable
What
doubt
is that?
that my client
Yep.
did not have the right
26.
to
A
self-defense.
Glock. I don't
Kyle, as
own
he
any,
sits
but I know
here,
what they
is
look like.
presumed innocent of all charges.
I work on
If there
guns,
is
by
any
the way.
reasonable hypothesis
Oh, nice.
to reconcile with Kyle's
Ooh,
innocence,
smooth, baby.
that is what you are to choose. Remember, when looking at the burden of proof, they have it. Think about some of the things.
Don't do it. Don't do
investigation,
it. You'll get us shut down.
The rush
Don't
to
do it.
judgment
Nope,
from
nope.
the Kenosha
Yep,
District
can't do
Attorney's
it.
Office. The Zeminskis not being called as
Hey,
witnesses.
Junior Crumpy.
They have the burden of proof. We don't. They want it to be that Kyle was out there doing something improper. Kyle was a 17-year-old kid out there trying to help this community. He was asked to provide help in protecting property at the car sources. It started and he did it. He did provide aid and he was asking if anybody needed aid. Whether somebody chooses to accept that aid, that's on them. But Mr. Binger wants to poo-poo his sincere belief that he's helping people because he borrowed bandages from Dominic Black, and I think he might have borrowed something from Lukowski also. But in the picture, when the Kindiri
Pomeranian, yes.
people are
If
going to protect his property,
if
there's
you
Kyle's
send
big
a
orange gator
PayPal
box.
donation
He's
to
got his pack on,
Darkest
filled
Mavis.
with things, and he's
It'll
willing
go
to do that.
at gmail.com. I'll make sure it goes right to Jeff.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kyle was not an
Yeah,
active
true to that,
shooter.
Tony.
That is a buzzword that the state
Okay,
wants to
Wonder what the
latch
jurors are going
because
to
it
get after this.
excuses the actions of that mob on the 25th of 2020. Whenever Kyle was there, he reacted to people attacking him. There's numerous times, and you'll see him on the video, he does not shoot. He runs 2 blocks from 63rd to 61st scene 2 without firing his weapon. Individual hits him in the back of the head. He does not turn around to address that threat. Huber takes a swing at him with the skateboard like that. Kyle blocks, and the skateboard's knocked out of his hand. He doesn't turn around and shoot him. He keeps running and falls from the 2 hits. He's run that far, and yet somehow he just fell over on his own. As soon as he's on the ground, they're there attacking him. And you see the people. The law of self-defense, you've seen it, you've heard it. Now I'm going to go through the witnesses. Oh. Dominic Black, first witness, charged by Mr. Binger for providing the gun to my client. 2 counts, looking at up to 6 years in prison. His case has been adjourned so that he can help the state. I don't think he helped the state that much. I think he was a pretty truthful witness, all in all. He told them about Kyle there to help people, that they had permission from the Kinderies, that he saw Kyle help the woman with the foot, help the person with the hand. Mr. Binger wants to just say, oh, that doesn't matter. If it wasn't Kyle, it would have been somebody else. The point is, he was there and he did it. There was no pointing by Kyle of any laser sight. There was no ability for Kyle or him to point laser sights at anyone because their guns didn't have the type of optics that did that.
Well, his only job
He
is
said
just
Kyle
to sit there.
was there to help. The only person helping
Seriously,
was
that's the
Kyle.
job.
Yeah.
And he can say what he wants about whether or not he let Kyle take the gun or not take the gun.
Gatorade, good choice.
He never told him not to. He went to the location with him. They bought straps at Jelensky's together.
It's what plants crave.
He's trying to cover his butt a little bit. The guns were there, and they took them. They took the guns, as he said, to deter people attacking them. He saw Kyle at the end, sweating. He was in shock.
Sorry.
And said that he shot someone. He had to do it. That is Dominic Black. Corey Washington saw the rioters breaking up concrete at the church parking lot, described Rosenbaum as erratic, stated the crowd was suspicious. I don't know what that means. One of the things that I thought was strange was they were the night before they were burning garbage trucks, but they only burnt the old ones. I think that tells you something about his point of view, that there's a certain amount of property damage that is justified and okay. Kenosha was using those garbage trucks that the rioters lit on fire. And nothing regarding property destruction was going to do anything to help Jacob Blake. We also learned that Kyle Rittenhouse smokes cigarettes and that he has an affinity for the Dinosaur Museum. Detective Howard, ladies and gentlemen, Detective Howard's testimony and Detective Antaramian's testimony is the stuff of what reasonable doubt is made of. 2 detectives, both lead officers on this case. They've sat through every minute of this trial, and their opinions of the actions of Mr. Rosenbaum from testimony, videos, couldn't be more diametrically opposed. Detective Howard on cross-examination knew that the guy was hiding in the car and jumped out from behind the car and began chasing Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh boy, that's not good for the state's case. So there's the old chit chat between Mr. Howard and Mr. Antaramian and the prosecutors after. And all of a sudden we've come up with the new theory. And you heard the new theory that he raised the gun and that's what's on the video. Could I have the firearm, please?
Oh, snap. How much you guys want to bet that he doesn't flag everyone like homeboy over there from Lord of the Rings?
like Justin Hammer did. Justin Hammer, you know, he brings it up. Yeah, can we have the gun? And the guy hands it to him with rubber gloves. And why? But yeah, he's like, I hope his finger was off the trigger. Thank God. Thank God it's probably empty. But yeah, I swear to God, he flagged the jury. But yeah.
I don't understand why they're handling it with a glove.
Just because
nobody else is.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Think about.
You know, we should just have
is firing the gun.
Shouldn't we just have a stick that says pew pew out the end? I mean, it's the same thing, right?
It's called dramatic.
I'm not going to bring it all the way up to my shoulder. To the right.
Maybe it's a prop gun.
Be a stance like this.
Yes.
Oh, never mind.
The reason I objected in his closing argument is because that's not the way he was standing. If he's standing like this is right-handed, pointing the gun this way, up at the ready, his back would be to the drone.
Is it me or is everybody looking at his finger to see where it is? That's just normal.
Gun left-handed. This is a right-handed firearm. This
it's in the trigger guard.
He's finger effing it. He's finger banging it.
My son's really happy because he's getting Mr. Beast burgers tonight.
The shell casing hot and the fire that ejects it is going to be going right into Kyle's face. The photograph I'll talk about later. You don't see the straps.
I don't know what Mr. Beast burgers are, but yes. Honestly, I mean, you watch this stuff. How many times you watch the trigger
in the photograph?
Mr. Beast Burgers. There's a YouTuber called Mr. Beast, and they have pop-up restaurants.
Is there one over near you?
Oh, I know who Mr. Beast is. I didn't know there was a burger joint.
Yep.
When you say pop-up, what do they do?
It's delivery only.
The searching of telephones with search warrants. The subpoenaing of records. I have no problem with that.
No carry out, no pickups.
It's good police work. But when you pick and choose and you make favorites, it's not. My client testified, and I'll say it this way, the detective testified that my client's phone was sent to the FBI. It was unsearchable because of the operating system. The FBI and the federal government had not cracked it yet. We found out about that. We had nothing to hide. Here's the numbers. Search the phone. As long as we're given a simultaneous copy, so we have what you have, we can have our experts look at it. They can have their experts look at it. So we know that there isn't anything added or deleted. We did that. We gave that to the state. If we had something to hide, they never would have gotten in that phone. They took the phone. They made a copy. They searched it. Lo and behold, nothing of an incriminating nature in it. Nothing militia, white supremacist, any of that.
Tell MSLSD.
Different story. They had a valid search warrant.
MSLSD.
The only search warrant that these guys have never not executed when it's sitting right in front of them. Not just that, but Mr. Groskowitz could have consented to them going in the phone. If he has nothing to hide, why not? Why not let them look in the phone? And let's take common sense and judgment one step further.
Oh, yeah. Let's think about common sense. Come on. This whole thing. Common sense. What? Oh, no.
Sometimes somebody feels as though their rights have been violated, and it gets litigated in a court of law. If it was illegal, the information in that search warrant never comes out in court. If it's legal, after a judge has said there were no rights violated, it comes in evidence. What was Mr. Groskowitz afraid of? Why wouldn't the state execute the search warrant, let Mr. Groskowitz and his attorney object, file a motion, and say, you can't go in my phone?
Because it's probably filled with
judge decide,
messages of him
not
saying,
the person who's
"I raised my
prosecuting
gun to his
and
head,
protecting
and he shot me."
Mr. Groskowitz.
He
Come
beat
on,
me.
people.
Or child porn.
Yeah, well, that too. What's up, Black
Mr.
Diamond Jonesy here?
Groskowitz has 10 million reasons for not wanting somebody to go in his phone. The timing
Hey, Josh.
with the detectives and some of their actions, I think, are very important. They get down to Antioch at about 3:30 in the morning of the 26th, less than 4 hours after this happens. By 6 o'clock, 6:30, given the benefit of the doubt, Kyle Rittenhouse is under arrest for first-degree murder. There's not been any autopsy done. There haven't been any witness statements taken. They've got 2 or 3 videos. The bullets, I should say it this way, all of the bullets have not even been picked up from Car Source at this point. But they're willing to make a decision. And were they under pressure? I'm sure they were. They're afraid that there's going to be another night of looting, destruction in Kenosha because of this happening and the way the word got out. He traveled across state lines. He was here. He brought his AR with him. The AR was here. He was a white supremacist looking for trouble. Nothing.
The state line is a mile from his house.
That's why.
Yeah, his dad lives in Kenosha.
You guys, as jurors, we asked you if you could decide based upon the evidence that happens in the courtroom. Not what you'd heard before, not all of the lies and untruths that have been put out in the media. I heard one guy say, my client discharged the gun 60 times. Ladies and gentlemen, what's happening in court is what you decide the truth on. He was charged on the 27th. Still, they didn't have the information, the autopsy's final, anything like that. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a rush to judgment. Richie McGinnis, I talked about earlier, citizen journalists. Mr. Binger talked about him seeing guns. But remember the cross of Mr. McGinnis. Guns are not legal in Portland, Washington, or D.C. or New York. They're not allowed on the streets. You can be arrested. There are state laws. And ladies and gentlemen, the gun in this case is no longer an issue. Whether or not it was a dangerous weapon as it applies to the charges is. But my client is no longer charged with minor in possession of a firearm. But he needs his AR-15 and the assault weapon and the fear that goes with that to try and bring home an unjust guilty verdict. Ryan Balch had never met Kyle Rittenhouse before the evening hours of the 25th, has never spoken to him or known him after. And yet the state wants you to believe he made up something about a threat to kill. Why? What's in it for him? The threat. If I get either of you alone, I will kill you. That is a threat with a statement and a promise. And lo and behold, the chance presented itself to Mr. Rosenbaum, and he attempted to execute it. And I don't for a minute believe that he would have done it if it was Mr. Balch, who's much bigger than my client, muscular, well-built, and much more assertive and forceful.
Charles, like, hey, come on.
like any, as he referred to them, I don't even know what he called them, a ragdoll, whatever. But the little guy who gets beat up likes to go after the next littlest guy. He saw Kyle alone, and that's what he chose to. Or he could have been mistaken and thinking it was the other person at the Ultimate that he went after and had to be held back. They were dressed very similarly, baseball caps, mask, and the only difference was the difference between shorts and a long pants. I can't answer that. Mr. Rosenbaum at this point, I guess, can't either. But you see Mr. Rosenbaum right around the time in question at that location, menacing with his chain. I skipped. That's Mr. Balch. I talked about him going on. Ms. Amber Rasmussen, she was the DNA expert. What I say to you is DNA is an incredibly useful tool, but DNA is only as useful as what you put into it. And if DNA shows anything, it shows that it's not proof positive in this case. We know in hearing from Dr. Kelly that he most probably touched the gun. It was a contact wound is the way he described it. And we know through the videos, Huber touched the gun with his bare hand, and yet no DNA was found on that gun. So don't let your eyes deceive you. Don't let the physical evidence.
So powder burns or GSR, what?
Because of what she said. The end of that barrel was not swabbed. And we know he had to be at the end of the barrel, or it would have had the soot on all of the fingers. Jason Lukowski thought was an interesting witness. He was the Marine who put the phrase shout, shove, show, shoot. And I asked him about that, and I don't for a minute disbelieve that that's the Marines' rule. Is there any retreat in there? And he said no. He looked at me like I was stupid. The reason he looked like that was because they don't retreat. Yet Kyle Rittenhouse didn't retreat. He tried getting away from Mr. Rosenbaum. He described Joseph Rosenbaum as belligerent, with malintent, used the N-word, did the false step thing, did not see Kyle as aggressive. He was there for a shorter period of time than anyone else at Car Source. He also cleared Gage Grosquist's gun after the shooting and made it safe, took the shell out of it. And I ask you to think back to the direct examination of Mr. Lukowski by the state. When they asked him, what did Kyle say to you? His first statement was, I just shot somebody, I need help. That's what he testified to. And then Mr. Binger shows him the statement and gets him to say, well, I told the FBI that. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what he told the FBI. The FBI.
What happened, John?
We lose the feed. Oh, you getting shut down again? I wouldn't doubt it. God help us if we portray the truth.
No, I mean, this is typically in studios what a frame buffer does is if there's a loss of feed on their end, the frame buffer will grab the last good frame and persist it.
Yeah, didn't you guys get shut down? Didn't shoot Guns and Gadgets? Jared, didn't he get shut down over this?
Yeah,
too?
we all did get. Yeah, we all did. Yeah, we all did get. Yeah, we're still streaming.
Okay, we back.
We're streaming, but the video is frozen at this point.
Right. I don't know, guys. I'm gonna have jump. I just want to jump in. Been watching this
Yeah,
all
man.
day. Been paying attention last week, and what a dog and pony show. And you know something, the prosecution and just oh my god, really seriously. And it's like, God, I hope this jury is smart enough to see the truth.
Been off his meds.
And I guess there's how many of them? Oh,
The
we're back.
videos
Okay, I'll shut up.
of Joseph Rosenbaum show the state that he was in. No proof that he ever took his meds. Saul Kindiri, he was the first of the Kindiri brothers to testify. Car source. He's in the picture with all the people who protected his property. He's there, and he said he just liked the military garb. Why did he get a picture then with just one of them? How did he wrangle all these people up? Everybody in that picture said that they wanted him there. They gave him permission. Even Dominic Black concurred in that, the state's witness. But as I said earlier, they want these two guys to dirty Kyle up. He's just picking a spot to pick trouble and to be there and cause problems. He was asked to provide security. He did. They deny that they were going to pay any money, yet Nick Smith says they were, and going to pay money to Nick Smith. And ladies and gentlemen, do you get the feeling that they're a little afraid of being sued, as everybody else in this case is? I think so. And when they were up there, I don't remember them saying, oh, you can protect car source 2 or car doctor, but don't go to car 3. They had somebody arranged to protect car source 3, and the word came in that they had left. Dominic, Balch, Joanne Fielder, all of them say they had permission. Why would they lie about that? How does that protect them? They're not charged with anything. Who's the people who are lying here? Sal and Sam. Next, police officer Widener. He was the ET. He went and recovered some of the 2-3 rounds from car source. I believe he found 3 of them. The other 2 were found 3 days later. He photographed a mask. He didn't find the bag, and we do not concede that there was nothing in that bag. Not for a minute. They have the burden of proof. They have the burden to preserve a crime scene appropriately, get the evidence, and show it to you. Ryan Balch said he smelled ammonia and bleach. They didn't find the fire extinguisher. We know that the fire extinguisher was there. It's in the videos. But that doesn't fit in the state's narrative of Kyle actually going there.
Ammonia and bleach, poor man,
which
mustard
started
gas.
earlier in the Duramax.
Yeah, I was going to say that's chloroform, right?
Officer Van Wee.
Chloroform, little bit ammonia. If you mix ammonia and bleach, don't be in the room and breathe it, okay?
Yeah.
That's chlorine gas. What that produces.
Kind of, yeah. Well, yes, it's ammonium and chlorine. Yes, when you mix them, they have a volatile chemical reaction, and yeah.
Officer
So if
Moretti,
somebody's throwing shit at you that's full of that
Kyle tried to surrender himself to, he said it was a war zone. It was a war zone those 3 nights. He described it as the city on fire. The police felt as though they were completely surrounded, described the constant gunfire that evening. Mr. Binger wants to slough it off as fireworks this. It really wasn't that bad that night. Ladies and gentlemen, it was hell in this area downtown. There were violent people causing trouble. And the state wants us to believe it was okay. The police pushed them back. Now they could leave. Car source was safe. And I can't remember specifically what witness it was, but it stuck out in my mind. The witness said the police pushed him back, let him back, pushed him back, let him back. And a lot of the burning happened late at night, that witness said. Gage Groskowitz, 10 million reasons to change his statement. His attorney is sitting in the courtroom, has been sitting in the courtroom when he testified. If he's just your average complaining witness, why get a lawyer? What do you got to hide? He didn't have a valid concealed carry permit. He wasn't charged. He lies to the police about being armed that night. He said he dropped his gun going down the
And he
street.
lied on the stand and
Ladies and
then
gentlemen,
rebutted and
that's
lied
what's
and then
called
rebutted and then
obstructing.
lied.
Most people, when you lie to the cops, especially in a murder investigation, you get in a little bit of trouble. I've represented some of those people. Not Mr. Grosskreutz, because he's their star witness. Bought, paid for, and protected. You don't want us to search your phone? Oh, we're going to invoke the never
star
heard
witness
before
that
mercy's law exception
slam dunked
to
it
the
for
search
the
warrant,
defense.
even though they had a
What?
signed search warrant by a judge of Kenosha County. He was also an armed medic. Wants you to believe that he didn't have one in the chamber and he would never shoot somebody. But before he said that, he said key, wallet, phone, gun. Never leaves the home without them. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't carry a concealed weapon. And I don't think I could shoot somebody. But when people carry guns, that's what they're for in the city. This isn't the wild, wild west. He had his gun. Kyle Rittenhouse had run by
Not the
him.
argument I'd be making.
You'll see the picture. Was by
Ouch.
him, gone. Did he go to give medical help? He didn't know that Mr. Rosenbaum was being tended to. No, he decided to run in and advance on the fray. He, affiliated with the American People's Revolution here in Wisconsin. And I might have that one word wrong, but he did it. And who ultimately put the tourniquet and fixed it on his arm? But Mr. Lukowski, a member of somebody he refers to as the militia and the Stooges. Two different encounters between Gage Grosskreutz and my client. The first one, he does not show or give any indication of a weapon. My client does not point a weapon at him, does not shoot at him, does not swipe the weapon towards him. He states he's going to the police. That is uncontradicted. Why doesn't Mr. Grosskreutz let him be and go give aid and comfort to his fellow rioter? But instead, he joins the mob, chasing Kyle, arms himself, and runs in the fifth or sixth person into the melee in scene 2. And when his friend was called, his friend said in his Facebook post, his only regret was not emptying the clip into the kid. We know what his intent was. We know what he wanted to do. Kyle shot first as he was coming in. And Mr. Binger talks about, oh, he was going to grab the gun. Ladies and gentlemen, left hand, phone. How's he going to grab a gun with a hand filled with a phone? Right hand, gun.
It's great looking at Binger there in the background.
And is advancing. That's when Kyle shoots him. He didn't shoot him when he put his hands up. And if that was it,
squirming a little,
no
ain't he?
intent to harm him, all he does, like everybody else, is back up. And nobody else gets shot. But Mr. Grosskreutz decides he's going to shoot my client. Unfortunately, my client shot him first. If he had retreated, it's over. And when he's got his hand up like this, as I said earlier, the hands are up. It's not gripping the gun. It's loose. But when he goes in like this, the pistol grip is tight. Heather Williams, crime lab. She testified that the gun works. I have no dispute regarding that. Detective Krieger, he was in the passenger seat of Moretti's car, pepper sprayed, did not get his ID, didn't ask him about the gun, just told him to go home. Kristen Harris, Rundown Live, stated the video. We showed the video to start this, clearly depicting Mr. Rosenbaum standing there at Car Source 2 shortly after the dumpster, standing there with his chain, the shirt tied up over his head. But Mr. Binger says it's impossible for him to have threatened my client. That's garbage, just like his case. And Mr. Binger makes so much out of him one time saying, stay on your property. My client has as much right to go anywhere in downtown Kenosha
Amen.
as anyone else, just as the rioters did. And as he walks out to see if anybody wants medical help, he's not doing anything wrong. He's not doing anything to provoke anybody. Detective Antaramian, the juxtaposition of him and Howard, as I said, he is the one who talks about what he sees in the video, totally different. As you see, why did Mr. Rosenbaum go behind that car, 2 cars over from the Zeminskis? What was he doing over there? Why was he doing over there? And why does he come out as soon as Kyle comes down the road? Because they were going to ambush him. They had set it up, and I'll show you the video. James Armstrong. The only thing I can say about James Armstrong is, okay, that's interesting. But what I'd like to say about his photographs, his knowledge of what he did, and some of the statements that the state has made regarding it is, what he did for those 20 hours is hocus pocus, and he makes an exhibit that is out of focus. And that's what the state
Focus, focus, out of focus.
The picture does not
The
make sense. As I showed earlier, it has Kyle shouldering the gun in the left shoulder. If he has it in the left shoulder, his back would be to the drone. The drone is moving around, and that changes the focal point. He's right-handed. That's where it goes. You'd see the crosses across his chest. But no, they need him to have somehow pointed a gun at the Zeminskis. I don't for a minute concede he did, but we know that Mr. Zeminski has been armed all evening. How would pointing a gun at Mr. Zeminski provoke Joseph Rosenbaum, who, according to the state, earlier in the case, they didn't even know each other? But I think they had to run away from that because there's so many pictures of them together. Mr. Armstrong's photograph, testimony, it took 3 days and 20 hours worth of work to come up with that picture. It went from color to black and white, and he admitted he never compared it to the original photograph. Still shot.
That's messed up.
Didn't take into consideration the fact that the drone was moving. The word peer-reviewed, state has said. Peer-reviewed is an independent verification of the events, the exhibit. So there was no testimony to this because it didn't happen, that Mr. Armstrong's coworker did 20 hours on the same photograph and came up with the same result. It didn't happen. When you see, and I'll show it to you later, when you see in the video the mirror and the shininess of the mirror, that's what that is. And by going around, spending 20 hours and bringing things up, it doesn't account for Kyle's arm. It doesn't account for the heat signature of the gun. None of it. Dr. Kelly. personally, my favorite witness, because physical evidence doesn't lie. The soot, extremely close, if not touching. The location of the soot, I had him circle it on the exhibit. On redirect, after I had him do the demonstration and draw on the photograph, the state tried to get him to back up his opinion, back it off. He wouldn't, because the physical evidence doesn't lie. It's, as they say in the business, an inconvenient truth. They can't change it. It is what it is. That's the demonstration that happened in front of you, the gun and the hand. And if the individual's coming straight at it, the barrel of the gun, it would go through the hand like this. But we know that it was coming from right here, going down, and came out with a very clean exit wound. No soot here at all. So we know that the gun can't be here. We know there's just a little bit of soot on what's commonly referred to as the ring finger right here, and the bulk of it goes this way because it was over the gun, touching the gun. And Mr. Bigger says he was swiping at the gun. Ladies and gentlemen, he didn't need to chase him, didn't need to keep chasing him, didn't need to lunge at him, didn't need to swipe at the gun, i.e. grab the gun. And the shot to the back, as I said, 4 shots in 3/4 of a second. He's backing up, trying to stay away from him, shooting, and he shoots until the threat is immobilized. Ladies and gentlemen, other people in this community have shot somebody 7 times, and it's been found to be okay. And my client did it 4 times in 3/4 of a second to protect his life from Mr. Rosenbaum. I'm sorry, but that's what happened. And this is the prosecutor who said he shot him in the back. He shot him in the back on a horizontal plane consistent with lunging. The shot goes in here and ended up in his lower hip across the back. If he's on the ground or down and shot, the bullet goes into the back and ends up in the stomach or on the other side. It cleared back here, ended up in the lower hip. That's because he was on a horizontal plane when Kyle shot him. He had stippling to the stomach from the first. The pants stopped it from lower, but it was still on the upper. The furthest he was away when the first shot was fired was 4 feet and closing.
And that's a fraction of a second before he's got his hands on the firearm.
How far 4 feet is? It's not that far. It's not that far at all. Brought a tape measure so I could measure a gun barrel for you today, but that's no longer an issue. So I'll show you what 4 feet is. No doubts. From the edge of the jury box to my foot right here, 4 feet. Lunge, grabbing the gun. Think how close that is. Think how fast that distance is closed. What was Joseph Rosenbaum doing? Was he running after my client to give him a key to the city of Kenosha? Was he running after my client to say, hey, thanks for providing security? Use your common sense and your judgment. Look at Mr. Rosenbaum's behavior throughout the night.
I saw him sweeping up garbage, kissing babies. Oh, wait, no, never mind.
Exhibit 105, Dr. Kelly. Sub, right here. Here's entry. The exit's right over here. Goes across, clean, came out right there. This right here, nothing. Nothing on the back part of the hand, no soot. We know what was over the barrel. Remember Mr. Kraus asking the doctor, well, what about that big puff of smoke? That wouldn't have an effect. Soot only goes so far. That was Dr. Kelly's testimony. He doesn't have a dog in the fight. He looks at the bodies, says what they are, makes a determination, and looks at the evidence. We had an expert, didn't call him because Dr. Kelly told the truth. Couldn't agree more. Ladies and gentlemen, facts and truth matter. In most trials, the case would have ended with Dr. Kelly. But we wanted to bring you our side of the story. We had nothing to hide. We were going to put on a defense. I heard Mr. Binger say red herring. The red herrings in this case are by the state, talking about super bullets, this metal jacket. I've been involved in homicide cases. One time it's a metal jacket. The next time the problem is the person had hollow points. Hollow points are designed to kill. Full metal jackets are to go through people. Ladies and gentlemen, bullets are bullets. Hate to tell you, at close range and close contact, they wreak havoc on a body and they kill people. No dispute. Wants to keep pointing at the militia. He knows Kyle's not a member of the militia. He has no evidence that he is. They went to the websites. They went to TikTok. They went all of that. All they can do is put up a little thing of a 17-year-old kid from his TikTok trying to be famous. Kyle shot Joseph Rosenbaum to stop a threat to his person. And I'm glad he shot him, because if Joseph Rosenbaum had got that gun, I don't for a minute believe he wouldn't have used it against somebody else. He was irrational and crazy. Talk about active shooter, the power of those words. My client didn't shoot at anyone until he was chased and cornered.
Amen.
Nick Smith got a phone call from Sam, asked on the second night of riding to go down there. They used the power washer and buckets to try and put out cars. He did that out of the goodness of his heart. Sam asked him to come and protect the next night and be paid, and he agreed to do it. He asked some of his friends to come with the help. Kyle, Dominic Black, talked about another father and a son, and then the people from West Bend showed up. He said that when they first saw Sam on the 25th, Sam gave him a hug and thanked him for protecting his property. He was on the roof when it was chemical bomb. He knew that Sam was grateful for their presence, but he also knew that people on the ground needed weapons. He heard Kyle when Kyle came back saying, "I had to shoot." Body armor. I don't know why the Grays Lake Cadet Program gives people body armor. Don't know. My client had it. And if he wanted to be an active shooter, as Mr. Binger wants to portray him, why would he give up his body armor? Nick Smith wanted body armor. He goes, "Here, Nick, use mine. I'm going to be doing medical." Helping other people. You see him do it throughout. He gave Nick his body armor. Why would somebody give up their body armor if they're going to go out looking for trouble, seeking confrontation? Doesn't make sense. Joanne Fielder, she described Joseph Rosenbaum wearing a red shirt with a green earring. She described yellow pants, who I'll get to later. She stated Joseph Rosenbaum yelled he was going to kill us MFers and cut their hearts out. JR's arm goes up, and within seconds, they're tearing up from a gas bomb. She couldn't say for sure that she saw him throw it, but obviously that's the circumstantial evidence in her belief. She never saw Kyle act inappropriately with anybody, point a weapon at anybody. The size of the weapon might change, but it doesn't change what it can do. Presence speaks volume. It's a deterrent, and they've been pelted all night long with rocks.
Where'd everyone else go?
She was aware that they had consent to be where they are.
I don't know.
Nathan DeBruin. Interesting witness. He was out there taking photographs on the nights in question, more importantly, the 25th. He filmed the destruction of this community, uptown, downtown. And the ATF and the FBI found out about his videos, his still photography, which I think was incredible. They wanted it. And what did he do? Didn't ask for money. He gave it to him. He sat down with the detective and gave a full interview, showed him the photographs, talked about Mr. Rosenbaum and all the problems he was causing that night, the things he was doing. And that's within less than a month after this. He'd never met Kyle Rittenhouse, didn't know Kyle Rittenhouse, but he had a feeling about what happened that night. And he said if there was trouble, Mr. Rosenbaum was there. I don't think any truer words have ever been repeated. Did he have a lawyer when he met with Detective Howard? No, he didn't. When did he get a lawyer? Remember? After he met with Mr. Krause and Mr. Binger. Mr. Binger, the person who's made it his personal goal of putting my client's head on his wall. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what it did. And it means he's been cutting corners. And Nathan DeBruin said, after meeting with Mr. Binger, I was very uncomfortable. He tried to put words in my mouth. And he had to go and hire a lawyer to protect him. First, it was show him the videos and then ask him the questions, trying to put words in his mouth. He didn't want that to happen. He wanted to be able to tell his story of what he knew, what he did. He talked about Zeminski, the photographs of all the conduct that Zeminski had done that night. And I'll show you some of them. The photos have a timestamp on them. And he related to Detective Howard in September of 2020 about Joseph Rosenbaum yelling, I just got out of jail and I'm not afraid to go back. Those are his words. He heard Mr. Rosenbaum. It was not objected to by the state. And there's been no proof that he wasn't in a jail. They want you to believe
he was just going to hug little Kyle.
Medical records. He was in a hospital. There's no medical records. He was properly medicated. And I submit to you that in this case, the way he was behaving, I don't think he was properly medicated. There's pictures of him with the trailer fires, the chains, starting numerous dumpster fires. I submit that he was with the Zeminskis on many of the occasions, and he was emboldened by Mr. Zeminski because Mr. Zeminski was always brandishing his firearm. We saw Joseph Rosenbaum taking the chains. He chose to come down and riot, and that's what he did. Nathan DeBruin chronicled that. Why did he chronicle it? Because it's not very interesting if you take a picture of a protester who's just standing there. But Mr. Rosenbaum was involved in all these different things, and I'll show you those pictures. Lucas Zanin, Kenosha County resident. Every now and again, he goes down to Texas in the winter. Testified, born and raised. He stated he had empathy for the small businesses of Kenosha, did not want them looted, did not want them burned. Is that somehow to be called into question? Does any of us want those fires started and to come and burn? I don't think so. He authenticated the video that was taken from his car as accurate, showing the south side of Car Source 3. And you watch that video and you see people destroying someone else's property. During the video, you look at the one wall, there's nothing there. You see somebody spray painting on it, and they've written the word loot on it. You see another individual going in the hood of the car, trying to do something. It's not his car. He's not some roadside mechanic. They're destroying property. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Binger and I will go round and round about it until the cows come home. They were rioters. They weren't demonstrators. Were the demonstrators down by the courthouse earlier in the night? Yes, there were people doing a legitimate demonstration. These people were rioting. And you see in his tape, they're hitting the cars with pipes. You hear the glass breaking. You see the people jumping on it. And the important part of it, and I'll show it to you, is you hear the first bang, which is Mr. Zeminski's shot. 2 seconds later, you hear the next shot, and then you see the exodus of all the people taking off from that. That's why Kyle couldn't run and continue to run from Mr. Rosenbaum, which he was under no legal duty to do whatsoever. Jacob Marshall referred to himself as Gage Grosswitz's best friend. We brought Mr. Grosswitz's best friend in as a witness because he had posted something on Facebook immediately after this. He testified he couldn't find Gage Grosswitz because he was under an anonymous name at the hospital. Nobody knew who Gage Grosswitz was, who Jacob Marshall was. But he takes it upon himself to post a Facebook message talking about how, could I have the next slide, please? I just talked to Gage.
Can you just say click like Dick beats it?
His only regret was not killing the kid and hesitating to pull the gun before emptying the entire mag on him. Coward. Here's the picture of them hugging each other at the hospital when this is posted. Ladies and gentlemen, why does somebody post something like that? Because that's what his friend told him. And he wanted to get Gage Grosswitz's word out. He didn't repost and say, I lied. He took it down to try and hide it. But unfortunately, the internet has a memory. Next witness was Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm done with the Kandari brothers. We did recall them, but I talked about that. Kyle Rittenhouse did not have to take the witness stand to tell his story. It was told through video. He wanted you as the jurors to hear his personal experience of the night of the 25th. He knew Mr. Binger would cross-examine him for hours, and he was willing to get up on that witness stand, take the oath, and tell his story the best way he could. And he did. Could Mr. Binger pick on him and find little things about it? A little bit. Did he damage his credibility? I don't think so. Getting to Mr. Yellow Pants, which has been talked about. Mr. Binger talks about, he says with sarcasm. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the video. But remember that when Yellow Pants said to Kyle, he goes, you held your gun like this. That's low ready. That's not like this. It's down. He never pointed his gun at him. Did he have a gun? Yes. Did he tell him to get off a car? Yeah. But when he said it to Kyle, Kyle said, I did, and walked away, not wanting confrontation. And remember Richie McGinnis's testimony about that. There was the individual with the slingshot. There was the individual with 2 rocks in his hand, and the other individual with the gun. And when Mr. McGinnis walked up to him, he immediately had to put his hand down because they were the one advanced on him, and he bought him off with a White Claw.
White Claw is an alcohol drink.
Yes.
My client, when this happened,
Awful.
was 17 years old. His actions are to be judged as a 17-year-old, not by Mr. Binger's standards, but by that of a 17-year-old. And Mr. McGinnis said he didn't appreciate the way people looked at him. And maybe he didn't. And I think the best evidence of that is when Mr. Rosenbaum begins chasing him, you hear on the tape, he yells, "Friendly, friendly, friendly," 3 times. He thinks that if he just says the magic words, they'll stop. They don't. Mr. Rosenbaum could have looked at it and said, "Hey, you're not trying to harm anybody. I'll leave you alone." Is that what happened? No. He said, "You ain't going to do shit, mother effer," and began to continue to chase him. Mr. Rosenbaum made a fatal mistake. That day, chasing Kyle Rittenhouse into the corner, he ran as far as he could, and he shot 4 times in 3/4 of a second. Mr. Binger makes so much of Kyle's residence. Antioch, Illinois. I think most people here know where it is. It's not a foreign country. Antioch, Illinois, right across the border. He worked in Kenosha. His dad lived in Kenosha. His grandmother lived in Kenosha. He worked in Pleasant Prairie. His best friend, Dominic Black, lived in downtown Kenosha. They want you to believe that there's some sinister thing about that. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a very mobile world. I'm from the foreign country of Racine, Wisconsin, 13 miles away, a little bit further. I'm on the north side. Ladies and gentlemen, when Kenosha burned, people who like Kenosha, they hurt. I remember 34 years ago walking into this courtroom, first time I ever appeared as a lawyer, back in that conference room. And when I saw what happened in Kenosha, it bothered me. Those 3 days. People can protest, but people can't indiscriminately burn property for no reason of innocent people. How does that further anyone's cause? Kyle feels for this community. He worked as a lifeguard. When he came down here, are we to believe that he's working to clean up graffiti, not getting paid because he's here to look for trouble? Is this all some master plan? That's ridiculous.
To throw him off the trail.
Came down here trying to help, to see the damage, and that's what he did. Next.
Crump, you got to see this.
Dr. John Black.
Mr. Guns and Gear posted
his testimony about the slides, making times, and I'll go over some of those. But specifically, as I argued earlier, the 0 shot from, I should say it this way, friendly 3 times to the first shot, 10 point some seconds. There's a change in elevation in the video as he's lunging forward. The shot rings out after that. The 0 shot, which is shot 1, then 2 2600ths, the next one 24, 23, for a total of 0.739. He gets up, he comes around the car because all the individuals had left. After hearing the shots, goes to check. And to believe that he could stay there is preposterous. All I said would have happened, scene 2 would have been moved to scene 1. You heard the one individual yell, "Get the F out of here." The Zeminskis are screaming, "He just shot him, he just shot him, get him, cranium." That's all happening. Mr. Zeminski's walking around with his gun over his head, pointing at Kyle, and I'll show you that in a little bit. In the exhibits that Dr. Black showed the jury, no color was added, no color was subtracted. The videos didn't go from color to black and white. There was no structural problems. He demonstrated his technique regarding changing brightness and contrast.
Why'd you send me a
right in front of
StreamYard
you.
link?
And the one video went.
Oh,
from
did I send you? Sorry, hold on.
nothing. Move the
There
two
must have
lines.
been
I
bad
don't know how
buffer.
to do it,
Give
but
me a
he
sec.
did
Here it
right in
is.
front of you. Hit it, and all of a sudden it's light, and you can see it. The whole event that evening took 2 minutes and 55 seconds from the 3 times friendly to the time he surrendered or attempted to surrender at law
I dropped it in the YouTube chat.
Officer Brittany Bray. Let me go through the back up to the first one. Total time, 2 minutes, 55 seconds, according to Dr. Black. Next,
So Finger points the AR at the jury, and he's got his meat hook,
seconds.
the booger hook on the trigger.
Those are the shot times. Remember the sound he put and synced up with the video? That was the audio graph, the green thing he showed you. You can see when the shot is fired, he matches it up, times them out by the frames per second. You come up with those numbers. And that's because when you show something in slow motion, it looks like somebody can really have the time to think, process, and do all that. You have to remember how fast all this was happening in event number 1. He's running, the bag is thrown, he turns, addresses, keeps running, and makes a decision, a life and death decision, that he has to turn around and address the threat of Mr. Rosenbaum. At that point, Kyle has stopped. Mr. Rosenbaum, like those other people in event number 2, could have put up his hands and just backed up, made a bad decision, shouldn't have done it. No, he goes diving for him, yells the FU, and it's going for his gun. Next. Event 2, I have it beginning when he's hitting the head with the rock and ending with the 4th shot, taking 14.9 seconds. Next, police officer Brittany Bray measured the gun, the pullback, the slide, 4 inches, brought the ruler out, because you never see in event number 2 Kyle pull back the 4 inches, slow motion or otherwise. There were no unfired bullets found at the scene for the AR. There was the unfired bullet by the clip and the Glock that had been cleared from Jason Lakowski. Drew Hernandez. Mr. Binger, for some reason, didn't like Drew Hernandez. You could hear it in his questioning. Ladies and gentlemen, Drew Hernandez had a point of view. There's no doubt about it. But what was that point of view? He's a citizen journalist, and he's covering the riots. And he didn't think that the mass media was covering the riots correctly. They were just calling everybody demonstrators, not covering the devastation and the destruction that was being done.
I'm looking at just the Guns and Gear thing.
It's kind of my point of view,
I was
too.
listening, but I wasn't watching. Did he actually
does that mean
sweep
that his
the,
video's lying?
I think he was off camera.
He says, I saw him lunge, that he's lying. He doesn't have a dog
sweep
in
the
this
jurors?
fight. He tried
I'm
to get
pretty
the
sure.
video to the state. The drop box wasn't big enough. He sees that the case is going to trial. He reaches out, gets a lawyer, and provides it simultaneously to both of us, and we end up playing it. He describes the Zeminskis, Joseph Rosenbaum starting fires in the dumpster, the yelling. He sees Kyle, the yelling of the word, the N-word. He sees Kyle walking around yelling medical, medical, right up until the last time when event number 1 starts. He was standing right at the corner, had a clear view to the first incident. He described him as charging from behind. He saw Joseph Rosenbaum throw the bag. He described hearing a shot from behind Kyle, which we all know is the Zeminski shot, the man who's never been brought before you people. And he saw Joseph Rosenbaum lunge. Ladies and gentlemen, you sat through almost 10 days of testimony. You've heard the openings, most of the closings. And I have yet to hear Mr. Binger explain why Joseph Rosenbaum had the right to chase my client. To me, if I didn't know better, I would think he's a whiny defense lawyer. Everybody's out to get me. Everybody's lying. I'm the one who's bringing forth the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, the videos show the truth. The videos show the actions of Joseph Rosenbaum. Balch is lying. Fiedler's lying. Lukowski's lying. Richie is lying. Dale DeBrune, he's really lying because he's imputing my character. Nathan DeBrune, excuse me. Hernandez, he's lying because he's a right-wing journalist. All 6 of them are lying. And then I forgot. Detective Howard, he's lying too because he could see through the videos. He could see that Rosenbaum came out from hiding behind the car after my client passed the Duramax. Rush to judgment. As I said earlier, you bet. Highly charged atmosphere here in Kenosha. Make no mistake, you live here, you know. They had to do something. They had to charge the white supremacist, who isn't a white supremacist. They've never reassessed their case. They've never looked at it. They've never said, oh, Dr. Kelly, let's talk about this wound on the hand. What? That means he was touching the barrel? Or his hand was over the barrel when it was fired? Well, that means he was pretty close. No, we're not going to reassess. We're going to march forward. We're going to throw it into the hands of 12 people from the city and let them do our work. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a political case. We can take politics out of it as in Democrat and Republican, but the district attorney's office is marching forward with this case because they need somebody to be responsible. They need somebody to put and say, we did it. He's the person who brought terror to Kenosha. Kyle Rittenhouse is not that individual. The rioters, the demonstrators who turned into rioters, those are the individuals who bring us forth. And I ask you to remember, and I'll show you the videos for the last time from me, the anger in the mob that was going on that night. They were not going to be dissuaded from doing things. They were pushing, firing dumpsters, destroying property. And that was, so you're saying Mr. Rittenhouse put out a fire? Yes, it was a small fire. Last time I checked, small fires turn into big fires. So, kind of stupid. James Armstrong, hocus pocus, out of focus. I've talked about him. He spent 20 hours reworking a frame in a video and having my client somehow miraculously go from a right-handed shooter to a left-handed shooter. The mirror on the truck is the arm. Their whole case relies on that one photograph that he spent 20 hours. That's how they're going to prove provocation, a word you never heard in the opening statement. It was my client chased him down and shot him in the back. Oops, can't prove that. This is the day before, car source burning, car source 1 burning the ground. What's in the foreground? The trailer will be the subject. Pictures later on. There's Kyle earlier in the day on the 25th, setting up his alibi, setting up his I'm a good person because he thinks he's going to go out and kill 3 people that night. Ladies and gentlemen, that is garbage. How would he know he's going to be photographed? And what does that do? It just shows he's interested in his community, trying to do good. Picture, Mr. Kandiri at Car Source 3. State doesn't want Kyle to go to Car Source 3. According to the state, he has to stay at Car Source 2, 59th and Sheridan. Yet Nick Smith called and asked him to go there because whoever was going to protect that property had left.
On objection, Your Honor, the record does not indicate that Nick Smith made that phone call.
It's argument, folks, you heard the evidence and use your collective recollections to determine what the truth of it is and discount anything that is not supported in the evidence.
Testimony was he received a phone call saying they were destroying cars at Car Source 3, and he went down there. First, Kyle asked for a fire extinguisher, asked the other individual to go down there with him. He said, didn't give an answer, and Kyle took off going down there to try and help protect that property. This is that night, the tear gas, the fires. Here is Mr. Rosenbaum pushing one of many dumpsters, dumpster fires. Right there, that's one. Other one.
And they're pushing that towards a gas station.
Mr. Rosenbaum pushing it in. Either the gas station or Drew Hernandez said there were police vehicles right down here. They're trying to push it to it. I apologize. They're trying to push the dumpster down to the line of police or to the gas station. It's put out.
Aww.
And the
He's
reaction.
spoiled by dumpster fire.
Mr. Rosenbaum. Of dumpster number 2. You hear the voice? Why you do that? Get over this. There's Mr. Rosenbaum arguing. Mr. Zeminski, the smiling puppeteer, standing behind him. Yeah, they didn't know each other. Maybe they didn't, but they sure spent a lot of time together that night. Mr. Zeminski with the yellow circle, holding his firearm, yellow pants. Kelly Zeminski with a flashlight in her hand. Last time I checked, there wasn't any lighting problems. The flashlight is a weapon to bash heads if you have to. Many people with AR-15s, not one person with an AR-15. That's the difference between this, the Ultimate Gas Station, fracas, and what happened down at Car Source 3. Kyle Rittenhouse was alone. He had been taken away from the herd, and Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Zeminski were going to get him. Movement. Mr. Rosenbaum and his bag. He's not dissuaded by the people. He's going right at them. He's not afraid of them. He's pushing in and going at them. He's not afraid of a gun. Yelling. Shoot me, N-word. Shoot me, N-word. Mr. Zeminski holding his gun down to his side, remembering this is a Black Lives Matter rally, and he's there to support their cause. Yeah, right. Mr. Huber, right there, holding him back, actually physically holding him back, but right in the middle of it. Look at the anger in his face. This here, I'll start it, but I'm going to point it out first. Saw a video earlier. This individual starting the Duramax on fire. Right here, jump kick, man. You see him shoot in the lighter fluid or flammable liquid. You see jump kick man being right involved. This is the calm Tuesday evening that Mr. Binger is alluding to. Mr. Rosenbaum, this time wearing a blue mask, tipping over the porta potty. It was just a little porta potty. The trailer. The trailer is important because it's the way he arms himself with the chain. Here's Rosenbaum pushing it. If he's just a regular demonstrator or misunderstood, a little bit upset, what does he need a chain for? What does he need a bag? Why didn't he leave it with Ms. Swart? Here, three things. The blue circle is bag, backed up by the fire. Look at that bag. Does that look like there's nothing in it? Look at this. What is it? That's not a water bottle, ladies and gentlemen. I can't tell you what it is, but it's not a water bottle. Look at this. 2 feet of chain on each side. He's got it. Taken, I'm sure, from right here. The toe chain. Jump kick man. Right there, the mask, the white jeans, the black. Look at the boots. Those boots will soon be impacting my client's face. Rundown live. Here, once again, Rosenbaum, Zeminski at the trailer after it's been taken down the street, set up on its side, and started on fire. You can still see one of the chains hanging from the tongue of the trailer. Rundown live. The state showed this video. I started my opening statement with it. I was going to show you where Mr. Rosenbaum is. I've already done it. Don't need to waste your time. Where do I get to the end? Oh. Here's the picture that we showed at the beginning. Right there, the 125-26. Mr. Rosenbaum masked with his chain during the Rundown Live video. Mr. Rosenbaum with the chain. So I said earlier, look at how Kyle's dressed. Look at the pack on his left side, left hip. The crosses going across the front and the back of his chest. Nowhere in the magic picture is that depicted. 11:40, he's crossed over that line, asking people if they want medical, runs into Yellow Pants. He walks away from confrontation. And Yellow Pants said, "You pointed your gun at me," and he goes like this, low ready. The individuals who were there with him, slingshot, rocks in the hand, gun. Mr. McGinnis. Kyle, after having the brief thing with
Kyle, low ready, booger hook off the trigger, unlike the prosecutor that had his finger on the trigger at the jury.
Close to one another, but they did not find one another. He tries to go back. Wants to get back to car source 2. After that, he goes back and waits. He gets the phone call. He testified about the phone call, either from Nick or Dominic. And what does he do? He gets a fire extinguisher. He hasn't had a fire extinguisher all night, but he gets a fire extinguisher. The circumstantial evidence shows the call came through. He testified the call came through. If it wasn't in his phone, the state would have brought it up. But now they're playing games once again. This is Drew Hernandez's video. It starts in color and goes starts in black and white and goes to color. You have Jump Kick Man, the Zeminskis. You'll hear Kelly Zeminski talking. And during the first part of the trial, we saw this trailer go by, and it cut off the view from this location. And I'll stop it a few times. And did you hear that? Talking about a pepper ball exploding in her ass. That's Kelly Zeminski speaking. It's blurry. Keep your eye here and here. I will cover you. That's Kyle right there to the right of the garbage can by that splurge of light. Mr. Rosenbaum, as soon as Kyle is coming, gets up and starts walking away. Kelly Zeminski, this individual, Jump Kick Man was there earlier. Up there. That's Kyle with the fire extinguisher walking. Doesn't say anything to any of them. They see him coming. They head down to do their ambush. He's not chasing them. He's not running after them. He's walking down to put out the fire. Let's start it over again.
How many people does it take to start a fire in a trash can?
You hear Kyle yell, friendly, friendly, friendly. That is the start of Mr. Rosenbaum chasing Kyle. Now they come in. He's thrown. It goes to the small. He's thrown the bag.
Duramax just got. Oh, that Duramax got fucking beat.
Stop. Duramax. Shine on the Duramax. Kyle comes right into this area before he's chased. That's shown on the drone video. It's shown on the FBI video. Skinskis are standing right here, and that's when the chase is on.
Yo.
You hear the destruction of the vehicles as he approaches. Gun, gun, gun. And he's off and running. We've seen the videos. Here is the Zanin video, parts of it. As I said, watch for the first shot. Look at all those people standing there. A wall of people destroying cars. The state wants Kyle to run into that wall of people. Listen for the first shot and watch the lackadaisical attitude, and then hear the 4 shots in quick succession and watch what happens.
Oh shit. They shooting. Oh shit. Oh my God.
Think about that, ladies and gentlemen. The first shot happens, they barely begin to move. Between the first shot and Kyle's first shot, which is the second shot you hear, Kyle has turned around. Why is he turned around? Because that wall of people is there and he has nowhere else to run. The cars, the van, all of the people destroying property, the soda machine. He turns around and Mr. Rosenbaum keeps coming. Mr. Rosenbaum keeps coming. He lunges, gunshots. There's Mr. Zeminski with his gun down there at his side as his wife yells, "Effing get him, he just shot somebody."
Oh, Jesus.
Which they started.
He fucking shot him! Get him there!
Pointing the gun once again in his right hand.
He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him!
Take screenshots. Good shot him.
Gage Grosskitz's cell phone video. Does Kyle ever point the firearm at Gage Grosskitz when he runs up on him unarmed?
Shots. Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody?
I'm going to get the police. He's going towards the police. He's continuing on. He's past Gage Grosskitz. He hasn't shot Gage Grosskitz. He hasn't pointed the firearm at Gage Grosskitz. The medic, if he thinks someone shot, why isn't he there? He doesn't know Richie McGinnis is tending to him. None of the people who chase him are at Car Source 3. There is no evidence. Zeminski doesn't chase him. Zeminski doesn't want anything to do with it. His wife doesn't want anything to do with it. But the mob has now formed and is chasing him down Sheridan Road in a northerly direction.
Who shot? Who shot?
He turns all the way around, looking towards Car Source 3. Could go there. At this point, he hasn't armed himself. Kyle is zero threat to anyone. This active shooter BS is something that Mr. Binger is trying to sell you people. Has he shot anybody since Car Source 3? No, he hasn't. He's running to try and get to the police. Mr. Binger must live in fairy tale land to think that Kyle could stop, put his gun down, and say, "Hey, everything's good. Leave me alone. I'm going to the police." Unfortunately, that's not how the real world works.
You mean the angry mob that attacked him would have let him go?
People yelling to stop him. Next picture. You saw it in opening statements. Mr. Grosskitz chasing down Kyle Rittenhouse. Kept his gun in the small of his back. He's arming himself right here. Look how far Kyle Rittenhouse is ahead of him. No threat. He's run 2 blocks, almost 3 because it's at the far end of 63rd. He hasn't shot his gun since. If he's an active shooter looking to take as many people as possible, he's laying waste to everybody as he's running. Remember, he's got 30 bullets. He's shot 8 times, 4 in scene 1 and 4 coming up. He's not indiscriminately shooting, pointing, doing anything. Here's full speed. Pointing the gun at anyone? No. Running down the street, trying to get to those lights where the Bearcats are and law enforcement. He's not running off to the side to hide in the shadows. Blow to the head.
With a rock.
Knocking his hat off.
With a rock in his
What
hand.
has Kyle Rittenhouse done? Nothing. Trying to get away from the mob. First strike from the mob. He's not an active shooter. He's gone 2 blocks, hasn't shot anybody. Coming in behind with a skateboard at the ready, Anthony Huber. That will be strike number 1. Remember in opening statements when Mr. Binger said, oh, something happened to his skateboard. He took a swing at him. Kyle blocked it with his arm in the enhanced photos. What does Mr. Huber do? He runs, grabs the skateboard, and comes in for more.
What are you doing?
He's on the ground. Most vulnerable position you can be in. What do we have? We have Anthony Huber here, already picking up his skateboard. This guy with the towel wrapped around his head, coming in on Kyle. Jump kick, man. Guy who's hit him in the head. This is if we go forward just a little bit, see if it works this far. Nope. You saw this individual over here who's now instructed to come in on Kyle. Kyle points his firearm at him. He backs up. Kyle does not shoot. Jump kick man is leading with this foot. This foot is still on the ground. What direction is Kyle pointing right now? Watch what happens after jump kick man kicks him in the face. He's turned around. He's looking in that direction. Anthony Huber coming in with the skateboard. Watch what Anthony Huber does with the skateboard. Blow to the head. Coming in. Kyle's trying to get up. Anthony Huber's hand goes onto the gun. This is the fast one. The gun is pulled away from Kyle. Anthony Huber fires. When Anthony Huber fires, Gage Grosswitz flinches, covers up. Natural, uncontrollable reaction. Back. Get his ass. Now here's the slow motion. He's been hit in the head. The cap is off. Anthony Huber winds up with the full force of his body. From back here, he swings the skateboard at Kyle. Kyle senses it coming. He turns around and looks, blocks it with his arm. Doesn't turn around and shoot Anthony Huber as he's being attacked with what is a deadly weapon. A skateboard can cause death or great bodily harm, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't do it. He continues to run a couple of steps before the blow to the head, and this is knocked into the ground. He immediately changes direction, goes running for the skateboard. I want to get through this one. Okay. Now this is slow motion. Just as he's on the ground, he's set up, trying to get up. The individual to Kyle's left is the one who runs in. Kyle points the firearm. He backs off. He is not shot at. Backs up. He's now addressing the second nearest threat. Does not shoot. That individual right there in that picture is stopping. Jump kit man launches, contact, fire, turned around. In comes Anthony Huber. Blow to the head and neck. Now, I'm going to start it. You'll see Anthony Huber pull on his gun. And you'll see the butt of the gun separate from Kyle's body going in that direction, away from him. See the gun being pulled away from him? Shot. Mr. Huber goes down. Grossquits. Flinches, freezes. Stops. Hands up. No pull. Mr. Grossquits is standing like this, and all of a sudden you see him kick his foot back and launch forward. He loads his back foot going forward at Kyle with a loaded Glock handgun. Kyle sees it coming, gets within a couple of feet, he fires. If he's got his hands up and wants nothing to do with Kyle, like everybody else, just back away and you don't get shot. Mr. Grossquits decides he's going to take him out, and his only regret, as stated in the Facebook post, he didn't fire first and empty his clip into the kid. He's hit in the arm. He's shot at once. He's backing up. That's the last shot. I went through the quickness of those shots from the rock in the head to that fourth shot. He gets up. You still see this individual armed with a board or a 2x4 or a fence post. Doesn't shoot at him. This person he doesn't perceive as a danger. His hands are up. Doesn't shoot at him. Now as he wheels around, watch what this individual does. That was the end of it. Kyle turns around. He turns. That individual steps away from him. No more shots. Doesn't shoot randomly. Shots from behind him. Continues on his way, trying to turn himself into the police. Trying to get to the end of it. People yelling to shoot him. He doesn't stop because it's not safe. Goes with his hands up to law enforcement.
Hey, he just shot up. Hey, go right here, just shot up. Go right here, just shot all of them down there. That dude just shot them up there. Go right here. Yeah.
Continues on. Hands up. You hear the story about the pepper spray. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the case. There was no threatening behavior that started this. Mr. Rosenbaum was was hell-bent on causing trouble that night. He did what he did, and he started this. There are tragic parts of it, but Kyle Rittenhouse's behavior was protected under the law of the state of Wisconsin, the law of self-defense. You've heard the instructions, and I'll end with this. You decide on count one. If you decide that his conduct was privileged under the use of self-defense, you don't go on to the lesser included. If it was privileged under self-defense, that affects count two. Both of the things that happened in scene one, as I read earlier, page 9 of the jury instructions. If his conduct was privileged as to Rosenbaum, it's privileged as to Mr. McGinnis. On to the next ones. At scene 2, ladies and gentlemen, there is no evidence whatsoever that he was an active shooter other than Mr. Binger calling him that. And there's no evidence that any of those other individuals who attacked him in the mob that night were attacking an active shooter. He wasn't shooting. And if they want to be the heroes and they want to beat somebody and do what they're going to do to them, they better be right. And they weren't. Kyle Rittenhouse shot Mr. Rosenbaum because he was attacking Kyle. Every person who was shot was attacking Kyle. One with a skateboard, one with his hands, one with his feet, one with a gun. Hands and feet can cause great bodily harm. I'm sure the state's going to get up and say, well, he didn't have great bodily harm, so it doesn't matter. That's not the standard. The standard is could cause great bodily harm. My client does not have to take a beating from the hands of this mob or the hands of Mr. Rosenbaum. And Mr. Rosenbaum might be little, but he was a pretty muscular guy. And some 30-some-year-old guy can take a 17-year-old kid 9 times till Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a tough choice, but the evidence only leads to one conclusion. That is that Kyle Rittenhouse's conduct on August 25th was privileged based upon the actions of Mr. Rosenbaum and others. There are no winners in this case, but putting Kyle Rittenhouse down for something he was privileged to do will serve no legitimate purpose. I ask you to do this, do justice here under the law of the state of Wisconsin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Let's take about 10 minutes. And, please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account.
I thought the defense was great. There was one part where I kind of cringed. What was it? He was talking about handling the firearm and how it was offensive with Gage Gross. And I was like, yeah, probably not something you want to characterize. That's kind of a freebie to the prosecution to come back. See, even the defense says, having a gun is provocative or whatever it was. Well, if he didn't have that part, I would have said 100%. So I'd give him -5, -10 on that. And I hate to say it, I really would like to see Binger getting chased down a street on the second night of a riot by a bunch of people, and him say, oh no, get hit on the head by a skateboard, get jump kicked in the head, and just, that's okay. Yeah, I would just, tell him I didn't do it, and it'd be okay. Sorry, folks, got a little business to take care of here. Bye.
Holding and pointing Kyle Rittenhouse's AR-15.
Dropped
adds up to an hour 41 minutes. Ours were an hour 45, so I think I got about 45 minutes.
Okay.
If I use it all.
As I said earlier, I'm strict on the rules and lax on the enforcement, so I'm not going to shut you down mid-sentence. Well, no, I was going to say within reason. Within reason. All right. Anything else before we start?
No. Thank you, Judge. It simply cannot be reasonable for someone to be holding an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle with powerful ammunition and be chased by someone who is unarmed, who's smaller than him, who's shorter than him. And the first thing that you do to defend yourself is you plug 4 rounds into it. You shoot it from about 4 feet away, and not from 4 feet from Mr. Rittenhouse, 4 feet from the end of that gun. Your first shot immobilizes him. It shatters his hip. Then he's caused to go forward. And if you watch the videos, and we're going to watch a couple during this brief rebuttal, he crumples. He immediately crumples to the ground. No one is saying that Mr. Rosenbaum should have chased Mr. Rittenhouse. No one is saying that Mr. Rittenhouse did not have a right to defend himself. This case is about the right to use deadly force. And I want to talk about that standard because Attorney Richards, perhaps on accident, misstated it. He said that the standard is that it could cause death or great bodily harm to Mr. Rittenhouse, or that it is likely to cause death or great bodily harm to Mr. Rittenhouse. That is absolutely not what the standard is, and that is not what this trial is about. The standard is the defendant may intentionally use force which is intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm, such as fire an AR-15, only if the defendant reasonably believed that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Not, oh, if you repeatedly smash someone's face, it might lead to injury. Not, oh, this could have happened. Imminent death or great bodily harm. There's an old phrase that I could kill you with my bare hands. And there is literally no evidence that Mr. Rosenbaum was capable of that. Mr. Rittenhouse has size on him. We heard how he's a swimmer. We heard how he's a lifeguard. He's apparently in some kind of shape. Punch him in the face. Kick him in the testicles. Knee him in the face. Hit him with your gun. You don't just immediately get to shoot someone. And I don't care about provocation or any of that. Put that aside. It is not reasonable for any adult, for any person, for any 17-year-old male to not try and defend yourself first using other methods. Now you factor in provocation, the fact he had no right to retreat, or no ability to, or he had to retreat, and that he had to exhaust all methods. Clearly, if there is provocation, he's guilty. But even outside of provocation, why do you get to immediately just start shooting? As Mr. Binger said, he brought a gun to a fist fight. And he was too cowardly to use his own fist to fight his way out. He has to start shooting. And let's just say, theoretically, that we think that the 12 of you think that it is reasonable to have used force, deadly force in that situation. Shoots once, takes out his hip. What does Mr. Rittenhouse have to do to avoid that? Well, maybe take one step back. And Mr. Rosenbaum is no threat. And Mr. Rittenhouse is responsible for every round of that gun. It did not have to happen as fast as Mr. Rittenhouse made it happen. He could have held back at one shot. He could have held back at two shots. The guy in the blue hoodie who came in to attempt to kick him didn't get 4 shots. Mr. Rosenbaum didn't get 4 shots. And Mr. Gross-Kreutz did not get 4 shots. The defendant has the ability to gauge what he is doing and to stop shooting. Mr. Richards talks about the threat being immobilized. What threat does someone 6 inches shorter than you that you've already shot in the hip and is already falling to the ground have? Why do you have to keep tracking them and shooting them and ending up with a kill shot in the back? Hit them, kick them, knee them, anything else. And Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse are alive. Because the defense talks about games that the prosecution has played. Let's talk about games. Let's
wow.
talk about
Well,
Rittenhouse on that
all
night.
Rosenbaum had to do is not attack him, and he'd be alive.
Didn't tell anyone about this grabbing of the gun. Didn't tell anyone about, oh, I was afraid they were you use the gun against me. That is because once Mr. Rittenhouse and his team understood that an unarmed person chasing him and unarmed people chasing him later on would not be enough to meet this.
None of them were unarmed. A skateboard isn't unarmed. A rock isn't unarmed. A handgun isn't unarmed, although he was disarmed after.
About how suddenly I was in great fear of this gun being used. And if that's the real reason, why didn't Jason Mikowski know that? Why didn't Dominic Black know that? Why didn't Joanne Fiedler know that? You darn well know if there was any evidence of the defendant saying that the night of, we would have heard about it. So yes, Mr. Rosenbaum is 4 feet or so from the barrel of the gun. He gets shot in the hip. He begins to crumple. Now remember, we did this demonstration when Dr. Kelly testified. This bullet entered here in the middle finger and came out here. This is how you grab something. I'm Mr. Rosenbaum trying to take this gun away. And this is how I'm going to do it, with my hand turned almost completely around, and with
I think that's
my fingers
incredibly irrelevant.
These two don't get soot, which may mean they were on the gun or outside of the path, and the other ones do get soot. We're not talking about injuries to the palm here. We're not talking about injuries like this or any kind of grabbing injuries. We're talking about either something accidental or completely defensive.
In a perfect world, you would grab it perfect. He's got the gun at him. You're reaching. You're going for anything.
Well, we're supposed to believe that Mr. Rosenbaum is Jason Bourne or John Wick or some other movie star hero who's capable of killing with his bare hands and deserved the treatment that he got from the defendant. Mr. Richards' closing was quite personal. if not taking shots personally, Mr. Binger, it was gloating and boasting about his client's kills. And he talked a lot about the Zeminskis. He knows darn well that the Zeminskis are charged by my office and they have a Fifth Amendment right. This is a criminal defense attorney.
Stop. Stop. Let me ask you to step out for a moment, would you? What's your objection?
It's not in evidence, and Mrs. Zeminski does have a right. Her case has been disposed of, and she did not appeal.
She did not plead or was charged with any arson, which the defense could get into, and she would have a Fifth Amendment right.
Wait a minute. As I recollect it, I think I handled the case. As I handled the Jason.
Joshua Zeminski.
What's that?
Joshua Zeminski.
That's pending.
Right.
Mr. Zeminski's case is pending, and it has been repeatedly adjourned to follow this case at the state's request. I handled the case of Mrs. Zeminski, and she came in on a reduced charge. It was a recommendation, I think, for a 7-day sentence.
She was being revoked and sent to prison. I don't know the particulars of that case, but if Attorney Richards,
she wouldn't have a right of. I think I sentenced her to 7 months in prison consecutively to her sentence, and I don't think. Why would she have a testimonial privilege any longer?
if there are charges outside of what she was charged with, she wasn't charged with any arsons.
Are you going to charge her?
I don't know. Probably not.
All of the charges out of the event were wrapped up. They can't piecemeal the charges, and to argue that she has a Fifth Amendment right now is ridiculous.
I did say Mr. Zeminski had a Fifth Amendment right, and then the objection came. I did not say Mrs. Zeminski. I can clarify that Mr. Zeminski has a Fifth Amendment right.
Well, let's find out from the report of what was said. I thought it was just Mr.
I think he said that Zeminskis are charged by my
The
office, and they have a Fifth Amendment right.
Did you say the Zeminskis? Both? All right, well then.
I'll clarify.
I'll sustain the objection.
I understand.
All right. All right. Ask the jurors to come back in, please. All right, I've sustained the objection because the statement which was made by Mr. Kraus was not accurate, at least as regards Mrs. Zeminski. Any question? Go ahead, Mr. Kraus.
Ms. Zeminski was charged and convicted by my office. Mr. Zeminski still has pending charges. Attorney Richards knows that he has a Fifth Amendment right to not testify.
He can. Let me ask you to step in the library again, please.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, this is going to be like football with timeouts. Oh, my gosh. All right. I can't stand the haircut on Binger. The doodle hanging up like that. You know, that the reverse duck's ass, basically. Somehow, I just don't think it's adult. Well, again, between the reverse duck's ass and the Star Wars lapel pins. Young Jedi.
One, it's not in evidence. Two, one, wait for the door. One, it's not in evidence. Two, if he wants to say he has the Fifth Amendment right, they also can grant him immunity. They're the only people who can. And if they're going to say that, I should have a SIR rebuttal to explain it to those 12 people. They hold the keys to Mr. Zeminski testifying or not testifying.
We just heard 2 hours of how terrible Joshua Zeminski was, and the defense wants us to offer him immunity. That's completely
That's not what
our
you said,
decision.
Mr. Kraus, please.
He still has a Fifth Amendment right. What I'm saying is accurate.
But you know, the questioning, the question you're asking, the Zeminski case has been here on a number of occasions, and it has been either it's been a mutual request to adjourn the case. Who's his lawyer?
Mr. Barth.
Okay, it's been repeatedly requested that it be adjourned, and I assumed or was told, I'm not sure which, it would be adjourned pending the outcome of this case. No, that's not true.
No.
Well, it's not true. It is true that I assumed it. Whether I was told that or not, I don't know.
It's not the same as Dominic Black, Your Honor. It's a different situation. Mr. Zeminski's case will go to trial on January 31st.
Well,
that's the plan.
But why was it being adjourned?
I think there was some. We had a witness who was not available at the last trial date, so we needed more time to get them in.
Okay. And Mr. Richards also brings up a point that you have control over the availability of a witness in terms of grant of immunity, but I don't want to get into that because I think on the first point he made, which is that I don't think it's an evidence.
I asked Mr. DeBruin about it.
What did you ask Mr. DeBruin?
I asked Mr. DeBruin that when we were talking about our meeting, that he was going to be a witness against Mr. Zeminski, and that Mr. Binger talked to him mostly about Mr. Zeminski because there's a pending case against Mr. Zeminski.
Say again.
After Mr. DeBruin talked about our meeting on cross-examination, I asked Mr. DeBruin, I believe this was a while ago, I indicated that he was going to be a witness in the Zeminski case, and that Mr. Binger asked him mostly about Zeminski, and why would Mr. Binger ask questions about Mr. Zeminski in an effort to change his statement in the Rittenhouse case? And he had no answer for that.
What's that got to do with the
Fifth Amendment right
that the district attorney is making, or the defense attorney is making?
It's that there's an open pending case against him.
There was specific testimony that there was a trial date on January 31st. That came in through Mr. DeBruin, and I actually mentioned it in my closing because it's in evidence that there's a pending case. I'm prosecuting Mr. Zeminski, and the trial's coming up in January. That is in evidence, Your Honor.
That has nothing to do with the Fifth Amendment, which is what I'm objecting to in bringing that into this.
I don't know. You're making it sound as if, well, you're making it sound incorrectly so, that Mr. Zeminski is unavailable because of his testimonial privilege. But now Mr. Richards is asking whether he should be allowed a SIR rebuttal to, so the jury would understand that that is somewhat under the control of the district attorney. But I'm not going to, at this point, I'm not going to get further into that. I'm just going to ask you to move on to something else.
Well, my next line of argument is that the defense named them in their witness list and could have called the Zeminskis.
No, he can't, because he's got a Fifth Amendment privilege for the very reason you indicate. And privileges must be claimed as much as possible outside the presence of the jury. That's the statute.
They could have called Kelly Zeminski. They written her here from prison.
Anybody on the witness stand.
Nor does the state. And
The state is,
Mr. Richards commented many times about how we could have called them, which I think was dishonest given the Fifth Amendment issue. But then also I can mention that when he stood up and read his witness lists, the Zeminskis were on it and they have the ability to call them as well.
the witness list is not in evidence.
These are opening statements and he commented on those multiple times.
No, I was gonna write it based on my sources, and I wanted to work GOA into it, but I got the kibosh on that.
Okay, well, so, yeah, I mean, I didn't think you can write anything from your own sources. There's no reason we would mess you on that, I don't think. I just thought we had something from Rob that would be good to give to, but if everyone's got it, everyone's got it, you know?
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly what he has.
What was the last
so
statement
I
you made
don't.
now that
I want
the objection?
that to be clear.
That Mr. Zeminski has an open case and a Fifth Amendment right.
Oh, it is an accurate statement.
Be able to fill in the holes because they're the ones who can give them immunity. I can't call them.
Well, I know that, but
I guess the right take is, like, this is the thing about,
Why'd you subpoena him then?
He
was saying it
no,
for 2 days.
No. You address your remarks to me, both of you. To me, not to each other, please.
It's called being prepared. I don't know what's going to happen at a trial.
Okay. Well, I think I'm just going to tell the jury that Mrs. Zeminski would have been available to be called by either party. Okay?
Fine.
Oh, man, I got out of it alive. Okay. Ask them to come in, please. All right, folks, what the situation is that Mrs. Zeminski would have been available to either party to call as a witness, and neither of them has done so. Okay, any question? Go ahead, Mr. Krause.
Thank you. Mr. Richards also mentioned that Attorney Binger talked about how all these people are liars and he was acting like a whiny defense attorney. I don't know why that language had to be used, but Mr. Binger never said any such thing. He never called anyone a liar, except for perhaps Mr. Rittenhouse.
Wow.
And Mr. Richards talks about how, well, in the state's opening, you heard nothing about provocation. Mr. Richards knows that is a specific thing, that instruction we get from the judge at the end of the trial. Had we mentioned at the beginning, he would have objected. He would have objected. Now let's talk about this threat, this supposed threat. Mr. Richards talked about that gas station and showed the video, and it showed Mr. Rosenbaum at the end. Attorney Binger had said he's not in this video as it started, and you don't hear anything from him. And that is true. At the very end, he is seen standing quite a bit away from Mr. Balch and Mr. Rittenhouse. This is where that supposed threat happened. There's a distance between them. Next time the camera pans back, the protesters are pushed back, and you never hear this threat. You hear nothing. And apparently that is what the defense is accepting, is where the threat happened, although Mr. Rittenhouse actually does not accept that, because he said it happened at Block or 2 North. So they can't agree on when the threat took place. They can't agree on where the threat took place. And it's the only few seconds of that part of the night that is not on tape anywhere. It's another concoction to give credence or to give weight that, oh, he had to defend himself against an unarmed man. There's been talk about how the defendant came around that Duramax and raised his gun. That didn't seem to be a contested issue in the case until the defendant lied about it on the stand. The defense themselves submitted an exhibit, number 41, in which it is denoted where the person that put that video together indicates Rittenhouse pointing gun at Zeminski's. I think it has a question mark. This was their exhibit. There was testimony from Detective Antaramian, and we showed this drone video. Now, but then the defendant won't admit to it on the stand, and then all of a sudden the defense has to fight it and talk about hocus pocus and make up little clever rhymes. The defendant could have told you the truth, but that hurts his case, and that gives us provocation. Now, I did have on rebuttal, Mr. Armstrong put in 2 very blurry pictures. Mr. Binger didn't even mention these pictures in his closing because they're maybe the 5th, 6th, or 7th strongest pieces of evidence that Mr. Rittenhouse raised his gun. But the defense is seizing on them. And they inaccurately said that it took him 20 hours of work to do. He worked on that drone video for 20 hours. He made us multiple shorter videos of it. These images were the last part of that work. And that image does show Mr. Rittenhouse holding a gun. It is blurry. Does it show every detail? No. But we thought it important that there at least be some still shot besides these videos. The second one I showed, again, is very blurry, but it's of the shooting. And you see Mr. Rittenhouse blurry, you see the puff of smoke, and you see Mr. Rosenbaum blurry, still very much upright. And that is why those pictures are given. It was the tail end of all the work that Mr. Armstrong did on this video. The defense seems very scared of these pictures because it helps to prove their client lied on the stand, and it shows that he provoked the attack. Now, I would like to show you, I believe this is the full drone video, Exhibit 73. Okay, please play it. So in this one, it is difficult to see the raising of the gun because it's the full video. I would encourage you, if you find it necessary, to take a closer look at the bigger TV. Please stop it. Now, if you see in this video, Mr. Richards wants to make it seem like the only recourse the defendant has in retreating is walking into this mob of people who are breaking cars. But look at all that open space that he has. At this moment, he could have turned around and ran in that space and gone right back up Sheridan, and everyone would be alive and everyone would be fine. Instead, he decides to start slowing down and run into these cars in which he is supposedly trapped, which would be like being trapped in a Target parking lot. As you see, as we keep playing it, he goes around them no problem, and he goes right into this totally clear space that was available to him the whole time. He did not exhaust his duty to retreat. He did not exhaust.
He didn't have a duty to retreat. That's wrong.
Now, I'm going to go to the video. I'm going to point something out. Mr. Binger is going to play it again, and I'll show you. This is in relation to Mr. Richards indicated that no one that attacked or that went after Mr. Rittenhouse in the second incident observed the shooting. That is not true. This video shows the person that is referred to as Jump Kick Man leaving the scene. And we have another view as well from another video, but I'll point that out. See this man in a wheelchair? He's struggling to get out of the way. This is Jump Kick Man is right here. He sees it. He's standing there the whole time, and he comes and he helps push the man in the wheelchair out of the seat. So he absolutely was there. He did see what happened. What's next? This is Exhibit 10. This is the Ford Fisher video. If you look after the shooting, it shows this individual pushing the wheelchair away from car source 3. There he is across the street, pushing the man in the wheelchair away out of the scene. Hello? This is a video you've seen before. It does look better on the large television, but this is where he comes into the screen. This is one of the videos that Mr. Armstrong cropped for us in his 20 hours of work. This is slowed down by 50%, and it zooms in as good as possible given the limitations of the video. I'll point it out up here, but I said it is better seen on the large TV. There he is pointing the gun. He's not close enough to the car to have that be a factor. He puts on the fire extinguisher, he freezes up. It is. Now do the next zoom in. Oh, we got it. All right. Again, that really wasn't an issue at trial until the defendant lied about it. Now, Exhibit 84, this is another video that Mr. Armstrong did in his 20 hours of work. And this shows the chase. That's you see him point. Mr. Rosenbaum does his jump. See the defendant slowing down, seemingly preparing to shoot. And look where that first shot is. Go back one more, play one more time. This is the zoomed in image that will eventually was shown. Look how far he's not reaching. He's being shot in the hip and falling. And he goes immediately to the ground, and the defendant sees fit to keep shooting at him, although he poses absolutely no threat. Again, 4 feet from the barrel of the gun, not from Mr. Rittenhouse himself. Here is another video Mr. Armstrong made in his 20 hours of work. I believe he made 6 of them all told. They're all on evidence. Here's a close-up of the final shooting. The puff of smoke is already out. He's already upright. He crumples immediately to the ground, but the defendant keeps shooting him.
There's no problem with him keeping shooting. That's ridiculous.
So did Mr. Rosenbaum turn and get shot in the back that way? No, he was even less of a threat. He was falling face first on the ground with his hips shattered. So yes, he was shot in the back, and he was killed by a shot in the back, and it was the 3rd or 4th shot.
Wow.
Attorney Richards indicated that Nick Smith called the defendant. Nick Smith did not testify to that. He was never asked. We don't know who or who called the defendant to go to that scene. And despite the fact that there's this madman out there who's such a threat and is going to kill the defendant, he just saunters down there all by himself. No problem. He's not scared. This threat, if it even existed, was not taken seriously. He's a babbling idiot, as Mr. Lukowski said. Mr. Rittenhouse testified he didn't hear anything before he shot. He didn't hear this "fuck you." He didn't factor in the gunshot. There is no evidence that Mr. Huber did anything untowards that evening. They talked about pushing a dumpster, picking up pepper balls. That was not evidence that was ever submitted in this trial. I don't know where it comes from. No evidence that he told Gage Grosskreutz, "I had to shoot in self-defense." And Attorney Richards talks about how, well, Mr. Detective Howard testified in a certain way and how he didn't talk about the drone footage or anything. He knows we got the drone footage, surprisingly, after Detective Howard testified. Guns do not have handed. There's not a left-handed or right-handed gun. So, yes, the demonstration.
Okay, looks like the video feed froze. So there are left and right-handed guns, in case people don't know. They're actually left-handed AR-15s. A Steyr AUG can eject left to right. The Tavor can eject left to right.
told by others that saw it that he was the shooter, and then he returned. So Gage Grosskreutz relied on this statement of Mr. Rittenhouse. Let's talk about a rush to judgment. Mr. Rittenhouse turned himself in. Are you supposed to wait days, weeks, months to charge murderers who we know murdered people? It's a red herring, as Mr. Binger said. It's throwing up red herrings, false hypocritical arguments, and attacks on those that Mr. Rittenhouse killed to try and distract you from the fact that he was not in imminent fear of death or great bodily harm, and he was not privileged to act how he did. We heard from Ms. Carrie Ann Swart. Now that Nathan DeBruin talked about jail, now we can try to smear Mr. Rosenbaum more, although there really is no dispute, or was no dispute, that he came from a hospital. He's carrying a hospital bag. Ms. Swart testified that she talked to the hospital about how he would be released, that he went to this hospital. She knew he was coming home from the hospital. She knew it was in the bag, and he showed that picture of it backlit against the fire, trying to make it seem sinister. She talked about how there are medical papers in there. And we did that image again. Mr. Armstrong did this image for us where you can get a little peek in the bag. And I would argue you can see medical papers. Though that big image they see looks like rolled up medical records that you get when you're discharged from a hospital. And Ms. Swart testified that he was given medications that day. Perhaps they didn't work. Perhaps there was a bad reaction. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. But he was given them that day. He could not get the ones for future days because things were closed. Balch did not testify that he thought there was anything sinister in the bag. He said he said something inaccurate at the time, but he said that he saw shampoo bottles and a water bottle. Mr. DeBruin, he did take some nice photographs, and he clearly wanted the world to know that he took some nice photographs. He's really more relevant to Mr. Zeminski. And he apparently, this is the photo of the bag. You can examine that further. Mr. DeBruin must have some problem with police and DA's offices. He goes to the detectives. He doesn't give a full story. He says, he testified to this. This is not me saying anything. He forgot things because he was so nervous because the door to the police station still had an unrepaired window. That caused him such nervousness that he could not give a full statement. He meets with us in a very polite, short meeting. He has very little relevance to this case that we knew about. And yes, we showed him some videos. Is this Josh Zeminski? Oh, no, it's not. Okay, would you see him in these other pictures? Yes. You don't know it's Josh Zeminski? Okay. Somehow that's us getting him to change his statement. What's that? We show him pictures, videos, say, is that Josh Zeminski? I don't know. We show him other pictures. Do you recognize that as the same person? Yes. That's not getting him to change his statement. We had him read his statement. Do you have anything to add to it? No. The next day, he goes over to Mr. Richards' office. All of a sudden, he knows all this extra information that wasn't in his statement. Oh, but he was so nervous meeting with us because we showed him a video or photograph that he took of Joshua Zeminski. And then what does he do? He goes and hires a lawyer very closely connected with a gossip blogger who attacks my office on a regular basis and who is very pro-Rittenhouse. Another just funny coincidence in this case, just like how Mr. Hernandez, who doesn't live in this state, could hire any of the thousands of attorneys in Wisconsin or tens of thousands of attorneys in the state. But no, he hires an attorney who Kyle Rittenhouse's defense team has already paid money to that firm. What a coincidence. So Mr. DeBruin doesn't tell us any information, then tries to attack us, and then tells the defense a lot more information. Mr. Rittenhouse denied pointing a gun at the yellow pants man, said he was being sarcastic. Well, Mr. Richards basically just admitted he did point the gun. So which is it? We know that Mr. Rittenhouse was going around that night trying to be a paramedic, a policeman, and a fireman without receiving any real training in any of them. Tough job to do all three at once. And he went around with his gun trying to scare people, to intimidate them, to not do minor property damage.
Minor property damage. You got a bill on that?
He's a chaos tourist. He was there to see what's going on.
Tourist.
Act important, be a big deal. And then the moment a little bit of that chaos comes back at him, he cowardly shoots a man instead of fighting back.
Cowardly shoots.
You put yourself in this situation, you know it's going to be out of hand. It gets a little out of hand. Someone is chasing me, and you have to shoot him. That is not privileged. That is not reasonable. And that is not what any reasonable person in the defendant's shoes would have done. We kept hearing about this rock in his hand. There's no evidence of there being a rock in that hand. Now, there's talk about how the defendant maybe have re-racked his gun. We don't see that in the video. We don't know what he did. But we do know that as Gage Grosskreutz is sitting there with his hands up, the defendant turns over his gun and is looking at it and is doing something with it. The defendant admitted to this, that he looked at the gun. Fully reasonable that Mr. Grosskreutz could have assumed that he was re-racking and preparing to fire. And it does not mean that a unspent shell casing has to be on the ground. Officer Bray testified that she shot AR-15s. She knows AR-15s. If it jams and there's an unspent shell casing, the re-racking will take out the unspent shell casing. It does not have to be a live round.
He's got that completely wrong.
I don't know what he was doing with his gun, but it's certainly reasonable for Mr. Grosskreutz to interpret it that way.
So if an AR-15 had a failure to extract, meaning a spent casing was still in the chamber, if you rack it,
earlier,
it may extract.
When Mr. Rittenhouse was being an active shooter, after having killed his second person and shot at his third.
Not an active shooter.
He would have every right to have stopped Mr. Rittenhouse's activities at that point.
No.
But he didn't. He came up closer. He surrendered, and he said, he believed his surrender was not being accepted. Who shoots someone like this? Is he trying to shoot his own hand off? He never does anything about an actual position to shoot that gun.
If you go from like this to this, that's the quickest way to get on.
When it's pointed at his head, his arm is already blown off. We're supposed to be so scared of Mr. Grosskreutz with his Glock when the defendant is holding a loaded AR-15. Then there's this preposterous argument that, Kelly Zeminski is holding a flashlight. It must be to bash heads.
Yeah.
Certainly no one carries flashlights at night to walk home in the dark. Or
why would you hold a flashlight? Like,
I take when I take my dog for a walk. I'm looking
your
to
phone's
bash
got a
heads.
flashlight.
No.
Oh, did I not hit the right button? Your phone's got a flashlight. Show me how many people carry a 3-foot-long flashlight. There's one use for those flashlights. And I worked security way back when, and that's what we used because we weren't allowed to carry anything else.
Didn't make much contact. Spun him 180 degrees. That is Kyle tracking him with the gun and shooting at him. He's moving as he's moving. That is not the force of the kick. And the video makes that clear. But again, we're grasping at straws and we're throwing out red herrings. And now a skateboard is a deadly weapon.
Hell yeah.
Someone should tell all the parents and grandparents
swinging a skateboard,
giving skateboards this Christmas about how they're giving their children a deadly weapon.
Oh my God.
I guess they should get them an AR-15 instead.
The skateboard would be a deadly weapon for the penguin.
And yes, Mr. Huber
was acting heroic.
And he wouldn't need
holding
somebody
down that,
swinging it
taking
at
that
his head.
skateboard and trying to hold him down
So-
and trying to take that gun. And what happened?
If a skateboard
stayed
isn't a
attached
deadly
to Mr.
weapon, why
Rittenhouse.
doesn't he let somebody swing
Because when
skateboards
the
at his
defense
head?
concocted this, they were trying to take my gun story. They left out that it is literally strapped to him.
Yeah, and
He
how would
shot
you
an
get?
unarmed man 4 times because he was so scared
So you can never get a gun away
that Mr.
from
Rosenbaum was going to take
somebody
the gun
with a
away from
sling,
him, and it was attached to him.
and that
It is an
attachment's
absolute
permanent
red
forever.
herring. It is an absolute ridiculous argument.
So you should
Imminent
never have a fear of
threat.
somebody attacking you and
Not,
pulling your gun
oh,
away
in
if
5
you
minutes
got a
after
sling.
we get beat up, then I might be in threat. Imminent threat. You've heard all the videos. I'm not going to go into it in any more great length, but when you listen to the crowd as Mr. Rittenhouse is running, they start yelling after as he's running when they're screaming, "Get him." Also, as people are approaching him at the end, they're asking, "Why did you shoot him? Why did you shoot him?"
What, you're going to sit and give a freaking interview?
These are people that were provoked because they witnessed an attack or heard
And
shots,
they get to be
or heard he
vigilantes,
was
and only
attacking,
them.
and they took action. As Mr. Binger said, I probably wouldn't do it either. But that they did it is brave, and they did not deserve to be killed. Kyle Rittenhouse has a strong ties to Kenosha, but he needs Google Maps to find a business he says he's driven by every day.
I use
He
Google
supposedly
Maps all
knows
the
Kenosha
time to
so
find my
well,
own
and is
damn
such
home.
familiar with Kenosha that he doesn't realize you can walk 1 block either way to get back to the car source. He didn't want to go back to the car source. He wanted to go see what was going on. He wanted to stay in the action.
No.
He wanted to
No.
continue to do things that would make
None
him
of
feel big
those
and make
go
him
together.
feel important. These minor injuries we've heard the defendant have, again, Mr. Richards misstated the standard. It is not could have caused great bodily harm or death. It is not likely to have caused great bodily harm or death. It is imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Where is that when you get a couple scrapes?
Wow.
Everybody takes a beating sometimes, right? Sometimes you get in a scuffle and maybe you do get hurt a little bit. That doesn't mean you get to start plugging people with your full metal jacket AR-15 rounds, and no, bullets are not bullets. And we heard testimony about that.
At that closer range, it wouldn't have mattered. And if he used hollow points, they'd say
Mr.
they're
Richards
murder
mentioned
bullets.
this in opening, but apparently he's noticed that the evidence doesn't bear it out. He talks about this, how Mr. Rosenbaum put this shirt over his head to hide his identity because he's going to go ambush Kyle Rittenhouse. Well, then obviously watch the videos. He's had that shirt in his head for some time. Whether it's COVID, this is all pre-vaccine, as we know. Whether it's tear gas, whether it's fire, whatever it is, he's using it to protect his face, not as some evil plan to get Kyle Rittenhouse. They're setting this fire, and they begin walking down Sheridan. There's no evidence that they knew he was coming. There's no evidence that they had any plan to get him. I'd submit to you that the Zeminskis and Mr. Rosenbaum were doing what they were doing all night. They were going to go bash that Duramax or start or stoke a fire. Kyle sees this, and then he runs onto the scene. That's clear in the FBI video. He runs onto the scene. He puts down the fire extinguisher. He raises up his gun. Mr. Rosenbaum yells, "Gun, gun, gun." Why else would he yell that? It's very possible that while he was yelling friendly, 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 he's doing so while holding a loaded AR-15 at the Zeminskis. Mr. Rosenbaum was going to chase him out of there to end the danger. And Mr. Richards boasts that, you know, something along the lines, "You don't do shit, motherfucker." Well, Mr. Rosenbaum was wrong. Oh, that's an attaboy right there. Way to kill someone unarmed because you won't engage them. He raises the gun. He provokes the attack. He has to retreat. He has to exhaust all remedies.
No, he doesn't. No, he
before
doesn't.
he can use.
No,
he
he
regains the
doesn't.
right to even use self-defense, not even to use deadly force. That's a whole other separate question. He does regain the use of self-defense if he exhausts all options. He does not. He could have ran a different way. He could have fought. He had all sorts of different ways to exhaust his options.
He has
did not do it.
20/20 hindsight on
As I said
which
at the
way to
beginning of my
run.
closing,
And I don't
think you
fault
need
anybody for
provocation.
running in a particular
An unarmed
direction.
man
This is
chasing you,
crazy.
and you shoot him 4 times
So
as he's falling.
there
You kill him as
is,
he's falling in front of you.
The defense is going to have
because
one
you
more
don't
chance.
want to
Right.
physically
30
defend
minutes.
yourself.
Yeah, and I got to drop
That's
off at
first reckless
7. You're
homicide
dropping
right
off
there.
at 7 also, right?
And
Yeah.
John?
Well,
Mr.
I have my food's going to
Richards
come.
kind of plays
I'll
games
run
with
back
the name
down here.
reckless. Reckless means not intentional in this
After that.
circumstance. And you can read the jury instructions. You can come to your own conclusions. And fire an AR-15 in any circumstance like this shows utter disregard for human life.
So there's
other
no
explanation
reason to
for it.
fire an
If you're shooting
AR-15 ever.
AR-15 at close range of people, you have no disregard for human life. That's not really in any dispute.
I'm going to still work on some stuff here. Going to make a few more phone calls.
I want to leave you with this. The meaning of reasonable doubt. I'm going to read portions of this instruction. Obviously, you'll have the whole instruction. The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based on mere guesswork or speculation. That's what the defense is asking you to do, to guess what Mr.
I
Rosenbaum was
agree.
doing.
This is what losing sounds
Mr.
like.
Rosenbaum was doing, to speculate and guess what Mr. Huber and this unidentified man were doing. We don't know because he killed 2 of them.
Yeah, so the
All
defense
we can
gets
look at
told
is
for
the
30
evidence and
minutes
see him
after this.
standing pretty much straight up or exactly straight up when he was shot in the hip and immobilized. A doubt which
Yeah, I
arises
agree.
merely
I
from
agree,
sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt is not a reasonable doubt. The defense's whole case has been trying to stoke sympathy for Mr. Rittenhouse and showing how everyone else was just a terrible person. Every life counts. Every life matters. If people did bad things that night, they could have been prosecuted. It's not up for Mr. Rittenhouse to be the judge, the jury, and eventually the executioner. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. There's a lot going on in this case. We all know that. We all knew that from the day we walked in on November 1st. But this verdict should be about what the facts are and what Mr. Rittenhouse did. That's what the 12 of you who go to deliberate will go and decide. You are the fact finders. You decide what is beyond a reasonable doubt. You decide what he is guilty or not guilty of from this menu of options that you now have. An imminent threat. The only imminent threat that night was Mr. Rittenhouse. He was not acting in legal, justified self-defense.
Yes, he was.
Guilty. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Mr. Krause. Members of the jury, the time has now come when the great burden of reaching a just, fair, and conscientious decision in this case will be placed wholly with you jurors selected for this most important duty. You will not be swayed by sympathy, passion, prejudice, or political beliefs. You will disregard any impression which you may have regarding what you believe to be my opinions on the guilt or innocence of the defendant. You will disregard the claims or opinions of any other person or news media or social networking site.
I don't understand what's going
Pay
on
no
right now.
heed to the opinions of anyone, even the President of the United States or the president before him. The founders of our country gave you and you alone the power and the duty to decide this case based solely on the evidence presented in this court. You will
As far as I know, The defense gets 30 minutes for a rebuttal.
Fair rendition of justice and the
I don't-
protection of our freedom. You will be very careful and deliberate in weighing the evidence. I charge you to keep your duties
doesn't sound like they're doing the rebuttal.
and as upright citizens to return just and true verdicts. You will decide only whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the offenses which are charged. Any consequences of your verdict are matters for me alone to decide and must not affect your deliberations. It will be for you to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty as to each of the offenses charged or submitted. You must make a finding as to each count of the information. Each count charges a separate crime, and you must consider each one separately. Your verdict for the crime charged in one count must not affect your verdict on any other. This is a criminal and not a civil case, and therefore, before you can reach a verdict which may lawfully be received, it must be reached unanimously. In a criminal case, all 12 jurors must agree in order to arrive at a verdict. When you retire to the jury room, select one of your members to preside over your deliberations. That presiding juror's vote is not entitled to any greater weight than that of any other juror. We're going to stop at this point, and I'm going to ask that you return tomorrow. I'm going to let you take a vote. When you want to start tomorrow, you could choose 8, you can choose 8:30, you can choose 9. How many would be in favor of starting at 8:30? How many want to start at 9? I missed 8, didn't I?
Anyhow, I think that's about it. I'm a little shocked because I thought the defense still had 30 minutes to go, 30-minute rebuttal, because typically defense has the last word. And yeah, the plan was that they were going to wrap it up today. They started a little late, so it ran a bit late. And I've got to jump on Shooting Gallery New England's podcast. So if you guys want to watch me over there, I'm going to be with Joe at Shooting Gallery New England for 1 hour. So I'm going to drop here. Bye, John.